This is the unabridged recording of So Much for Boundaries, Shower and Shelter Artist Collective Number 3 by Brooke St. James, narrated by Kate Rudd. Chapter 1. I had been going to Fran's beauty shop since I was a kid. I was raised by my grandparents, and my grandmother, God rest her soul, went there once a week like clockwork to get her hair shampooed and set with rollers. Fran would tease and spray my grandmother's hair into a non-moving but beautifully designed mass on the top of her head, and she would wear it like that for a week until she came back to Fran's to have her do it again. She was among the multitude of women her age who participated in this type of beauty regimen. There was a cut and a perm involved every 3 months or so, but Fran's bread and butter, as she called them, were weekly shampoo sets. It was a generational style, which unfortunately had fewer and fewer customers by the year. Fran had owned the place since she was a young woman, fresh out of beauty school. It was a modest one-room shop that was connected to the side of her house. It was a simple, no-frills operation. Fran had a barber's chair with a mirror and dresser over on one side of the room and a shampoo bowl and 2 dryer chairs on the other. Fran worked alone, but she specialized in perms and weekly roller sets, and in the salon's heyday, both dryers were constantly occupied, and usually there was someone waiting. Fran's business had slowed over the years as the ritual of weekly hairstyling became obsolete, but it was good timing for her anyway, since she wasn't far from retirement. Today, it was just myself along with Ms. Betty and Ms. Hilda. We were all talking about the big, scary set of plans that lie before me as Fran finished clipping the last roller into Betty's hair. "She's only got $2,000 to last her till she gets a job and gets on her feet," Fran said as she and Ms. Betty headed across the room to put Betty under the dryer. Hilda was sitting next to me in one of the padded chairs that lined the wall, and she shot Fran a "you must be kidding me" expression. "$2,000? That's a lot," Hilda said. She was so old that her voice came out weak and warbly, and it always took her a long time to finish her sentences. I never asked, but I knew she must be in her 90s, maybe even 100. Fran was Hilda's granddaughter, and I remember celebrating Fran's 50th birthday back when I was in high school, so basic math and observation skills told me Miss Hilda was old. She was really old. Fran let out a laugh at her grandma's shock. "No, it's not, Meemaw. 2,000 is not a lot nowadays, especially in New York City. You could probably spend that on a hot dog and a Coke." "Well, for heaven's sake," Miss Hilda said slowly, staring at me with a look of confusion. "Why do you want to go all the way to New York?" I couldn't help but smile. "I'm moving there," I said. "To New York?" Hilda put her hand to her chest. She was completely devastated by the news. I smiled again as I nodded. "Yes, ma'am." Fran swiveled the empty barber chair and patted the backrest, indicating that she wanted one of us to go over there. I knew I was there for a haircut, but I wasn't sure if Fran was gesturing to me or her grandma, so I pointed at my own chest, and Fran nodded to let me know I should come over. "Meemaw, I told you Zoe was moving, remember? She'd been taking care of Randy, and he passed on, so she's leaving for a while." "Randy passed on?" Hilda said, even though she'd been at my dad's funeral. He was technically my grandpa, but I grew up knowing him as my father, so that's how I thought of him. "Yes," Fran said. "They had that nice ceremony at the church, remember? That's why we had that big art sale in here." "That's why we had what in here?" "The art sale," Fran said, speaking in a loud, clear tone. "Remember the paintings I had hanging everywhere?" Hilda looked around as if searching for the paintings that had been all over the walls for the last month or so. "Where'd they go?" "They all sold," she said. "That's how Zoe paid for Randy's funeral." The town had come together for me when Dad died. I had tried to sell a few of my paintings in friends' shop in recent years, but up until then, no one had really been interested. Once it came out that my dad owed a small fortune in back taxes, Fran and her customers did what they could to help me. This help came in the form of the townspeople paying anywhere from $5 to $50 for each of the paintings I had done in recent years, with whatever dollar store supplies I could get my hands on. I had at least 100 of them in the attic, and I sold them all. Dad knew it was my dream to be an artist, and on his deathbed he told me and the preacher that his dying wish was to see that I was taken care of and had the chance to show the world my art. He made me promise I'd leave and chase my dreams. Pastor Bill was so touched by Dad's words that he took it upon himself to find the appropriate church members who could help me settle Dad's estate in the most painless, affordable way possible. Unfortunately, this was still a daunting task, since my parents were in more debt than any of us expected. None of it came to light when Mom died a couple of years before, so I didn't know the extent of their dilemma until Dad passed. Even after selling their house and possessions, there wasn't enough to cover their debts and Dad's funeral. I had to chip in my own money. For the past 7 years, I'd been working as a grocery store cashier. I was smart with money, and although I didn't make a lot by some people's standards, I had been managing to save some. By the time I paid for the funeral and all their debts, it was literally a miracle from God that I broke even. I was selling my car on the way out of town, and the $2,000 I would get from that transaction was all the money I had in the world. I closed my checking account an hour ago on the way to Fran's, and there was $63 in it, so I'd have $2,063 in total once I got paid for my car. "Did I buy one?" Hilda asked. "Mama bought several of them," Fran said. "She brought them down to the Beaumont Hobby Lobby so she could have them framed like I did mine. I'm sure she bought one for you. It's probably hanging in your apartment." Fran spritzed my hair with a water bottle, and I jumped a little when the mist hit my face. She combed and sprayed without paying attention to me or my flinching. She'd been cutting my hair since I was a baby. My real mom, a lady named Angela, was 36 when she got pregnant with me, and she ended her own life before she turned 37. She took off with the carnival when she was in high school, and my grandparents didn't see her until she came back when she was 9 months pregnant with me. Half the town said she knew she was going to kill herself when she came home to have me, and the other half said it was the postpartum that got her. Either way, she committed suicide right after I was born, and I grew up thinking of my grandmother as my mom. The only thing Angela stuck around long enough to do was name me Zoe, which as far as everyone around here was concerned was the strangest name they'd ever heard, especially since she didn't spell it with the Y at the end the way it sounded. Several times I overheard my grandmother tell someone she wasn't very fond of the name, but she kept it since that's what my birth mom wanted. I was raised in a very small town, and there was a lot of mystery and intrigue surrounding my birth mom and her postpartum suicide. Apparently, my real mom had a wild streak, even as a teenager, and there were stories of her climbing the water tower and crazy things like that. From what I heard, she was a really beautiful person on the outside, but she just couldn't stay out of trouble. I knew a lot of things were said behind my back in speculation about her and my biological father, too. One of the most popular theories was that my mom grew up to be a high-profile groupie and my father was some famous rock star. He wouldn't believe her that the baby was his, thus the reason for her tragic suicide. One of my friends in middle school told me that's what her mom said happened, and everyone standing around at the time agreed that it was the story pretty much the whole town believed. It didn't really matter to me what people thought. Truth was, I knew nothing at all about my real dad and very little about my mom, but Nina and Randy had done their best to raise me, and that was fine with me. I had a simple life. I went to work as a cashier at the local grocery store during my senior year of high school and had been there ever since. Over the years, I moved up to frontline manager, but it was just something I did to pay the bills. My heart wasn't in it. If my heart was truly in anything, it would be painting. But I didn't get to do it as much as I'd like. I took care of my aging parents, worked full-time at the grocery store, and when I could find the time, I painted. Mom always thought of painting as child's play, so I didn't do much of it until she passed away, but in the last couple of years, I'd been exploring it more and more. I mostly used watercolor because it was something I could easily get my hands on at the dollar store, but I bought acrylic paint and tempera paint every once in a while, and I liked it all. I never was great at drawing with a pencil, but there was something about working with a brush. The only way to put it was that I had an innate understanding of how to use a paintbrush. It felt like an extension of my fingers. I knew in my heart I had something natural, but I also knew I had a lot of growing to do, and there was a whole world of artistic mediums out there that I knew nothing about. I understood that there was more to the world than I'd seen in my little Texas town, but honestly, between taking care of Dad and work, my exposure to any of those things was limited to what I read in books or saw on TV. I knew there was more to the world, I just never had the time to go see it. Until now, that is. Today was the day that was all changing. The townspeople had helped me clear my parents' debts, and I was leaving with a fresh start. Today was the first day of the rest of my life. As soon as I finished this haircut, I was heading to the bus station in Beaumont where I would begin my journey to New York with $2,063 in my pocket. Fran pushed my head forward, forcing me to tuck my chin to my chest as she combed my long hair over the cape. She wasn't necessarily the gentlest of combers, but she didn't mean any harm, so I just tried not to cringe as she worked. Since way back when I was in high school, Fran had been trying to get me to go over to Beaumont or even Houston to a real salon, as she called it. But I assured her all I needed was a straight-across cut to get rid of the dead ends, and we all knew Fran was perfectly capable of doing that. I don't know what you need to go to New York if a hot dog's $2,000, Hilda said dazedly. It's not, Mima, Fran said. I was over-exaggerating. How much is it? Hilda asked. Probably about 10. $10, Hilda said, sounding shocked. For a hot dog? I don't know, maybe 6 or 8. $8? That's still a lot. Why's she going to New York? Because she wants to study art. She's going to that refuge place. That refuge place, Hilda repeated. I couldn't see her, but I could tell by the way she said it that she was skeptical. What's that? Bonnie and Frank went to New York on vacation, and they told Zoe about that place where artists can stay for free. They took pictures of it and everything. They were real impressed. It's a free program for young artists like Zoe. Fran continued to snip away at my ends, and Hilda made a noise of understanding, but there were a few seconds of silence before she spoke again. Zoe's going to art school? Hilda asked, as if trying to put all the pieces together. Yes, ma'am. Kind of, Fran said. She's going up to New York to stay with some other young artists. That's nice, Hilda said after taking a few more seconds to think about it. Fran patted my shoulder again before manually adjusting my head to a tilted position. She promises to call and check in. Let us know how she's doing. She better call and check in, or Randy's gonna have to drive up to New York looking for her, Hilda said. Fran and I glanced at each other in the mirror, and she gave me an apologetic smile. I shook my head, letting her know it was fine, even though I felt like I wanted to cry at the mention of Dad driving up there to look for me. I smiled and blinked away tears, and Fran turned me away from the mirror, which was a welcome distraction. Dale got your Cadillac up and running, Mima, Fran said, changing the subject. He said he'll drive you home in it when you're ready. When are you going to art school? Hilda asked, since the question was already formed in her mind before Fran tried to change the subject. Today, Mima, Fran said. That's why she stopped by, to get a last-minute trim on her way out of town. She's headed to the bus station after this. Headed to New York. Today? She asked. Yes, today. Hilda was quiet for long enough that it took me completely off guard when her quiet old voice busted out with, "Start spreading the news." She sang the lyrics to the popular song in her best alto voice, with all the spice and pizzazz a 100-year-old lady could muster. "I'm leaving today," she crooned. "I'm gonna da-da-da-da-da, New York, New York, those Sugartown blues." "Sugartown?" Fran asked, giggling at her grandma as we both stared at Hilda. Hilda didn't seem to notice us. She just kept right on singing. "Going away, make a start of it, New York, New York. I want to da-da-dee-dee, the city that never sleeps. Dee-dee-dee. King of the hill, cream of the heap. Da-da-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. It's up to you, New York, New York." Chapter 2. My trip to New York was not turning out to be as glamorous as Hilda's song made it sound. Fran had prayed this epic prayer before I left, asking God to guide my steps. She even said in the prayer that she wanted me to live at this artist center until I found a rich, handsome husband. Between her prayer and Hilda's song, I thought I was going to sashay out of town and have the world on a string by midnight. It hadn't quite worked out that way. I had been on the road for a day and a half now, and I was pretty sure my deodorant wasn't doing its job anymore, in spite of 2 additional applications. I had changed buses 3 times and stopped at more bus stops than you can imagine. I didn't even know there were that many bus stations in the world. I had limited internet access back home, but I had done a little research before I left, and I knew I would have to apply for a spot at the artist refuge Frank and Bonnie had told me about. It was called Shower and Shelter Artist Collective, and it was exactly what I was looking for. A safe, comfortable place for young artists to grow and thrive. I saw pictures and a description of the flats, 1-room apartments with a mini fridge and a single bed. The tenants shared communal toilets and showers. It was nothing fancy, but it was free, and at this point that was just about all I could afford. Apparently, it was the owner's very practical way of giving back to the art community since he was an artist himself and had once been in need of a comfortable place to shower and seek shelter. There was even an art gallery where the residents got to sell their pieces. I had looked at Frank and Bonnie's pictures of it, and it was just about the coolest place I had ever seen. It would be an absolute dream come true to have my art on display in a place like that. I figured applying might be a little bit of a process, so I had the addresses of a few cheap hotels to hold me over until I got things figured out. It was currently 6 p.m., and I was scheduled to arrive in New York at 7 a.m. the following morning. I was on a 2-hour layover in North Carolina when I met a lady who was extremely sweet and easy to talk to. I told her my story, and when I got to the part about not yet hearing from the artist collective, she willingly offered to let me use her phone so I could call them. She even Googled it for me and found some alternate number I hadn't tried before. I dialed that new number, assuming no one would pick up and I'd just leave a message, but that wasn't the case. I smiled when I heard someone answer. Cindy gave me a thumbs up when she saw me light up, and I held up a finger, letting her know I'd be right back with her phone. She smiled and waved at me as I went to stand outside where I could hear the person on the other end. "Hello?" he repeated. "Hello, I'm here," I said as I walked. I was nervous about talking to an actual human in the first place, and then I went and added walking to the mix. I found myself struggling to catch my breath. "Hello?" I heard the man ask again. He sounded slightly annoyed. I'm sorry, I said, as I found a place to stand by the bus station entrance. It took me by surprise when someone answered.
How can I help you?
He asked. His tone was friendly enough, but he definitely seemed like he was in a hurry. My name is Zoe Etheridge. I was calling about Shower and Shelter, the artist collective.
I manage Shower and Shelter, the man said, but this is my personal line.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Should I call the other number? I asked.
You can call the gallery, but I'm sure I can answer your question, he said. I might as well since you already have me on the line.
I just wanted to see about staying there, I said. I'm an artist and I'm just moving to New York. I'm actually not even there yet. I was so excited about having this conversation that my heart had been racing since he picked up the phone. I was breathless and jittery, smiling at the excitement of it all as I paced in a circle in the grass. My smile completely faded when the man let out a little laugh like he thought what I might have just said was a joke. I cleared my throat so I could say it again since I was sure he misunderstood me. I was just interested in applying for a room at the Shower and Shelter, I said. I could hear the shaky and uncertainness in my own voice, and I scrunched up my face in an effort to get control of my nerves. He cleared his throat.
We have a few spots coming available early next year, he said. You're welcome to email me your story and portfolio if you'd like to be considered for them.
Next year? I asked as a wave of hopelessness washed over me.
Yes, he said. Late January.
That's like 6 months.
Yep.
Oh, man. I didn't know it would take so long to get in, I said.
It may take much longer than that.
What do you mean, how much longer?
I can't really say that for sure, he said. We have some artists who have applied for every opening since we started and still haven't got to the interview process.
What's that mean?
It means it could take a lot longer.
He was so matter-of-fact that it felt like he expected me to say something the second he finished talking. Are you saying even if I apply, there's a good chance I won't get one of those spots in January? I barely breathed as I waited for his answer, which was, to my horror, a chuckle. He wasn't being mean, but he definitely found humor in my question. I felt myself blush as my frustration instantly rose. I'm sorry, I thought this was a place where artists could go if they didn't have a place to stay.
It is, in a way, he said, but unfortunately there are far more applicants than there are spots available. We've only been open for a few years, Miss Etheridge. There are only 30 spots, and our artists usually stay for the full 2-year term, so turnover is rare.
He paused briefly, but I was quiet, so he continued.
Listen, I want you to feel free to come in and check us out, but I feel like I should warn you, based on what you've said so far, that it's a highly competitive situation over here.
He was so direct that I felt humiliated. Are you basically saying I probably won't get in? I asked. He paused on the other end as if contemplating how to answer that. My heart pounded.
What medium do you practice?
He asked. I could tell by the way he asked it that he was doing his best to remain patient and be cordial with me. I took a deep breath as my own naivete began to sink in. I don't know if you'd call what I do practicing, since I'm not really sure how other people do it, but I love to paint, and I'm good at it. I think I'm meant to paint. I was hoping to show you that when I came to stay there.
Were you under the impression that we had spots available on a regular basis?
I don't know what impression I was under. I didn't really consider that. I guess I just thought you'd see me paint and you'd agree that I should stay at your facility. I saw pictures of your gallery, and I know I could paint some things that would look good in there. You can hang them on that far wall next to the tapestries. He let out an uncontrollable chuckle like he thought I was cute. I glanced into the window of the bus station at Cindy, who was staring down at a magazine. I thought about needing to get her phone back to her, and my whole situation in general. I let out a huff. I'm not joking, I said defensively. I could paint something that would look good there.
I didn't say you were joking. I just think it's cute that you have a spot picked out in the gallery, he said.
I do, I said, and I know I can make something beautiful for it. I just assumed you'd at least meet me and let me show you that I'm telling you the truth, but obviously it's more complicated than I expected.
Unfortunately, it's a little more complicated than you expected. We only have 30 spots, and our tenants are all on 2-year terms. We have a spot turning over next month, and we went through over 100 applicants before we settled on the girl who got it. She graduated with a degree in fine arts from Columbia. There's an extensive application and interview process.
He paused as if waiting for me to say something, but I couldn't. All I could do was cry. I turned to face the side of the building so no one could see me as my face contorted with tears. There was nothing I could do to stop the gasping breath of air from making a noise. I gasped as quietly as I could and then held my breath, begging myself to stop crying so I could say something to this guy.
"Are you there?"
he asked. I tried to say something, but the only sound that came from me was a high-pitched wheezing noise as I breathed in again.
"Miss Etheridge."
"I'm fine," I squeaked. "It's fine, everything's fine." I got a quick breath before another round of tears hit me. Hopelessness. Utter hopelessness.
"Are you crying?"
"It's not you," I said, lying. "I've been on a Greyhound for 30 hours and I have another 12 to go. I lost my dad and I left my hometown with $1,600. It was supposed to be $2,000, but the guy who bought my car only showed up with $16. He gave me his collection of random gift cards, which he claims add up to about $200, but that's neither here nor there because I've yet to come across a Cinemark or a Best Buy on my travels." Gasp. I gave him the car and took what he was offering me because what else was I supposed to do? We were at the bus station and my ticket was already purchased. I was homeless in my own hometown, so I figured I might as well take the $1,600 and be homeless in New York. I paused and took a deep breath in an effort to stop gasping. "I'm sorry. I know it's really not your problem. I guess this is all pretty amusing to you or whatever, but I honestly thought I'd be able to come in and show you what I can do." Gasp. "I really did think you'd just meet me and think that I have some gift. I know that's not how the world always works, but I honestly just thought it would happen in my case." Gasp. "It's stupid, I guess. I don't even have any art supplies. I actually imagined that you'd have everything I needed waiting for me when I got there. Like SNS would just swoop in and be exactly the place where I needed to stay. I get it that I was probably naive, that there are people in line ahead of me with lots of portfolios or degrees or whatever. But I'm a painter way down in my bones. I know how to paint without anyone teaching me, and I'm pretty sure I could be great if I had some time to focus on it for a while. I thought that's what your place was about."
"That is what we're about," he said.
Silence. "Just not for those of us who didn't go to Columbia." Silence.
"Do you have a portfolio? Any examples of your work?"
"I sold everything before I left Texas," I said. "Everything I own is down to 2 duffel bags and my purse. Fran held on to a few boxes for me. She said she'd ship them once I got settled in. I just assumed I'd get a spot at Shower and Shelter. I guess I didn't know everyone was on 2-year terms." I sighed. "I didn't really know how it worked, I guess."
"I do have those spots coming open in January," he said. "I'd be willing to meet you and see what you can do if you want to be considered for one of them."
"Tomorrow?" I asked. "Would that work? I get into town at 7 a.m., so anytime after 9 probably, since I'm not sure about traffic."
"I usually schedule interviews when the owner's in town, but I guess I can do it without him, since this is more of a preliminary meeting."
"So tomorrow?" I asked.
"Tomorrow's fine,"
he said. There was a smile in his voice, but I didn't care that he found me amusing. I had no other choice but to give it my best shot. "What time?"
1 o'clock, he asked. "Do you need some paints?"
"Please."
"Oil, acrylic, watercolor?"
"I've never used oil," I said.
"I'll see what I can dig up, and we'll see you at 1.
"That's great," I said. "Thank you so much. I promise you're going to be happy you gave me a chance. If I were you, I would give me a chance, and then I would be happy with myself afterward because it would have been the right thing to do." He laughed.
"Well, I always look forward to being happy with myself."
"What's your name?" I asked.
"I'm sorry, I guess you need to know that. It's Lane."
"Lane Alexander?" I asked.
"Yes."
"I saw your name on the website."
I put it there, he said.
You made the website? I asked.
Yep.
Do you do everything around there?
With some help from a team, but yes, I oversee everything if that's what you're asking. The owner is passionate about the place, but he travels a lot and spends a lot of time in Canada where he's from. I make sure everything runs smoothly.
Then you'll know about that empty space I was talking about near the tapestries. I'll show you what I was thinking about putting there. There was a few seconds of silence.
I would actually love it if you showed up here and...
Lane paused and hesitated for several seconds, as if thinking better of what he was about to say.
I'm looking forward to our meeting, Miss Etheridge,
he said finally. Zoe, I said. It's spelled Z-O-E like Zoe, but you say it like it has a Y on the end.
I look forward to meeting you, Zoe spelled Z-O-E, he said.
I'm looking forward to meeting you too, Lane.
See you at 1, he said.
I smiled. See you then.
Bye, Zoe.
Bye, I said. Thank you. I pressed the button to disconnect, grinning from ear to ear. I was anxious about going up against all those people who studied art in college, but I had no other choice but to keep believing in myself. If I didn't believe I deserved a chance, then I certainly couldn't expect anyone else to believe it. I promised Dad I'd go chase my dreams, and I intended to keep that promise and give it my best effort. I was still shaking as I went inside and handed Cindy her phone. What did they say? She asked, smiling with wide eyes. He said I'm going to have to find a place to stay for a little while, I said, because I can't move in till January. Chapter 3. I got as much sleep as I could on the bus, but it was no easy task. I was a light sleeper, and it obviously wasn't the most comfortable of conditions. We made several stops, but I didn't have to change buses, so I stayed in my seat, dozing in and out of consciousness throughout the night. I woke up early that morning just as we were headed into the city. I was scared and exhausted, but most of all, I was excited. When I was a little girl, I used to imagine myself doing this exact thing, and it felt amazing that I was finally making it a reality. My dreams might not have included me being smelly, exhausted, basically broke, and on a bus. They might not have included those or any of the other speed bumps I had encountered. But it was New York City, and I was moving there. That's all that mattered. I had seen movies that were filmed in the city and read scenes in books where the author described the sights and sounds, but nothing could have prepared me for being there. I understood the phrase concrete jungle in a whole new way. The city felt like a literal jungle to me, a pulsing, thriving jungle with new and interesting people and things for me to look at. I had been exploring all morning, and by the time I made it to shower and shelter that afternoon, I was exhausted and my neck and back were stiff and sore. I stood in the beautiful SNS gallery, feeling in awe of my surroundings. I got there 15 minutes early and had been walking around, looking at all of the beautiful art. I still thought I could make something worthy of hanging next to all those pieces, but my confidence was waning a little as a result of being road-weary and overwhelmed by the bigness of New York in general. I was in the process of stretching my neck by tilting my head from side to side when I heard a man's voice.
Zoe?
He asked. I turned to find two gentlemen, both of whom were young and nice-looking. I had no idea which one of them had spoken to me, but I instantly stood up straighter in their presence. They had recently come in from outside, and I watched as they said something quietly to each other. The more casual-looking one with long hair and a tie-dye shirt took off toward the center of the gallery, leaving the one who looked like a handsome Wall Street banker standing there, smiling at me. His dress shirt was unbuttoned at the collar, but it was ironed and tucked into his fitted slacks. His hair was neatly combed, and he had on a carefully selected belt and shoes combination.
I'm Lane,
he said. He walked toward me with the sort of confidence and magnetism I never saw in the guys I knew back home, and I wondered if it was a big city thing, or if he was just different. He had dark hair and light eyes, and as he approached, I became more and more spellbound. I don't know what I expected from the man I spoke with on the phone, but it wasn't this. I glanced off to the side as we shook hands because I could hardly stand to look straight at him. I found it difficult to breathe.
Zoe Etheridge? He asked.
Then he repeated,
I'm Lane.
because he wasn't sure if I had heard him. I nodded to let him know I was the Zoe he was looking for. I was wearing a smile, but I felt suddenly self-conscious. I've been on the road, I said as a nervous way of explaining my appearance.
I know you have, he said. I was surprised you wanted to meet today since you were just getting to town.
I smiled. I'm trying to get the ball rolling as quick as I can, I said. I don't like to wait around on things. I get antsy. I've been in town for 5 hours, and I already got a place to stay, made a friend, and got a job.
A place, a friend, and a job in 5 hours? He asked.
He smiled, and I had to glance away again. It's just a convenience store, but I figured it was easier to find a job when you already have one, so I took it. It's the 11 to 7, but I can ring up groceries in my sleep, basically, so it's no big deal. I smiled and shrugged. It'll keep me from starving, and it's close to my hotel.
What's the 11 to 7?
Lane asked. 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., I said.
All night?
He asked with a perplexed look on his face. He started walking through the gallery, and I followed him. Yes, all night, I said. It's the 3rd shift. I'm only working 2 or 3 nights a week, though. He glanced at me as we walked, and I smiled at him.
Is that safe? He asked. Working the night shift?
I shrugged. You tell me, I said. I'm not the one who's from here.
I'm not from here either, he said.
Where are you from?
Maine.
The Mitten? I asked.
I think that's Michigan.
Yeah, but Maine's mitteny too.
I guess it is, he said.
Maybe it's the letter M, I said. Maybe all states that start with M are mitten-shaped.
Mississippi's not, he said.
Mississippi could be, I said. It's got that little thing sticking off the bottom of it. He laughed.
What about Montana, Minnesota, Missouri, Maryland?
Oh my gosh, are there seriously that many M states? I asked, laughing.
I think there are like 8, he said. Did we list 8?
We stood at the door to his office and ticked them off one by one, realizing that we had listed only 7. It took us a full minute of brainstorming to remember Massachusetts, and we walked into Lane's office, laughing at how victorious we felt when he finally thought of it.
I hope you don't mind,
he said when we first stepped into his office.
I took the liberty of setting up a workstation for you in here.
I spotted what he was referring to almost instantly. Near the far wall of windows, there was an easel and canvas set up along with some brushes and other supplies on a nearby table. We were on the 1st floor in the back of the gallery. He had a wall of windows looking out at the busy street, but no one seemed to be looking in.
Don't worry. They can't see in, he said, but I can draw the blinds if it's distracting.
I wandered toward the canvas, feeling like I was on the edge of some sort of precipice. Like I was about to paint something important, the thing that would either impress him or disappoint him.
We have a big studio upstairs with the artist housing, he said. I'll take you up there and show you around, but I figured you could have some peace and quiet in here.
There was a table next to the easel that was covered in tubes of paints, and I stared down at it. So you want me to just stand here and paint? I asked.
I assumed that's what you were going to do, he said. Since you didn't have a portfolio. I borrowed the acrylics from a resident named Macy and the watercolor from Nicholas. They're basic quality, as you can see, but they both said they weren't worried about having them returned. There's some paper under the canvas if you decide to work with the watercolor. I wasn't sure what you wanted to use. We have some tools upstairs in the studio, but the artists supply their own consumable materials.
I scanned the tabletop, trying to decide what I wanted to use. Is this the watercolor? I asked, positioning myself right in front of the table and easel. Lane came up beside me, and I pointed to the small tubes of color that looked like mini versions of their acrylic counterparts. I was used to the type of watercolor that came in hard, circular-shaped cakes, so I didn't know quite how to use this kind. I knew it existed, but I had never tried it. Is it liquid? I asked, inspecting a tube before glancing at Lane. He nodded.
I think it's about the consistency of acrylic or oil when it comes straight out of the tube.
My heart was pounding at the fear and excitement of it all. I couldn't quite imagine how liquid watercolor would behave, and I already had things I wanted to try with it. "Where's the water?" I asked. I glanced at him and he smiled. "I'll get you some." "Can I use this?" I asked, taking the palette off of the table. I was accustomed to using the lid of the watercolor package for mixing, but I knew how amateur that was.
"That's why it's there," he said. "I'll get you some water."
"I'm so excited about this, thank you." Lane stood there and looked at me for several seconds before turning to head to the door. I could tell he was intrigued, and I prayed to God to help me do something abnormally great in this tiny little window of time that I had to make an impression. I didn't give myself the chance to get nervous or second-guess my instincts. I wanted to get started right away, and I didn't know how long it would take Lane to get back with the water. So I took a deep breath and squeezed some acrylic paint onto the palette. I was amazed by how thick it was. It was like 3 times thicker than the cheap stuff I had used in the past. I looked around, wondering if people ever added water to it, and wishing Lane was around so I could ask him that. I smiled, figuring, what the heck, as I took a metal tool that looked like a small putty knife and swept a huge stripe of the yellow paint onto the canvas. I grinned at the texture of it and the way it spread across the surface. I had 3 different colors open and going by the time Lane came back in the room. "I'm playing with the acrylic," I said. "Do I need to add water to it or anything?"
"I don't think so," Lane said. "I'm not a painter, but I don't think they do."
I smiled and shrugged at him.
"Do you need me to call upstairs and ask somebody?"
"No, don't do that. I'll figure it out. It's just different than the stuff I've used."
"You think it's gone bad?"
he asked, coming to stand by me so he could look at the paint. "I think it's fine," I said. "It's just me, getting the hang of all this fancy stuff." I used the end of the paintbrush to point toward the shelf. "I like that little robot. I hope you don't mind if I paint him."
"Not at all. Is there anything else I can get you?"
"I might need access to a sink so I can rinse this brush," I said, holding up a beautiful round brush that instantly felt like an extension of my own hand. I loved the weight of it and the way the hairs gave way under my pressure. "I'm gonna have to buy one of these for myself," I said. "Thank you," I added as Lane set the large cup of water on the table near me. He bowed as a gesture to say you're welcome. Lane Alexander was strikingly handsome, and under normal circumstances, I would have probably been extremely distracted by him. But I had never been exposed to the likes of these art supplies, and the quality of them and the importance of this piece had me feeling like I needed to stay focused on the task at hand. Plus, I knew if I didn't prove myself, this would be the last time I met him. "I've never used paint that felt like this before," I said. "I hate to rush, but I also hate to take over your office. Is it going to bother you if I stand here and do this for about the next 4 hours or so?"
"It won't bother me at all,"
he said. "Am I going to be in your way? Because I can go upstairs." He shook his head.
"I'm interested in your process."
"I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you if you're expecting a process. I'm kind of learning as I go. The feel of this paint and the way it moves is blowing me away. I'm just going to stand here and play for a little while if you don't mind."
"I'm going to do my best to go about my business while you work. There's a restroom right there if you need to rinse your brushes or get clean water."
I had been glancing back and forth between Lane and the canvas, but I turned to focus my gaze completely on him. I looked him straight in the eye the way we do in Texas, and from the bottom of my heart, I said, "Thank you." I balanced the brush in my hand, being careful not to get any paint on him when I reached out to touch his arm with the base of my hand. "Really," I said, trying to show him my sincerity through my facial expression. "Thank you for letting me come here and do this. I mean it. I know you're doing me a favor. I know you don't owe me anything." For a few seconds, we just stood there and regarded each other. Lane crossed his arms and tilted his head as he glanced at my painting in progress and palette, and then back at me like he thought I was the most interesting thing he'd ever seen. "Thank you," I repeated since he hadn't responded. Lane smiled and shook his head almost imperceptibly at me.
"You're welcome."
Chapter 4. I stood in Lane's office and painted for the next several hours. I worked on the robot a lot at first, but I started playing with watercolor during times when I was waiting on areas of the robot to dry. For the first couple of hours, Lane sat at his desk returning phone calls and clicking away at his computer. We talked a little, but he hadn't paid attention to what I was doing, and as far as I knew, he had no idea I'd been experimenting with the watercolor. I noticed that he was on his way over to see what I was doing, and I casually slipped the watercolor paper behind the canvas. I wanted to see if he liked the robot before I showed him the other one.
"I've got to go to a meeting," Lane said on the way over to my workstation. "Do you mind if I see your progress?" he asked as he approached. I knew he was getting close to being able to see what was on the canvas, and I moved out of his way so he could get a look at it. I watched as he leaned in to inspect the painting. "How'd you get that texture in the springs?" he asked, peering at it.
"I just wiped it on with this brush, and then I chopped it with this." I pointed to the brush and putty knife-looking thing. He grinned at me.
"You wiped it and chopped it, eh?"
he asked, as if just clarifying. I smiled and nodded, and Lane reached out and carefully tilted the canvas toward him so that he could get an even better look. The watercolor I'd been working on shifted when he did that, and I quickly but gently took the canvas out of his hand and pushed it back against the easel so that he wouldn't see the painting behind it. "I know we said I need to be done at 5, I said, glancing at the clock.
"I'll be back by then," he said. "Do you need anything?"
I wanted to say, "Some peanut M&Ms, a soda with lots of caffeine, and a shower." But I just smiled and shook my head. "No thanks." The movement drew attention to the fact that my neck had gotten stiffer and stiffer as the afternoon went on. I stretched it by tilting my head.
"You okay?" he asked. "Because you don't need to hurt yourself. It's obvious to me that you have something special, Zoe. I love the way you layer like this."
"You do?" I asked, feeling suddenly renewed by his words even though I wasn't sure exactly what he meant by layering. I usually don't do stuff like this, so I was worried. I've never worked with anything that could make this much texture. It's so thick. I can't tell you how much fun I'm having.
"I can see how much fun you're having just from looking at the work," he said, still staring at it. He seemed so impressed that I decided to save the watercolor to the end. I would feel great if I could make a surprise attack and have 2 complete paintings done for him when it was time for me to go. "I'll be back in an hour or so," Lane said. "Don't leave, okay?"
I smiled, thinking about how nice this place was compared to that hotel. "I won't," I assured him.
"Zoe, do you have any influences?"
I shook my head. "I wish I did," I said. I was having to care for my parents when I wasn't working. They were my grandparents, but they raised me, so I thought of them as my parents. Anyway, Mom didn't understand me wanting to paint, so I didn't even start trying it out till she passed away. I paused and shrugged as I smiled. "I haven't gotten around to getting any influences yet, to answer your question." He smiled before taking one last look at the robot.
"This is such an interesting style."
"You think it's a style?" I asked. He smiled, and I stared at his white teeth, all lined up in a perfect row.
"It's a style, Zoe," he said.
"What if I do the next one differently?" I asked. "Will I mess up my style?" His smile broadened.
"No, you won't mess up your style," he said. "You just do what you do, and that is your style."
I grinned and nodded, thinking that inventing a new style every time was exactly what I wanted the freedom to do, especially as I got to know these new paints.
"Are you waiting on something to dry?" he asked.
I nodded since I wasn't going to tell him that I was actually working on the painting that was behind the one he was looking at.
"I've got a few minutes if you'd like me to take you on a little tour."
Lane and I spent the next 15 minutes on the second floor, touring the beautiful studio and one of the artist's flats. There was a communal kitchen area with a few round picnic-style tables with built-in benches. The place was clean and tidy, and I smiled at Lane as he scanned the room with an overseer's eye, making sure everything was ship-shape. The women's restroom and shower area was down at one end, and Lane waited outside for me while I went in to look around. It was immaculate. There was a woman in there cleaning when I went in. She introduced herself as Carol and said she worked at SNS as a full-time member of the staff. She gave me the rundown on what was what, telling me there were 8 shower stalls and that I shouldn't worry because usually there was at least one unoccupied. She was friendly, and we talked for a few minutes about me being an artist and applying for a room at the collective. Lane was standing there when I went back out. He was just finishing a phone conversation, and he gave me an apologetic look.
I'm on my way,
he said before hanging up. I'm sorry, I said. I know you need to go. He shook his head.
It's fine. I knew Carol was in there when I sent you in. I could hear her whistling. I wanted you to talk to her and take a look around.
He began walking toward the stairs, and I followed him.
How'd you like it?
He asked. I already knew I wanted one of these rooms before I got here, and now you've gone and made matters worse. How will I ever wait till January? I regret that I'm not already in one of those showers. I rested my head on my hand, indicating that I could almost fall asleep walking, which was just about true. He chuckled. I thought he might say something about it being inadvisable for me to assume I'd get a spot in January, but he didn't. We were quiet for a minute as we made our way down the hall and onto the staircase, headed down to the first floor.
You're welcome to take a shower if you want one,
he said finally. Do I stink? I asked. I'm sorry, I'm sure I do. I wanted to go by my hotel again before I came over here, but I didn't have time. It takes forever to get anywhere in this town. There's so much traffic. We came to the bottom of the stairway, and he held the door open for me.
You don't stink at all, but I know you've been on the road, and you're probably tired. If you finish up with your painting and you feel like taking a shower, you're welcome to do so. That's all I was saying. Everyone knows you're here, so nobody would hassle you if you decide to do that while I'm gone.
I smiled at him. Thank you. He gestured toward the main gallery door.
I should get going.
I nodded. I'll show myself back into your office. Thanks for the tour. It's so nice up there. Lane smiled and was off without another word. It was 5 o'clock on the nose when someone knocked on the door, giving a short series of taps before opening it. Zoe? She asked. I nodded and waved, and she waved back as she came inside. I'm Mia. Lane called the gallery just now. He wanted me to come in here and tell you he was going to be a few minutes late and to ask you please, please, please not to leave. She gave me an appraising smile while chomping her gum. He said 3 pleases in a row like that. I felt instantly short of breath at the thought of Lane wanting me to stay. It didn't help matters that Mia had come to stand beside me and was now looking straight at my robot. Did you do this? She asked. She stared at it in much the same way Lane had, and then she turned to look at me. Are you applying for a room here? She asked. I nodded. Did you paint this just now? I nodded again. She glanced down at the paints. The tubes of acrylic were clearly marked with the name Macy in bold Sharpie. She looked at me as if she was right in the middle of catching a thief in action. I just moved here, so these people donated this paint till I got my own. She smiled and shrugged as if she wasn't curious about it, which she totally had been. Were you going to do watercolor at first? Mia asked, still inspecting my workspace. She was friendly enough, and she wasn't trying to pry or anything, but I'd been keeping the watercolor a secret, and I felt fidgety at the mention of it. I like watercolor, I said, carefully avoiding her question. But ultimately I decided to use these, I added. She backed up a step or two and looked back and forth from my painting to the model I'd been using. Is this Lane's little robot? She asked. I nodded. That's nice, she said. It looks good. Thank you. She smiled and took off toward the door. I guess I see why he said 3 pleases, she said from over her shoulder. She was obviously saying she liked my painting, and I smiled at her sweet compliment. Thank you, I called. She turned to face me once she got to the door. You're welcome. I like your style. I like your style too, I said, causing her to stare at me curiously. You know, your clothes and stuff, I added, feeling nervous. She smiled at me the same way other New York people had done earlier that day, like my friendliness was unexpected and maybe even cute. Thanks, she said. Lane said he'll be here in a few. She closed the door behind her, and in what seemed like 1 second, but was probably more like 20 minutes, the door opened again.
Hello?
He called as he opened the door. I turned to find Lane walking toward me. He looked like a perfect example of a clean-cut, confident businessman, and there he was, looking almost relieved to see that I was still in his office.
"I'm sorry," he said. "I got held up."
"I held you up on your way out," I said. He shook his head.
"I wasn't late getting there. I wouldn't have stayed and gave you the tour if I was running late."
He came to stand beside me in much the same way Mia did and stared closely at the robot painting.
"I'm in love," he said, inspecting the canvas.
"Really?" I asked. I tilted my head at it, thinking about all the things I'd do differently next time.
"Yes, really. I can't believe you can work on the spot like this."
"Are you kidding? This has been amazing. It's been so fun working in here. The paints were so nice." I gestured at the window and let out a little giggle. "And the people watching isn't bad either. There must be a mirror on the outside."
"There is," he said. "Somewhat, at least. Why, did someone check themselves out?"
I nodded. One lady stood right here in front of me and shamelessly put on her lipstick, smooching and making kissy faces and everything. I tried to wave at her to let her know I was here, but
"She couldn't see you,"
he said, cutting me off.
"It's not even that highly reflective, but people still use it as a mirror all the time. I have to close the blinds if I get distracted by people watching. Sometimes I just work from my apartment so I can have a nicer view."
"Is your apartment up higher than this?" Lane nodded distractedly as he continued to study my painting. He shifted to stare at me.
"I really like your style, Zoe. You were right about me being happy with myself for meeting with you. I think you might be as amazing as you promised."
"I didn't mean to promise you amazing," I said, feeling suddenly shy. "I just said what I thought I should to get you to meet me."
"I'm glad you did,"
he said. "Me too," I said. "Although now I'm nervous because you've said twice now that you like my style, and I'm not even really sure what I did that made it a style. Somebody else came in here and looked at it and said they liked my style too, and now I'm like, I sure hope I can replicate it. I did something else with watercolor that doesn't look anything like the robot, and I'm curious to see what you think about it. It's more like the stuff I did back home, only better because those liquid watercolors are wonderful. Have you ever used them?" He stared at me with a somewhat confused expression.
"First of all, who came in here? And second, where'd you use the watercolor?"
He glanced at the canvas again and then back at me. "It was Mia. She came in to tell me you were on your way." Lane smiled and nodded as if wondering why he hadn't thought of that, but otherwise waited for me to explain about the watercolor. "I made a second painting from another one of your keepsakes," I said. "It seemed like it might be a little more personal than the robot, so I didn't show it to Mia or anything. I hope you don't mind that I took the liberty to paint it." Lane's expression remained confused since I was referring to a painting that seemingly didn't exist. I smiled and slipped the watercolor painting out from behind the canvas. There was an old stuffed animal sitting on a shelf near the robot, a threadbare bunny with matted down fur and a pink satin ribbon around its neck. It was in a sitting position on his shelf, but I painted it dangling from a little girl's hand. I painted the girl from the waist down. The bunny was the central focus of the painting, but you could see enough of her body to know that she was wearing a white dress. She was standing outside. She was barefoot, and her surroundings reflected the age of the bunny. I painted a simple outdoor scene that felt as though the girl was standing in her front yard on a sunny day. It was the image that came to me the instant I laid eyes on the bunny, and the new watercolors and brushes made it an absolute joy to paint. I had more fun with it than I did even with the robot, and that was saying a lot. Lane stared down at it for what must have been a full minute. Chapter 5. I waited for Lane to say something for so long, and his expression was so thoughtful that I had gone from thinking he liked my watercolor to thinking he hated it 3 or 4 times by the time he spoke.
"Where'd you get this?"
he asked, finally. "I painted it." Lane stared at it again, and then glanced at the shelf where the bunny was sitting. He even inspected my workstation before looking at me. He was silent and stoic as he regarded me. I had absolutely no idea what he was thinking. "I could do more like the robot if you like that style better," I said. feeling self-conscious about the two paintings being so different.
"Why do you do this?"
he asked. He still hadn't cracked a smile. I shook my head regretfully. I'm sorry. I knew before I painted it that it might be special to you. I could kinda tell by the looks of it. I should have asked. I thought I might surprise you by doing two, that's all. Lane ran a hand through his hair like he was considering something as he stared down at it. His head shook almost imperceptibly.
"How'd you get this done?"
He looked so serious that his question almost felt accusatory. I was working on it the same time I was working on the robot, I said. I just kept it back behind here so I could surprise. I'm sorry, I should have probably asked you about it first. Lane took a deep breath as he stared at me.
It was my mother's. Her name was Hannah. She passed away during childbirth.
Yours? I asked. The question just popped right out of my mouth before I could think better of it.
Yes, mine.
I was silent for several seconds, deciding whether I should tell him the same thing basically happened to me or just apologize again.
But this was hers when she was a little girl, and I'm just not sure why you painted it like this because I've seen old pictures of her when she was a child wearing a white dress like...
He hesitated, smiling a little as he shook his head.
I guess every little girl wore white dresses back then, he said dismissively.
I really should have asked, I said. I felt nervous and frustrated with myself, like maybe now I had upset him and blown my shot. Lane reached out and put his hand on my arm.
Did you seriously paint this?
He asked, searching my eyes for the truth. His eyes were the palest ice blue, which meant they stood out in stark contrast to his dark hair and eyebrows. Even his eyelashes were almost black. Goodness gracious, what had I gotten myself into here? He's trying to have a sincere conversation, and I can't even focus on what he's saying. What? I asked, feeling entirely distracted.
Did you paint this, Zoe?
Yes.
Today?
I nodded and gave him a cautious smile.
How'd you do it?
With watercolors.
I mean time-wise.
In between the robot. You know, I went back and forth. Lane regarded me again, breathing a sigh.
My mom had an identical twin sister. She had a short marriage that ended in divorce right before my mom died, and she ended up stepping in to help my dad take care of me. They fell in love and got married, and she just took my mom's spot, raising me like I was her own. She and my dad have 3 kids of their own, so I have half-brothers and sisters. We all know about my mom, but we think of each other as full siblings.
He paused and took a deep breath.
Anyway, my mom, or aunt technically, whatever you want to call her, would cherish this piece. If you don't mind, we'll just pretend you didn't paint this today and I'll take it with me. We'll hang on to the robot for me to show Theo, but I'll just buy this one from you right now. And we'll pretend it had nothing to do with your application process. Is that okay? Would that work for you? I probably have about $200 on me. Does that seem fair? If not, I could get more easily.
I don't need any money, I said. I'm just sorry I chose something so personal without asking you first.
It's not a big deal, he said. The bigger deal is that you got both of these done this afternoon.
He smiled and shook his head, still looking at the painting.
Plus, it looks like it could actually be Hannah holding it. My mom's gonna trip out over this.
It's so funny that we have similar stories, I said, thinking about him referring to his aunt as his mom and his mom as Hannah. His expression grew serious as he tilted his head at me.
Did your mom die in childbirth too?
I was speechless for a few seconds as I debated how to answer that. I wanted to tell him the truth, but I just couldn't make it come out of my mouth. Sort of, I said. It was, right after I was born. He looked at me like he was curious, but had manners enough not to ask. I knew some people back home judged me for my mom's decision to take her own life, but it was the truth, and it felt odd avoiding it. She dropped me off with her mom and dad before leaving the world on her own terms, I said. My voice quivered a little as I spoke, and I fiddled with the seam of my jeans as a distraction. It's not the same story as yours exactly, but I was just saying that, you and I have probably dealt with a few of the same feelings over the years. A sad smile crossed his face.
Guilty feelings?
I nodded, and we stood there looking at each other. I knew by the expression on his face that we shared some unspoken matching bond as a result of our past. I could tell he wanted to say something more about my story, but didn't know what. I saw it in his expression when he resolved to change the topic.
Zoe, I know you didn't mean to do it, but you painted something that would be really special to my parents. Would you please consider letting me buy this from you?
He held it up to the light, inspecting it closely again.
Please. I'm going up to Maine this weekend, and I'd really like to take it to my parents.
You don't need to pay me for it, I said softly. Please, take it to them. I'm just glad you like it. I'm happy you want it. I have to tell you, that liquid watercolor is amazing.
You're a genius, but I guess you know that already. That's why you got on a bus and came up here, isn't it?
The manager of Shower and Shelter was standing right in front of me, saying the exact things I wanted him to say. I felt a weight lift from my shoulders, and I reached out to put my hand on his arm. You really have no idea how relieved I am to hear you say that, I said. Do you think I'll have a shot at one of those rooms in January? He stared at the painting again.
I see art all day, every day, Zoe. And I'm blown away by this. I can't even understand how these two paintings happened in one day and came from the same person.
Another long look at it.
Are you sure you did this one?
I let out a giggle at how shocked he was.
I wish I could have seen you do it.
They just look so different because acrylic and watercolor are two completely different creatures. You have to use totally contrasting methods to steer them around. I can't wait to try some other things with that thick acrylic. He smiled at me.
To answer your question, Zoe, yes. You'll have a spot in January when the next one opens up. Is that going to work out for you?
Of course, I said. That would be amazing. While still holding the painting, Lane walked toward his desk and I followed him.
We're going to be right in the middle of shooting a documentary at that time, so it's probably going to be unusually chaotic around here. It shouldn't be too bad, because they're stretching the film out over the period of a year. It's not like crews will be in here constantly, but we will have extra people around during that time.
How exciting, I said, thinking of the possibility of being there when a documentary was filmed. Fran and the ladies would lose their minds if I wound up on TV.
Are you going to be okay until January? He asked.
Oh, definitely, I said. I got a dumpy little room to start me out, but now that I know what time frame I'm on, I'll probably look around for something else and a more full-time job. I thought about looking into women's shelters just in case.
It's extremely rare for a spot to open up before someone's term is over, but it has happened in the past. I promise I'll let you know if that happens.
I'm humbled that you'd even say that, I said. I get it that you have a lot of people wanting a spot here. I understand now that I'm here and I see what this place is all about. Lane stared at me so thoughtfully that I looked away, staring at the wall.
I studied business at NYU,
he said, causing me to look at him again.
I knew nothing about art when Theo hired me. I take care of the business end of it. I'm driven and dedicated. Theo wanted this place to run smoothly, and he hired me knowing I could make that happen.
He sighed.
I'm telling you all this, Zoe, so that you understand what kind of person I am. I have to keep everything black and white to make this place what it is. I guess I just wanted you to know it's saying something for me to go out on a limb and let you come here today, let alone make you all these promises.
I took a small step back and held my hands to my chest. Should we have done this differently? I asked. You just have to tell me what to do. Lane let out a little laugh, shaking his head at me.
No, we don't need to do anything differently. I'm just explaining to you that everyone knows me for being pretty by the book, especially with this interview process. Maybe you shouldn't really mention to anyone that you just walked right in and I promised you a room without even talking to Theo about it.
Again, he paused and stared at me like he just couldn't figure me or this whole situation out. Am I making you feel unorganized? I asked.
A little, Zoe, honestly. I definitely didn't intend to make you any promises today. That's not something I'd normally do. I thought I'd just meet you and put you on a callback list for January, and that would be that.
Well, I'm sorry you're feeling unorganized, but I'm really happy that it's on account of me getting promised things. It's really such a relief to know I'm getting in.
I'm just sorry I don't have anything sooner,
he said. I'm sorry I waltzed right in here and painted your bunny without asking.
I'm sorry I made you cry on the phone.
I'm sorry I don't have a portfolio.
I'm not sorry you don't have a portfolio. I never would have gotten this if you did.
He held up the painting as he walked around his desk. I sat across from him by instinct, and by the time I figured out what was going on, he was pulling cash out of his desk drawer. No, I said. Seriously, I don't want you to pay me for it.
Well, I'm going to, he said. I want to do it, and you could use the money, so it's happening. You're taking this.
He reached out and handed me the cash.
I don't think it's quite two, he said regretfully.
That's too much.
No, it's not. It's not enough.
I sold some back home for $20 that took me way longer to paint. Of course, the paints weren't as nice, but still. 200's too much.
Where are they?
He asked. Where are what?
Your other paintings. Who's got them?
A bunch of old ladies that go to Fran's and some people from the church. I sold one to Mr. Coleman for $10 that took me like 20 hours to make. I had to cut bristles out of a brush until I got it thin enough for all the detail.
Where is this Mr. Coleman?
Lane asked.
Get him on the phone and tell him I'm interested in buying it from him.
I giggled.
I'm serious, Zoe. I hate that you let your other stuff go. $10, really?
He seemed so disheartened that I couldn't help but grin. It's just a bunch of dollar store stuff.
Why have you been using dollar store stuff?
I shrugged. I know there are better materials out there, but I wasn't really focusing on art at that time. And Crayola's not that bad anyway. I mean, these paints were great and everything, but I have fun with the cheap stuff too. Chapter 6. Lane.
Hello?
Lane Alexander said, putting his cell phone to his ear as he sat at his desk. Thank you for picking up, his mom said.
You've called 3 times in a row. Is everything okay?
I can't stop looking at this painting, Lane. He smiled.
I knew you'd love it, he said. I told her that the minute I saw it.
I'd really like you to thank that little Zoe for me.
I did, he said. I will. I'll tell her next time I see her.
Should I write her a thank you card?
You can if you want.
Will you get it to her?
Yes, I will, he said. I have to go, though. Somebody's here to see me.
Okay, well, I'm going to send you that card, so please make sure she gets it, okay?
Okay,
he said. Lane said goodbye to his mother and pressed the button to disconnect the call as he gestured for Lou Osborne to come into his office. She peered at him through a crack in the door, and he waved her in.
What's up, Lulie Osborne?
The sky, she said, wiggling around in a silly way as she came inside. What's up with you?
I went to my parents' house up in Maine this weekend, he said, standing to shake her hand as she came toward his desk.
How was that?
It was great. My little brother was there with his wife and kids.
My sister has a little one, too, back in New Jersey, Lou said. I miss them. Seems like he grows so much between the times I get to see him.
I know, Lane said. Maggie's 4 now, and it feels like she was born yesterday.
He took a deep breath and looked at Lou.
What brings you here, Ms. Lou?
Her eyes widened, and she shook her head like maybe she wasn't quite ready to answer that question. Lou was the newest addition to the SNS team. She was scheduled to move in just a few weeks and would be one of the artists who were spotlighted in the 6-part documentary. Her term would start in August, and with the filming beginning in September, Lou was the newbie, thus an obvious choice for a role in the series. It's happy and good for me, but I still feel really bad, like this is going to be a hassle for you. I just don't want this to be an awkward moment.
What moment?
He asked. Oh my gosh, I guess I should just go ahead and say it. I'm sorry, Lane, but I don't think I'm going to be able to take my spot at the collective.
You don't think? Or are you sure? He asked.
Lou bit her lip regretfully. I'm pretty sure. Instantly, Lane thought of Zoe. He'd been worried about her all weekend, wondering how she made it in this city that was so foreign to her. Lou peered at Lane with a regretful expression. I know, she said. I'm so sorry about the timing. I know it just gives you a few weeks to fill my spot. I'm sure we need to contact Jane and the crew at the documentary and tell them the change of plans. I really hate it if it leaves you in a bind. Lane's heart sped up at the thought of being able to offer Zoe Lou's spot. He wondered if she'd want to take Lou's place in the documentary. All of these thoughts took place within those split seconds.
It's okay, Lane said. There's a girl.
He got to the end of that statement and couldn't decide what to say. Couldn't decide how he wanted to define Zoe. There's a girl? Lou said, waiting for him to continue.
There's a girl who really wants that spot, he said.
She laughed. There's probably 50 of them. I'm just sorry for any hassle this causes you. I know it's bad timing.
It's fine, Lane said. What came up?
Joe.
Are you getting married?
No, she said. Not yet, at least. But he's got this apartment he's letting me rent for really cheap.
How cheap? Lane asked. Free?
Lou smiled. Yep.
That's pretty cheap, Lane said.
I'm in love.
I can see that.
Are the producers going to kill me for this? He shook his head.
Things happen, he said. You should do what makes you happy. We'll miss out on you being here, but if it makes you feel better, this whole scenario seems like an act of God on behalf of a girl named Zoe Etheridge.
Lane proceeded to tell Lou Zoe's story, from the phone call at the bus stop to the way she came in and painted in the most unconventional ways. He showed Lou the robot painting and told her many of the details of their encounter, carefully leaving out the personal details of her past and any mention of the watercolor bunny. So is she the person you're gonna let take my spot? Lou asked after a thorough inspection of the robot.
Yes,
Lane said. He hadn't even talked to Theo about the girl. He had been in Maine all weekend and was planning on catching Theo up on her this week. Lane would never, ever, under normal circumstances, show Lou how certain he was about who would take her place. But there was no question in his mind that Zoe would be the one, in spite of how unorthodox this whole thing was. Can we call her? Lou asked.
Right now?
Lane couldn't believe he was even thinking about it. He wasn't accustomed to the feelings he was having at the moment. If Lane Alexander was anything, he was in control. He prided himself on that. This, however, was different. This was uncharted territory for him. He knew it made no sense to call Zoe with Lou sitting right there in the office, but he did it anyway. She didn't have a phone, but Lane had an email address and the number to the convenience store where she worked.
She's not gonna be there,
he said, even as he dialed the number on his office phone. He held the receiver to his ear and looked at Lou.
Even if she was working last night, she won't still be there. She works the night shift. She got off at 7.
He glanced at the clock, which told him it was nearly 10 a.m. The night shift? Lou asked as the phone rang. Lane nodded as someone picked up the phone.
Quickie Mart,
the man said. Lane cleared his throat.
I'd like to leave a message for Zoe Etheridge. Zoe, is your name Zoe Etheridge? The man asked.
Yeah, why? A girl's voice answered. She must have been standing close by because Lane could hear her nearly as well as he could hear the man.
Phone's for you,
he said. Hello? Lane felt a wash of relief.
I thought you wouldn't be there, he said.
Who is this?
Lane Alexander from SNS, he added, trying to sound more official than he felt.
I was supposed to get off earlier, but somebody called in sick for their shift. What's up?
I've just had a meeting with the girl who's moving in next month.
Yeah?
She can't,
Lane said. He wanted to explain, but the words were getting stuck in his throat. Lane, please tell me you're not messing with me, Zoe said. Her voice was high-pitched. Lane could tell by the sound of it that she was trying not to cry, trying to hold it together.
I'm not messing with you, he said.
Seriously?
Seriously. A month?
Uh-huh. Zoe let out a long, relieved sigh.
Thank God, she whispered. Oh my goodness, you have no idea.
She seemed so soothed by the news and timid that Lane felt like he wanted to jump through the phone and be next to her. He wanted to know what she'd been doing all weekend, wanted to know if she was all right. He felt like she needed a hug, and he wanted to be the one to give it to her.
A hug? Really?
Lane had literally never fantasized about giving anyone a hug. He was not a hug fantasy type of guy. This girl made him feel out of his right mind. He wiped at his face, barely aware of Lou's presence in his office.
Are you okay?
He asked.
Are you kidding? I'm wonderful. Oh, thank you so much. I can't believe you're serious right now. Are you sure the spot's mine? Like for real, for sure?
That's why I'm calling, he said with a smile in his voice. There were several long seconds of silence.
Are you there?
He asked. A few more seconds passed before her high-pitched, shaky voice said,
Yes.
Lane knew she was crying, and he looked at Lou with wide eyes, feeling like he might have to trample her on his way out the door to Quickie Mart.
I'm so thankful,
she whimpered, trying her best to compose herself.
Are you good?
He asked.
Yes.
Do you need help finding somewhere to stay for the next few weeks? I could help you look into shelters if you need it.
I'm coming,
Zoe yelled to someone on the other end.
No, thanks, I'm good. I can probably afford a nicer place now that I know I have somewhere to go in a month.
3 weeks, Lane said. Zoe smiled even though Lane couldn't see her.
Piece of cake.
He could hear the relief in her voice, and it gave him a sense of happiness.
Can I come see you soon? She asked. You know, to talk about details or whatever?
Please, he said, trying to keep a poker face since Lou was sitting right there. Today, he added, since he couldn't stop himself.
I don't know when I'll get off, but I'd like to. Did your mom like her picture?
Lane's heart dropped when Zoe asked that question, because he knew he'd never explained the extent to which his mother liked that painting in front of Lou. So much, he said in a matter-of-fact tone.
Okay, I gotta go, but is the spot really mine?
Yes, 3 weeks.
Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye.
Was she crying?
Lou asked. Lane nodded, feeling dazed. He could hear the gratefulness in Zoe's voice, and he couldn't stop thinking about what her weekend must have been like. He ran a hand over his face and through his hair before leaning back in his chair to smile at Lou.
That's crazy, Lou said. I can't believe she just came into town and painted that robot on the spot in your office.
Lane smiled, thinking about the other painting. I can't believe you don't want the room, Lane said. It's crazy how it all worked out.
I know, Lou said. I was feeling bad about leaving you hanging with the short notice, but this is so cool. I'm totally rooting for that girl.
Lane smiled and did his best to seem neutral. Lou threw her hands up like their business was done and she was about to leave, but then she remembered to ask Lane if he needed any help around SNS. She said she still wanted to be a part of the team, and Lane was happy to agree to hire her part-time to help out at the gallery. It was a good scenario for him because he liked Lou, and he liked her art. He and Theo thought it would be a great addition to the gallery, or they wouldn't have chosen her in the first place. The two of them spent a few minutes talking about Lou joining the staff and the fact that Lane needed to call the documentary's producers. But before long, Lou was gone. The first thing Lane did when she left was call Theo to let him know what was going on. Bonjour, Lane, Theo said. How are things? Fine, Lane said. A few changes I wanted to let you know about, though. Go ahead, Theo said. It's Lou Osborne. She's not taking the room that's opening on the 12th. Is she okay? She's fine, Lane said. She's dating someone. Ah, Theo said, since personal relationships had been the cause of a few other artists' early departure from SNS. I just wanted to let you know about it and tell you I'd take care of taking her spot. I guess we'll go with the mixed media girl we had as an alternate, Theo assumed. No, there's someone new. I haven't even talked to you about her yet. I just met her Friday, but she's the one. You'd love her.
No, I don't want to do that,
Theo said. He sounded completely serious, and Lane's heart dropped.
No?
Lane asked.
I'm teasing you, Theo said, laughing. I've never heard you be so passionate about a prospect before. I'm not passionate, I just know you'd love her, that's all. She's different. I trust you, Theo said. If you like her, I'll like her. Just work out the details. I will. I am. I'll send you some pictures of the paintings she did so you can see what I'm talking about. It's the little robot you brought back from Germany that one time. She painted it right here in my office. You'd really love her work. You already said that. Because you would. Well, go ahead and get her in there. I am. I'm about to call the documentary crew and tell them about her. Oh, no, I forgot Lou was doing the documentary, Theo said, as if that complicated things. It's fine, Lane said. Zoe will step in.
Theo let out a huff.
Pretty confident about someone you just met Friday.
Lane thought about reiterating the fact that she was a genius or telling Theo that sometimes you just know, but instead he just said,
Yeah. All right, well, make it work, I guess. I will.
Chapter 7. It was 11 a.m. when I finished work that day. I had been at work for 12 hours, which was slightly overwhelming on my first day, but it was fine since I had only been scheduled for 2 shifts that week. I barely noticed the last hour of my extended shift anyway, because Lane at SNS had called the store to let me know there would be an opening at the collective much earlier than he thought. Less than a month, actually. I had a severe case of permagrin ever since I got that call. The hotel where I was staying was not nice at all. Granted, it was better than being on the streets, but it wasn't a place I wanted to stay for very long. I had no idea New York had so many rats. I had seen some right out on the street near my hotel, like they weren't even ashamed of showing themselves. No shame at all from these New York rats. While I hadn't seen one in the hotel room with me, I could hear them at night, scratching and running around. We had mice and rats in Texas, but never a problem so bad that the sound of them kept me up at night. I slept with a pillow over my head, praying that nothing crawled on me. My room didn't smell that great either. It was either currently or had at one time been a smoking room, and probably a pet-friendly one as well. I was relatively sure the sheets had been washed before I got there, but there were various stains on just about every fabric surface in the place. I wasn't trying to be a snob, but it was gross. And I felt a glorious rush of relief when Lane called and told me I'd have a place to stay at SNS. I assumed that until January my living circumstances would be as bad or worse as they were currently, and the idea of moving into SNS in less than a month made me feel like a whole new person. I may as well have been the mayor of New York City. I was smiling and high-fiving the customers that came into the convenience store after I took that call from Lane, and I was still beaming after I clocked out and made my way to the door. I had a Coke in my hand as I waved over my shoulder to my coworker, and I turned to find that someone was holding the door for me from the outside of the store. "Thank you," I said. I stared straight at the young, attractive businessman for a couple of seconds before it registered that he was Lane. I had seen so many faces in my extra-long first day of work that it took my brain a few seconds to sort out the fact that I knew him. "Hey," I said. I stepped onto the sidewalk, and he let the door close behind me. We made our way to the side so we could be out of the way.
I'm so glad I caught you, he said. I tried to call to tell you I was coming up here, but the line was busy.
"You came here for me?" I asked, assuming until then that bumping into him had been a coincidence.
"Yes," he said with a little smile. "Where are you going?"
"Home," I said. "To my hotel."
"Are you walking?"
I nodded. "It's not too far."
"Can I come with you?" he asked. "Or we can take a cab. I just wanted to see if we could discuss some things about the collective and the possibility of you having a role in the documentary."
My stomach flipped. While I really wanted to talk to Lane, I also didn't want to take him back to my hotel. I didn't want him to see where I was staying. My feet and neck were aching after such a long first shift, and all I wanted was a shower, but there was no way I was taking him into that rat hole. Maybe we could go sit on a park bench or go back to SNS, I said.
Do you want to go by your place to change?
He asked with a glance at my Quickie Mart visor. I reached up and took it off, pulling my hair out of the ponytail in the process and running my fingers through it. I'm fine, I said, smiling. Lane watched me run my fingers through my hair. I could see his gaze follow my hand down the length of it before meeting my eyes again. He swallowed, regarding me with a serious expression.
I really don't care where we go, he said. I was just gonna join you for the walk back to your hotel if that's where you're headed.
For whatever reason, at that moment, an urge came over me to be honest. He looked so nice, and I felt so gross that I guess I figured I had nothing to lose. I stared right into Lane's amazing ice blue eyes and said, The icy machine sprayed this sticky strawberry foam all over me about 3 hours into my shift last night. I pinched the front of my collared shirt and pulled it away from my chest, showing how sticky and gross I was. It went everywhere. I pretty much got it off of my skin, but it's still all over my clothes. I paused and smiled. I'd love to change and take a shower and everything, but honestly, I don't want you coming back to my hotel. It's not nice.
Worse than you thought?
He asked, since I had already told him a little about it that day in his office. It's just kind of gross in there. I didn't know this city has so many rats. Lane's expression grew more concerned.
Are there rats where you're staying?
I mean, not in the bed with me or anything. He smiled.
In the room?
I was about to say that I could hear them, but I stopped myself, feeling embarrassed and regretting being so honest. I'm just tired, I said, and the place is a little bit of a dump. I was just thinking we could talk on a bench or something. I mean, as long as you don't mind me smelling like strawberry icy. Lane gave me another one of those thoughtful looks he was famous for, like he was trying to figure out what to do with me next.
Why don't we go to your hotel? He said. If you want, you can grab a change of clothes and we'll go back to the collective. You can try out the showers there.
His reference to trying out the showers made me think about having a room there in 3 weeks, which made me feel so happy that I agreed to his plan. The next thing I knew, we were headed toward my hotel. We walked slowly, and Lane used the time to explain about the girl who had to give up her spot. She was supposed to be one of the artists featured in the documentary, and apparently, the producers wanted to talk to me about taking her place. Lane had already spoken to them about my story and sent pictures of the robot. Getting to that point in the conversation led him to say,
I didn't show them the bunny, though. I couldn't say anything about it earlier because Lou was still in my office when I spoke to you. My mom loves you for painting that. She reminded me again this morning to tell you thank you.
I smiled. I thought about your story this weekend, I said. I'm so glad I went with my gut and painted that. It makes me happy to think your parents see it as special.
They do. My parents wanted me to take you up to Maine so they could show you pictures of my real mom when she was little. They said something about wanting you to see the way my real mom used to stand. I think you happened to get some detail right.
Aw, that makes me smile, I said. We had been walking so slowly that it had taken nearly a half hour to make it to the building where I was staying. I came to a stop when we got to the front door, and Lane stepped back to look at the exterior of it before staring at me again. There was very little foot traffic in this area, so we just stood in the middle of the sidewalk.
That's just about everything I wanted to talk to you about. Sometime in the next week or so, you'll need to stop by and look over the rules and sign the agreements. I don't have your packet ready just yet, but I guess I could put it together this afternoon if you want to come back with me now.
Oh, no, that's okay. If that's all you needed to talk to me about, then I guess we're done. A walking meeting, I said, babbling. I smiled at myself for being a dork and stuck out my hand for Lane to shake in an official manner. Thank you so much, Mr. Alexander, I said, feeling somewhat relieved that he wasn't going to come in. He shook my hand, but seemed reluctant about it.
I'd like to get your phone number so I don't have to go track you down at work.
I don't have a phone. I didn't get one yet. He pointed to the building.
Can I get the number to this place?
You're welcome to, but now that my dates have changed with the collective, I'll probably find a better place to stay. I could just call SNS or come by and give you the number to my new place once I find one.
If you're planning on leaving, why don't we just get your things right now?
I let out a chuckle. I don't know if I'm planning on leaving today necessarily.
Why not?
He was so serious that an uncontrollable smile spread across my face.
Zoe, don't.
Don't what?
I don't know. Whatever you're doing right now.
What? I asked. My smile broadened as I held out my hands. I'm just standing here, sticky and smelling like strawberry icy. Lane looked away from me and ran a hand through his hair, seeming agitated at the thought of leaving.
Can we please just go up there and get your bags?
Chapter 8.
I'm so glad you're getting out of this place,
Lane said, looking around the room when we first stepped inside. I know, but I don't want to lug my bags to SNS if I'm not sure where I'm going after that, I said.
You can stay at the collective before you stay another night in here.
You can't do that, I said. I knew enough about Lane to know he was already bending the rules for me, and that rule bending of any sort was uncomfortable for him.
Yes, I can,
he said. There aren't any rooms.
I run the place, Zoe, and I have a couch at my place if it comes to that. It's better than you staying here.
I stared at Lane. He was nicely dressed, as always. He had on dress slacks with a starched collared shirt, but seeing as how it was the middle of the summer, it was unbuttoned at the collar and his sleeves were rolled up. He still looked incredibly sharp, though. Entirely too handsome for this room and my sticky work uniform.
What can I carry?
He asked. None of my stuff was spread out. It was still neatly folded in my duffel bags, so all we had to do was zip them up before taking off. We talked to the guy at the desk, and I got charged $20 for late checkout, which was worse than him just forgiving me, but better than charging me for another night. It was the strangest thing. I could tell Lane really wanted to pay the guy out of his own money, and he had to make himself refrain from doing so. We took a cab to SNS, got out, and carried my things straight through the gallery and into Lane's office. 2 women tried to talk to Lane on the way in, but Lane said he had some things to take care of and that he'd be back in a minute. I assumed they were both artists, both of them young and attractive, and I had on a sticky Quickie Mart shirt, which made me avoid too much eye contact with them. I could tell they were curious about me and what Lane was doing helping me through the gallery with giant bags. Are you sure it's okay for me to be back here? I asked, noticing the skeptical looks on the girls' faces.
Why wouldn't it be?
He asked. He closed his office door and took my duffel off of his shoulder, setting it at his feet. I did the same, setting the smaller one right beside it. I don't know. I guess because they were looking at us like this was unusual.
It's highly unusual, he said. The only thing that would be more unusual is if I brought you up to my apartment.
Is your apartment in this building? I asked. The look of surprise on my face caused him to smile.
Yes, he said.
Upstairs?
Not in the artist's lofts, he said, knowing that's what I was thinking. I have an apartment in the building, though.
Where is it? An easy smile remained on his face.
At the top.
Really? I asked, instinctually glancing upward.
You can't see it through the ceiling,
he said, causing me to punch at his shoulder for teasing me. Is it nice? I asked.
The nicest, he said. Theo's generous, and he loves this place. He really takes care of me because he knows I take care of the collective. I'd do it for a lot less than he gives me, though. I'm invested now. I keep everything professional, but I'm invested. I love all these guys. I love nothing more than to see them use this place as a springboard. That was Theo's vision all along, and the longer I'm here, the more it's my own.
I wanted to ask Lane right then and there if he ever got into relationships with any of the artists, and maybe, depending on his answer, I'd see if we could possibly work a kiss into the deal. I found that I really wanted to kiss him. His lips were curved in such a way that they were begging to be kissed. It was literally as if they were gesturing to me, "Come here, kiss me." You have a cleft chin, I said, since I knew I had just been caught staring in the general direction of his mouth. Lane touched his chin.
A little dimple, I guess,
he said. I reached out to touch the little indentation in the middle of his chin, and when I did, Lane instantly turned to the side, breaking the contact.
You can't do that,
he said. His chest rose and fell with a deep breath as he took a step back. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Don't be, he said. I'm sorry. I know you weren't trying to. Never mind. Did you want to use the shower?
Yes, I said. I fished around in my bag until I came up with a change of clothes. I brought that and a small toiletry bag upstairs to the women's shower where I got cleaned up. There was a laundry room nearby that had several washers and dryers, so I decided to wash my work uniform while I was there. Carol had to help me get change out of the machine when it wouldn't accept my dollar bills, but otherwise, my experience on the second floor was smooth and self-explanatory. I decided to kill a little time while I waited for my clothes to finish in the washer. I figured I'd throw them in the dryer before I headed downstairs to talk to Lane and begin my hotel hunt. I showed myself to the kitchen where I purchased a granola bar out of the vending machine before sitting on a couch that lined the wall. There were a few other people in the room, and the one sitting closest to me introduced himself as Nicholas. It only took us a few exchanges to figure out that he was the one who had loaned me his watercolors. I thanked him for being so kind, but decided not to mention whether or not I had used them, since I knew Lane hadn't shown anyone the bunny painting. Nicholas and I talked for a while, and I told him during our conversation that I'd love to see some of his artwork sometime, which was the truth. I was so looking forward to getting new influences and ideas.
I'll show you some of it right now if you want,
Nicholas said. I agreed easily. Sure, thanks, I'd love to see it. I followed Nicholas to his room, which was painted dark gray. All of the flats were the same, 4 walls, 1 door, and 1 window. Oh, I haven't seen a gray room, I said. The one I saw the other day was white.
We get to choose our color,
Nicholas said. I looked around his room at the 20 or so paintings that were hanging about and lying on every surface.
How'd it go the other day?
He asked.
Lane said he needed the paints for an interview.
It went okay, I think. I felt blood rush to my cheeks the instant I figured out that I didn't know how much information I should give him.
Are you applying for one of those January spots?
I glanced at him, and he looked me over as if curious for the first time about why I had just taken a shower and was hanging out in the kitchen. I was suddenly extremely nervous about what I should say to him. I had no idea if Lane wanted me talking about taking Lou's place or not. I'm not sure, actually, I said, but your work is really beautiful. I can see that you have a style. I think I need to get more of a style. Nicholas stood next to me so he could see which painting I was referring to. It was a beautiful orchid.
Thank you, he said. This one I did in the botanical garden. You'll have to go over there sometime. It's really inspiring.
We were both still standing there looking at it when I heard Lane's voice from the door.
Hey,
he said. Hey, I returned as Nicholas and I looked up to stare at him. We both had a hand on the orchid painting, and I noticed Lane noticing our proximity, so I let go of the paper by instinct. Lane looked at me curiously when I did that, and I returned his expression with one that was close to regret.
What are you doing up here?
Nicholas asked, looking at Lane as if he was a little surprised to see him. Lane gestured at me.
I was making sure Zoe found everything all right. She was chowing down on a Luna bar when I found her, so she found the vending machines, that's for sure.
Nicholas was standing right next to me, and I smirked at him for saying I was chowing down in front of Lane.
She said she's applying for that January spot, Nicholas added.
I knew he was probing Lane as a favor to me, but I made another regretful expression to Lane, telling him I hadn't known what to say to the guy.
Zoe's moving in next month,
Lane said in a matter-of-fact tone.
The girl filling the August spot pulled out.
Wasn't she doing the documentary? Nicholas asked. Lane nodded and flicked his chin to urge me toward the door.
Zoe's doing it now,
he said.
She's taking Lou's room and the spot on the film. She's here to take care of paperwork, and I told her to come upstairs and check the place out.
Nicholas turned and looked at me like he was surprised I hadn't shared any of that with him, and all I could do was shrug and smile. I wasn't sure how official everything was.
If Lane says it, then it's official,
Nicholas said.
I said it,
Lane said, with a little wave aimed at Nicholas as we left.
What took you so long?
He asked as we walked down the hall. I didn't know what time you'd be. I was trying to stay out of your... And I have a load of clothes in the washer that needs to... I trailed off.
Did you say anything just now?
He asked, coming to a stop in the hallway. How do you know where I was? I asked, realizing that Nicholas's room was way at the other end of the floor, close to the men's showers.
I asked the people in the kitchen.
I threw my work clothes in the washer. I hope that's okay.
It's fine.
I should switch them to the dryer before I go downstairs, I said. They're probably finished washing.
Okay. Do you just want to meet me downstairs in my office?
I held in a smile, but it was difficult. I could tell I was under Lane's skin just by the way he was looking at me. It wasn't just that he appreciated my art either. There was something else. If I didn't know any better, I would say he didn't particularly like finding me in Nicholas's room.
I have a few phone numbers written down for you,
he said.
People you can contact about a room.
I'm sorry, I said. I could have done that.
I know.
I expected him to say something more, but he left it at that. He just said the words, I know, and then looked at me. But thank you for doing it, I said, and for everything.
You're welcome,
he said. Okay, so I'll meet you downstairs.
Yep,
he said. We went our separate ways in the hallway, Lane toward the stairs and me toward the laundry room. I smiled the whole time, thinking about Lane taking time out of his day to fuss over me and my living arrangements. I switched over my laundry and set my clothes to dry before heading downstairs. I knocked on the door to Lane's office and then opened it when I heard him tell me to come in. He was sitting at his desk, and he got to his feet when I came inside.
I'm putting this in the gallery unless you tell me otherwise,
he said, gesturing to the robot painting.
I know you're not officially in the house yet, but I figured you could use the money, so I thought I'd go ahead and let you sell it.
Don't feel like you have to do that, I said, remembering how those girls had looked at me on the way in. I mean, you can just wait till I live here if that's what you usually do for people.
Do you not want to sell it?
I don't mind selling it, I said. I just don't want you to do me any favors.
It's too late for that.
Well, I don't want you to do any more then.
Okay. Then we'll wait until after you move in. Or I'll just accidentally keep it in my office. I could just pay you for it. That might be the easiest thing.
I'm so sure. I didn't even want you to pay me for that other one. He gave me a resigned smile.
I know you'll have to sell your stuff if you want to be able to buy supplies. I might be your biggest fan, but I can't keep everything you paint for myself.
You're sweet for saying you're my fan.
You're about to have plenty of fans, trust me.
He propped himself against the side of his desk with his legs crossed in front of him, and I walked over there to stand closer. None of my future fans will be as good as the first one, I said with a thankful smile that let Lane know I was referring to him.
I know I'm not your first fan. You said you sold all your stuff in Texas, so they must know good art when they see it.
Some of them were nice about my art. My dad was a fan, I guess, but none of them were like you, I said. None of them make me feel the way you do. I smiled shyly, feeling like I got deeper than I intended, especially after he told me I couldn't touch his chin earlier. Thankful, I mean. I know you're going out on a limb for me.
Zoe?
Yeah?
I have never and will never act in an inappropriate way with any of the artists. I have no trouble maintaining a professional relationship with all of them.
Okay, that's good, I said. I felt clean after taking a shower, and it gave me the confidence to stand closer to him than I should have. I came to stand right next to him, leaning against the desk in the same way he was. I knew he was doing his best to refrain from noticing my proximity.
My personal feelings for you can't really enter into the equation once you move in, he said. I thought I should at least tell you that.
I was tempted to pretend that I had no idea what he meant by personal feelings, like his whole comment came out of the blue and I really wasn't sure what he was talking about. But that wouldn't have been fair to either of us. Not when we both knew the connection between us was real. I felt breathless at the fact that he even said the phrase personal feelings about me. My lungs felt like they were functioning at about half capacity. I promise I won't let my personal feelings for you show when I'm living here, I said. Nobody will ever even know they're there.
But they are,
he said, assuming on my behalf. I smiled. Maybe. I teased. No one ever said I couldn't flirt with you a little before I signed my contract, though. I haven't signed anything yet.
You're gonna get me in trouble, Zoe.
I'm sorry. He smiled.
No, you're not.
You're right. I'm really not. Chapter 9. 3.5 weeks later. Moving day. I had seen it transpire on TV sitcoms and read about it in books, but I never had it happen to me personally. At least not to the extent that it took place the day I moved into SNS. It was an accidental eavesdropping of epic proportions. I had already gotten all of my things into my room, although nothing was yet unpacked. I loved my room and felt instantly comfortable in it. I chose a light grayish purple for the walls. I had a lilac-colored room as a child, so I went with a subdued version of that. It had only been painted a few days before, so I had just seen it for the first time, and I loved how it came out. On the way up to my room with all of my things, I had seen that a few of my paintings were already hanging in the gallery. I had done several of them during the last few weeks while I was waiting for the portrait photographer, who I'd be replacing, to finish his term. I brought each one to Lane as I finished, but we agreed that he wouldn't make them available in the gallery until I moved in. I was surprised and excited to see them already hanging up on my very first day, and it was for this reason that I set my things down in a hurry and headed back down to the gallery to see them. I was staring at one of them and thinking about how nice the frame was when Lane came into the gallery along with the owner, Theo Duval. The gallery was huge, and there were partitions and structures spread throughout, so I was aware of their arrival. But the two men had no idea I was present in the room. I peered around a corner, watching as they came in and began talking to the person who was working, a girl named Lou who happened to be the same person who had given up her spot for me. She wasn't living here, obviously, but she had just started working at the gallery as part of the hired staff. I had never met Theo before, but I'd seen a picture and I knew he was in town, so there was no mistaking who it was standing next to Lane. When I first heard of Theo's story, I assumed he was older. I couldn't really tell his age in the picture I saw, but seeing him standing next to Lane gave me a new perspective of him. It seemed like that they were close to the same age, which was not what I expected. I became entranced and stood there watching them converse for what must have been a full minute. Lane was the more serious of the two gentlemen, but there were words and laughs exchanged between them all. They were both handsome and nicely dressed, and it didn't surprise me at all when a group of people who had been browsing the gallery walked up to them to introduce themselves. By that point, I felt stuck in my little corner of the gallery. I could make my way to the elevator to go up to my room, but to do that, I had to cross a great distance, making it obvious that I'd been in there all along. The stairway was closer, but I couldn't get there without being seen, and it would draw attention to me when the door swung open anyway. It was easier for me to just wait it out in the corner while they finished their conversation. Before I knew what was happening, the two gentlemen finished talking to Lou and the others and left the front desk. They seemed to have an air of wandering about them, like they meant to meander around the gallery, which was a total nightmare for me. Lane pointed in my direction, and I ducked behind a wall. It might not have been the best choice to hide, but I was just that nervous, and my body did it on reflex. I stood there, trying to catch my breath, and praying they would pass by me quickly and be on their way. I wasn't usually one to hide, but I was officially hiding now. There was no way I could come out from behind that wall without it being really obvious and awkward. The more seconds that passed and the closer they walked, the more I was stuck. So there I stood, barely breathing.
This was the one she did in my office. NFS,
Theo said, noticing the plaque beside it that said it wasn't for sale. Even though he had only said 3 letters, his voice was recognizable because he spoke with a French accent.
I decided to keep it, Lane said. I'll replace it once she paints something else that size to hang there. Is this her too?
Theo asked.
Yeah, those are some of hers from the last few weeks. It's hard to believe these are the same person,
Theo said.
I know. She says she wants to have a style, but I tell her not having a style is her style.
A few seconds of silence passed before Lane added,
You can see certain common threads if you look hard enough.
They were 100%, no doubt referring to me. And my heart pounded out of control in my chest. I felt terrible about standing there listening to them, but too petrified to do anything else. They were quiet for what seemed like a dad-blasted eternity. I could hear their footfall and knew they were nearby, but they didn't speak. It was obvious that they were inspecting my art, and I was so nervous about Theo's opinion of it that I held my hands over my ears in the ready position, in case I needed to close them with a split second's notice.
You should be careful, Lane. Something about this girl's got you,
Theo said. My insides started buzzing the second he said it, and I repeated the phrase about 3 more times in my head, wondering what it meant.
I'm fine,
Lane said. Bam, 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 went my heart. Theo let out a laugh.
I don't know this time. Rule number 1 is that I don't date the artists. That's your own rule, Theo said. You don't do it either. Yeah, but that's my rule, and if I wanted to break it, I would. Well, I don't,
Lane said.
Rule number 1 is rule number 1 for a reason. It'd be a distraction for both of us if we let ourselves go there. It's already bad enough as it is.
He let out a self-deprecating laugh.
I almost asked her to stay at my apartment when she first got to town. Can you imagine? A perfect stranger who had just rolled into town, and I came this close to giving her the key to my apartment. It's insane. It's like whatever she can do with a paintbrush, she can also do with me.
I cringed, hoping they'd stop talking and walk away already. I felt sick at the thought of what they might say next.
I wonder if she can do it with all men, or if it's just a spell she's cast on you in particular,
Theo said. He spoke distractedly as if he was still looking at art.
No,
Lane said.
No?
Theo asked challengingly.
No,
Lane repeated.
No as in she's off limits? It doesn't matter,
Lane said,
since you don't date the artists. I don't, but I also said I'd break my own rules for the right person.
Theo spoke with a smile and accentuated his French accent, teasing Lane. I had to work to steady my breathing.
Just no,
Lane said simply. There was a smile in his voice as well.
You're not gonna make it through 2 years. Yes, I am,
Lane said.
I'm Lane, remember? I do remember. But I also remember you saying the phrase, she's different, about 10 times in reference to this girl. She is, obviously,
Lane said.
I mean, look at this stuff. Yeah, but you don't just mean it about art,
Theo said.
How do you know how I mean it?
Lane asked. Theo responded with a statement that was completely unexpected.
I think you should just go ahead and kiss her, he said.
My heart felt like it jumped right out of my chest, grew cartoon legs, and started running around on the floor in front of me. All I could hear was the word kiss over and over again in my head. Had Theo just recommended that Lane kiss me? Was that what had just transpired here? I swallowed hard and clenched my fists, reminding myself not to make a sound.
You're out of your mind,
Lane said.
You should,
Theo said. I heard a few slapping sounds, and I assumed he was clapping a hand on Lane's back.
You're not going to think straight until you... I'm just saying that maybe you should get it out of your system. What did they do to you in Brazil?
Lane asked.
They taught me jiu-jitsu. Is jiu-jitsu the sport where you make terrible professional decisions?
Lane asked. He had apparently been joking because the men both laughed.
I'm glad it worked out with her being able to take Lou's room, Theo said in a tone that sounded like he wanted to wrap it up. Thank goodness. She's got an interesting story. I'm glad we could help her. Me too, Lane said. I can't wait for you to meet her. They continued to talk as they were walking away, but within seconds, I could no longer hear their conversation. I waited there until I was certain that they had disappeared. I made my way to the stairs, breathing a sigh of relief when I finally got to the other side of the door. 2 guys, other artists who I had seen around, were coming down the stairs, and I stepped to the side so they could go around me. We all smiled but didn't say anything to each other. I walked up the stairs, trying to piece together the conversation I had just overheard. I wasn't sure whether to be honored or offended, honestly. I somehow felt smitten and heartbroken at the same time. It made me happy to know that Lane was at least tempted by me, but at the same time, it was hard to hear how easy he thought it would be to ignore any feelings. I sighed as I started up the stairs. I reminded myself as I walked to concentrate on the positive. Concentrate on the fact that I had a brand new, freshly painted room waiting for me right there in the heart of New York City. I had free room and board, and for the next 2 years, I would constantly be surrounded by talented artists. I did my best to think of such things in order to shake Lane Alexander from my thoughts. It was difficult because he was everything I wanted in a man. And knowing I had the tiniest crack in his resolve made me have thoughts of throwing myself at him. I had to make a conscious choice to put it out of my head. I slid my headphones over my ears and listened to loud music as I went to work unpacking and setting up my room. For the next 3 hours, I worked. I had already purchased and washed a set of twin sheets, and I got them on my bed along with the comforter I had just bought that morning. One of my first investments for the room was several strings of lights, which I hung from the ceiling with a ladder. Carol introduced me to Louis, the handyman, who helped me with my light-hanging project, and by the time we were done, my room felt like a little slice of paradise. I plopped onto the bed, feeling clean and fresh as I stared at my newly hung white lights. I was sprawled out when there came a couple of knocks on my door, just before I heard a man's voice. Oh, wow,
he said. My door was open a crack, and I sat up on the edge of the bed, looking at Lane, who was peering in from the hallway. Hey, I said. Lane knew by my smile that I was inviting him in, so he pushed the door open.
You have it all fixed up in here,
he said, taking in the ceiling as he came to stand inside. I couldn't help but notice that he let the door close behind him rather than leaving it open. Thank you for painting, I said. It looks amazing.
It'll be even better once you start making art in it.
I can't wait, I said. I'm already trying to imagine where I'm going to put everything. I'll probably work by the window. I'm sure I'll set up over there.
That's what I wanted to come talk to you about. Well, 2 things, actually.
What?
One is your workspace. I have something for you, and the second is that Theo's in town. He's downstairs and wants to meet you. I can bring him up, or you could come down.
I'd love to meet him, I said. If he came up here, would he be mad about the lights?
No, Lane smiled. You should see Marie Adair's room.
Okay, well, whatever y'all want.
It's probably easier for you to just come down,
he said.
But you don't need to be in a hurry.
What was the other thing you were talking about?
What did I say?
Something about my workspace?
Oh, an easel, he said. One of them got delivered for you today. It's downstairs at the desk. They don't bring packages up if they're too big.
Where did that come from? I didn't order an easel. I was planning on getting one when
I got it for you, he said, cutting me off. You didn't have one, and that's something you'll really use. As far as everyone down there is concerned, you ordered it for yourself. It's an antique, so don't be surprised when it comes out looking old. I wouldn't have even told you I did it, but I figured you'd ask questions.
You can't do that.
I already did. It's downstairs. I would have brought it up, but nobody really expects me to pay attention to the packages.
Lane was standing in the middle of my room by then, and I found it almost impossible to stop myself from hugging him. Not only for the sweet gesture of buying me an easel, but also just because I wanted to. He had broad shoulders and big arms, and I wanted to know what they felt like wrapped around me. I stood up, inching closer to him casually. "Did you ever buy anyone an easel before?"
No,
he said, adjusting his stance to put a hand in his pocket.
but no one's ever come without one. No painter, at least.
But if some other painter had moved in without an easel? I trailed off with a smile, waiting for him to continue.
I probably wouldn't have even noticed,
he answered, smiling back at me. Chapter 10. I wanted to tell Lane I knew he had feelings for me, and that I had them for him too. I wanted to say it was going to be really hard for me to ignore my attraction to him, but I didn't. I just stood there looking speechless. The door to my room was closed, but I kept thinking someone would come looking for one of us and walk right in. We weren't touching each other, but it was as if I was breaking some rules just by the way I felt toward him. "What do I say when I go down there to get it?" I asked, talking about the easel.
Just tell Lou or whoever's at the desk that you're expecting a package. If there's nobody sitting there, you can pick it up yourself. You'll see it. Nobody's gonna bother you about it.
"Why do you do it?" I asked.
Maybe I just wanted my easel to be in your little Netflix documentary.
I giggled. "You did not."
I'm in your corner, Zoe, he said. I know what a gift you have, and it's fun for me to think about being one of the ones to discover it.
"The one," I said. "The only one so far."
Not the only one, he said. One of your paintings sold already.
"Seriously? Which one?" I asked excitedly. He smiled at my enthusiasm.
The kitchen knives.
"For real?"
He nodded. You'll see your commission from it on your first gallery check. Lou said the same guy said he'd probably be back for the one of the pig to go with it.
I hadn't imagined those two paintings going together, but it's cool that he liked them both.
He's a repeat customer of ours, a collector. Lou said he was interested at the robot right off the bat.
"Did he buy it?" I asked, since Lane didn't know I knew he was officially keeping it for himself.
No, because it's not for sale. I decided to keep it. I'll get with you about paying for it.
"Please don't do that," I said. "You already gave me money I didn't want for the watercolor, and you bought me an easel."
You're gonna like that easel.
He smiled and stretched his back.
But I'm still paying you for the robot.
My heart was pounding at the way Lane looked at me. It wasn't like he was making smoochy faces or hinting in some other type of way. He was just wearing a normal expression. But even still, we shared something. I knew he was thinking about me in some way, and I kept wishing it was that he was about to kiss me. "Thank you, Lane, for being on my side with all this," I said. "Thank you for everything."
You're welcome,
he said. We were only a few feet apart, standing in my brand new, freshly painted room with beautiful lights strung overhead. It was a perfect moment. That's why I couldn't stop the next words out of my mouth. We were staring at each other when I said, "I think you should just do it." Of course, I was referring to kissing me, even though I had no idea if that's what he was thinking.
What do you think I should do?
He asked. "Whatever you're thinking about," I said, praying that was vague enough while still leaving him an open door.
You wouldn't say that if you knew what I was thinking.
"I bet I would," I said. And then, because that's just how desperate I was to make it happen, I looked away and mumbled, "Just get it out of your system."
What?
He asked. I turned to look at him with a little smile. "Nothing."
What did you say?
"I said you should go ahead and do whatever it is you're thinking about doing."
You said something else after that.
"No, I didn't."
You did.
"It was nothing," I said, glancing down shyly. He stepped toward me and used the side of his finger to tilt up my chin.
We can't do this, Zoe.
"Okay," I said.
We have to maintain professional boundaries.
"I know. I understand." My voice came out more vulnerable and disappointed than I intended, So I smiled at him. I know, I repeated in a more upbeat way. He held his hands out, palms up, and stared at them as if he was confused. He flexed his fingers as if testing his grip.
It's amazing what happens to me, he said.
His eyes met mine, and his expression reflected that he was still perplexed.
It's almost physically impossible for me to keep myself from reaching out to touch you right now,
he said.
Something comes over me when I'm next to you. It's like there's magnets in my hands. I actually have to fight against it.
I smiled with the utmost sense of relief that he was feeling just like me. I stuck my fingertips out and wiggled them in the air between us. I feel a little magnety, too. Is it at all possible that this could happen today and then we can just pretend it didn't and go about our lives? What in the world was wrong with me? I was flat out shamelessly asking him to kiss me.
Could what possibly happen today?
He asked. We were standing close enough for me to show him rather than tell him, but I felt shy about being so direct. I had never felt this way about a man before, and it was making me say and do things I would have never normally said or done. Could we just let this happen right now? And then go back to the professional boundaries?
I don't know,
he said.
Could we?
I wish. He took a step closer, looking down at me like he was at the very edge of losing his self-control. He scanned every inch of my face, and I did the same to him, thinking he could play Superman in a movie, and desperately wanting him to take me into his arms and kiss me already. Both of us struggled to regulate our breathing, which was apparent by the rapid rise and fall of our chests. I know I can pretend it never happened, I said, searching for any magical combination of words that would draw his lips to mine.
Thanks, he said sarcastically.
I smiled. I didn't mean it would be easy to pretend it. I just meant that I would. I know I can.
I can't believe I'm even thinking about doing this, he said. The thing is, I knew what I was getting into when I came up here.
I know. You closed the door, I teased. He smiled and glanced at it before looking at me again.
I did, didn't I?
And you bought me an easel, I said.
That had nothing to do with this.
What did it have to do with, then? He studied me.
I don't know. Maybe it did. But it can't. We really can't. It would interfere with my focus and your eligibility, and we can't do that. You need to be here.
I know, I whispered. But I also know it's possible for us to just let it happen once and forget about it.
I'm just warning you that that's the last time you have to say something like that. The next time you even hint at it, I'm going to...
Yes, I whispered. Do it. Permission granted. How else can I... And then it happened. Lane stepped forward, and in one smooth ducking motion, he bent and touched his lips to mine. He put his hand around my back, drawing me gently toward him. I needed no such encouragement, because the instant he leaned in, I stretched up to meet him. I was shaking, and he put his other hand around the back of my head to steady me. Once, twice, and then 3 times, Lane's lips touched mine, each time lingering a little longer. They were soft and warm, and a wave of anticipation washed over me each time we made contact. Lane licked his lips and then put them on mine again, this time letting them stay there for several long seconds. An uncontrollable whimper left my throat at the sensations that rushed through me, and when the noise happened, Lane deepened the kiss. I didn't expect him to do that, but he did, and I responded by kissing him back eagerly. I wrapped my hands around the back of his head, letting my fingertips slide through his hair. I don't even know how long we stood there. It was at least a minute. He kissed me, and I kissed him back. We kissed each other like we had nothing to lose, like it was the last time we'd ever kiss each other, which was probably the truth.
Okay,
he said, breaking the kiss. Okay, that's another peck on the lips initiated by Lane.
Okay, that's it,
he said, pulling back. Then he did it again.
One more,
he said. Finally, we completely broke contact, taking a step back from each other to create actual distance. I was dazed with desire. For a second there, I had completely forgotten where I was. I was so mesmerized by the kiss that I actually forgot I was in my new room. I stared up at my lights, and the reality hit me. Okay, that's better, I said. It's out of our systems.
Is that what you said earlier? I thought that was what you said.
I opted for shrugging off his question because I knew if I said anything, I would end up giving myself away for overhearing them earlier. I smiled at Lane through the heartbreak I suddenly felt. I knew he was completely serious about not being able to be with me, and after that kiss, the reality of it felt like a blow to the heart. Did you say you needed me to go downstairs to meet Theo? I asked. I took a few steps backward, sitting on the side of my bed and kicking my feet out in front of me in an effort to look casual.
He's down there. But you don't have to go tonight,
Lane said.
He wants to meet you soon, but he's in town for a couple of weeks, so he's not in a huge hurry. I mostly just wanted to come up here and tell you about your package.
He hesitated, smiling wryly at me.
And get that out of my system.
Did it work? I asked, loathing our one-kiss fate.
No,
he said.
But a second one wouldn't either. So we should probably just quit while we're ahead.
Yeah, I said, you're right. Plus, I need to go downstairs anyway, to go get my package. I popped off of my bed and headed for the door with a big smile on my face. Lane caught me by the arm as I walked past him.
One more,
he said. He leaned in as I passed and placed his lips on my cheek. You missed, I said. Without thinking better of it, I sprang up and pressed my lips directly onto his in a sweet but chaste kiss. That's the last one, I said regretfully.
I know.
I gestured with a flick of my head toward the door. Let's go.
One more thing,
Lane said. To my utter satisfaction and relief, he took hold of my arm, gently pulling me toward him. I fell into his arms, and he wrapped himself around me in the best bear hug in the history of all bear hugs. Lane held me. He hugged me so securely that uncontrollable tears of relief and happiness sprang to my eyes. I relaxed into his arms, wrapping my arms around his middle and gratefully returning the embrace. He was solid around the middle, and I smiled against his chest as I relished the feel of hugging him. Thank you, I said. I really needed that. He squeezed me tightly before letting go and taking a step back. He shook his head and smirked at me, leaving me at a loss for words.
Okay, now we can go,
he said. I told Lane on our way downstairs that I had been looking forward to meeting Theo, and as long as everyone was okay with it, I'd go ahead and do it right then while I was getting my easel. We walked down the stairs and through the gallery to Theo's office, which was right next to Lane's.
Mademoiselle Zoe Etheridge from Texas, I presume,
Theo said, bowing with a flourish as he stood up from his desk. Lane had come in with me, and he came to stand on my right. Theo stuck his hand out to shake mine, and I took him up on the offer, giving him a firm handshake like my dad always taught me. This place is a miracle, I said. I pointed at the ceiling. My room is amazing, thank you. Theo smiled.
You're very welcome. I like what I've seen of your art, Miss Zoe. And Lane is most impressed.
I'm most impressed with Lane, too, I said. And then realizing what that sounded like, I added, with the way he gave me a chance to show him my art and everything. I shrugged. I don't think I came to him in the most conventional manner, and he's been really gracious.
Lane's the man, Theo said. That's why I keep him around.
We both looked at Lane, who smiled humbly at us. I wanted another hug. I wanted to just step closer to him and have him wrap his arm around my shoulders. Obviously, I didn't.
Have you been informed about the film?
Theo asked. Yes, sir, I talked to the producers. I think I'm all set to start working with them in a couple of weeks.
You don't have to call me sir,
Theo said. I bowed shyly since I was fairly certain sir and ma'am might slightly offend people up here. It's a Texas thing, I said, causing Theo to smile.
Are you excited about the film?
Definitely. The whole thing is a dream come true. I keep feeling like I'm going to wake up any second.
Well, I'm happy you're happy, Miss Etheridge.
If you're not sir, then I'm definitely just Zoe, I said with a teasing grin aimed at Theo. He laughed and stuck his hand out to shake my hand again. I gave him my hand, and he pulled me into a sideways hug where we kept our distance and touched shoulders. Nothing at all like the hug from upstairs.
I think you're gonna fit in just fine, Zoe from Texas,
Theo said, still smiling. Thank you, I said. Thank you for believing in me. I'm so happy to be here.
Thank Lane,
Theo said.
He believes in you enough for the both of us.
Then I'll try not to let him down, I said, smiling back and forth between them. I bowed again. Anyway, I just wanted to meet you and tell you thank you for the opportunity.
You're very welcome,
Theo said.
People like you are exactly the reason why I do this. Zoe was saying something about needing to pick up a package,
Lane said. That's right, I said, nodding. I do have a package waiting at the desk. Chapter 11. The following December. As months passed, it became more and more apparent that Lane fully intended to keep our relationship on a professional level. He distanced himself, interacting with me like he did with all the other artists. We never made prolonged eye contact, and I could see the discipline and distance in his expression every time we had an encounter. In spite of the fact that I was nursing a little bit of a broken heart about Lane, my time in New York had been positive and productive. The filming of the documentary was going well, and I had sold enough of my work through the gallery that I was able to pay for food and nice art supplies while still saving some. It was going so well that I had recently quit my job as a cashier to focus on art full-time. I always painted piece by piece, just whatever inspired me at the moment. But for a change, I decided to paint a collection. I was inspired by growing up in small-town Texas, and I set out to create a scene of rural life in America. The first painting in the series featured a train. There were tracks less than half a mile from where I grew up, and I used to walk over there during the day and hear the trains at night. A train was one of the first things I thought of when I thought of home, so it was a no-brainer as a start to my collection. I was working on that very painting while the crew from the documentary was in my room filming. We were already 4 months into the making of the film, and while it was somewhat distracting having a camera and crew right next to me while I worked, I had gotten used to it, and I barely even noticed they were there. The crew was following 5 artists, plus Theo, Lane, and the gallery staff. They made the rounds with us, checking in with each of us for a couple of days each month, asking all sorts of questions and charting our individual growth and progress. I was in the middle of my 4th session at the moment. It was December 20th, and I was the last artist on their schedule before everyone went home for the holidays. The director was in my room, along with 2 others and a camera guy. There were 2 big lights on tripods focusing on me at my workstation. It was late afternoon, so there was very little light coming in through the windows, but I was still sitting there since that's where I always painted. The director's name was Jane, and she was sitting in an actual director's chair that was positioned next to the camera. There were chairs and stands and lights all over the back half of my room, but I was used to the whole scene by now since it was my 4th session. You said it's the first time you're making a collection, Jane said. Tell us more about that. I don't know, I answered as I painted. I guess until now I had just been painting whatever came to my mind without thinking about how it related to the next thing that would come to my mind. And then one day I just decided it would be fun to paint one big thing but spread it out over a whole bunch of canvases. You know, have them all connect. I glanced at Jane, who regarded me with a look of confusion. Do you mean they'll have one central theme? She asked. No, I mean they'll literally connect. I held my thumb and forefinger in a position indicating a couple of inches and traced a horizontal line along the far wall, showing just how I imagined the collection being hung with the canvases butted up against each other in a line, so that it was one panoramic scene. Are you saying they're all going to have to be positioned next to each other to make sense? She asked. Yes, ma'am. But they'll come apart, too. I'm going to try to make them significant on their own, but also make them connect. That's an interesting idea for a collection. Surely I'm not the first person to do it, I said as I continued to paint. Have any of your influences done it? Jane asked. No, I said, but that's not saying a lot since my exposure to art is unfortunately so limited. Just because I don't know of anyone who's done it doesn't mean it hasn't been done. If it was one of the first things I thought of in my career, then I'm sure someone else has thought of it too. So will you sell the paintings as a set? She asked. I shook my head. Separately. Separately? That's the plan, I said. I have some space in the gallery set aside where I'll show them as one connected piece, but when they sell, they'll all go to individual homes, and I'm good with that. I'm going to number them all, 1 through 24, and I'll work each canvas's number into the scene somehow so the buyer knows which one they got. See? I pointed to the number 1, which was incorporated on the side of the train. So the next canvas will have a number 2 on it? Jane asked. Yes, I said, but it might not be as obvious as the 1. It'll be different on all of them. The number will be hidden, or at least understated in most of them. I just wanted people to know what number they had, I said, so they can imagine where it fit in line. Everyone was quiet for a minute while I painted. I was so into the scene and memory of it all that I barely even remembered they were there. Do you have the whole scene planned, or will you go picture by picture? Jane asked. A little of both, I said. I have a general idea of where I'm going, but I'm sure its shape will change by the time I get to the end. It's my first time to try something like this, so I'm kind of making it up as I go, to tell you the truth. Why small-town America? She asked. Because it's home to me. Say that one in a complete sentence, if you don't mind, Zoe. We'll want to have that one. Say what? Say, I'm doing this collection of small-town America because small-town America is home to me. Rural America is home to me, I said. That's why I'm doing this collection. I know I'm going to be able to get across a sense of nostalgia because that feeling is inside me. I have it in my heart. Perfect, Jane said. Can you tell us in your own words why you started with a train? My dad. Zoe. Huh? I said, forgetting yet again to speak in complete sentences instead of just answering her questions. It might not have been so difficult if I wasn't so entranced by the painting. What was the question? Why you're starting with a train. I painted for a few seconds while I gathered my thoughts. There was no question in my mind that I would include a train in this collection, I said. In fact, the whole thing's actually built around the idea of a train. That's how I thought of lining the canvases up like boxcars. My daddy loved trains. He was always joking around, and when I was a little girl, he used to pretend to be a train conductor every time we'd get in the truck to go somewhere. He'd open the door for me, and while I was climbing in, he'd make a grand conductor's speech, the same one every time. He was just being funny, but it made me feel like I was going on some great adventure, even though we were probably just going to church or Piggly Wiggly. Can we hear it? Jane asked. The speech? Do you remember it? Yes. But we can't hear it, she asked, seeing my shift in expression. You can, but I just need a minute. I turned my back to the camera and put down my brush and palette, sinking my face into my hands and taking a deep breath. Uncontrollable, hot, silent tears streamed from my eyes as I envisioned Dad's smiling face staring down at me as he held open the door to the truck. I could see him and hear him reciting that speech. He was a short, stocky man with white hair that grew in that horseshoe pattern around the sides and back. That man loved me. He was always there for me, right up until the last minute when he made me promise to chase my dreams. It had been a while since I cried about Dad. but thinking about the conductor's speech was too much. I had no other choice but to let it out. I just sank my face into my hands and let silent tears roll down my cheeks while Jane and the others waited for me. "I want to say it," I said after what must have been a full minute or two. "I know I don't have to, but I want to. I think Dad would get a kick out of me telling y'all his little tradition. I just need a minute." I had to cut off because more tears started flowing. "Just give me a minute," I managed to squeak out. I decided I needed a change of scenery if I was ever going to be able to get through his speech. "Hang on, y'all," I said. I stepped around the lights and stands until I got through my room to the door that led to the hallway. "I'll be right back," I yelled, leaving them in my room. I went straight to the staircase where I ran up the stairs all the way to the 8th floor before coming back down. I was winded when I returned, but I was also sufficiently distracted, which was the whole idea. "Okay, I think I can do it," I said, once I got situated in my workstation and caught my breath. I smiled and made a gesture with my fist like I was honking some imaginary train horn. "All aboard! Southlake, Waco, Baytown, Abilene, Nacogdoches, Conroe, Bunkie, and LeBeau. Don't forget your bicycles, tricycles, old shoes, crab nets, fishing poles, and razor blades. Watch your step, please, because you know how hard it is to collect your insurance." I finished the speech with a little smile, but there were tears in my eyes. "He did it much better than that," I said, shaking my head as I turned to busy myself with grabbing a paintbrush. "He had the fluctuation down and everything." "Is that where you get your talent?" Jane asked. "Your father?" "I actually don't even know who my real dad is, but it doesn't really matter because I know who any talent I have comes from." "Who?" "God." I shot her an expression like that was the most obvious question ever, which it was. This made her smile at me. "Can you phrase that in a complete sentence for us, Zoe?" "Not really," I said. "Why not?" "Because you're asking me to say that I think my talent is God-given. Like it was my idea to say it." "Exactly," she said. "My promptings aren't going to be in the film." "I know, but that's not something I would just randomly say," I said, "because it sounds like I think my art is God's gift, and it's really the other way around." "Isn't that what you just said, though?" she asked. "Not in the way it would sound if I said it without you prompting me. I know that any talent I have is a gift, that's all. But it's more like it's God's gift to me rather than some gift I think I get to give to the world, if that makes any sense. I don't even know what I'm trying to say now." "Do you think it's boastful to say you have a gift?" "Maybe. But that doesn't change the fact that I still think of it as one in my heart." "Don't you want your art to be appreciated? Don't you want to make an impact?" she asked. "Of course, who wouldn't? It feels great to sell a painting or have someone say they like what I do." "But what?" Jane asked, knowing I was being reluctant. "All I'm trying to do is make the impression that I'm humbled if people like my art. I'm just trying to tell you I feel like there's a God who's responsible for any talent I have, that's all. I just didn't want to say it the way you were asking me to a minute ago because I was afraid it would come out wrong, which it obviously has anyway." I turned to Jane with a pleading expression. "Can we cut that whole conversation we had just now? I like Dad's speech and everything, but I got nervous on that last part. Can we just cut that out, please?" "That was one of the best parts, Zoe. It's such good footage along with that thing you did about your dad, and it totally fits with your small-town values. I promise we'll make it good." I squinted at her. I did it playfully, but impassively at the same time. "You're not going to put that whole part where I cried, are you?" She smiled. "We'll work with you. I just want you to watch it back and see what you think." "I'll watch it back," I agreed, "but I got tripped up on that last part, and I don't think I want that whole thing where I broke down about Dad." "I think you're gonna end up keeping it," Jane said. "Zoe will decide that," I heard a man's voice say. We all turned to focus on my door and could see that Lane had just come inside. "I thought you guys were wrapping up at 4, he said. "We're gonna be done soon," Jane said, standing and stretching, showing off in front of Lane, I could tell. "We're running a few minutes late, but this is so interesting. Zoe's quite a little artist. Did you know she was planning a collection?
Yes.
Lane said, stepping into the center of the room, right in the midst of all the chaos.
So are you done for the day?
He asked again. We could be, Jane said. They both glanced at me and I shrugged. I think we are, I said, since they had already been in there for longer than the designated time.
We did get a lot this time, Jane said. You should have seen Zoe's conductor impression.
Lane glanced at me curiously and I gave him a small smile. It was edged with melancholy as a result of all the emotions I'd just experienced, and Lane scowled at Jane.
You guys can go ahead and start packing up, he said. I'm sure Zoe's ready to start her holiday.
Hey, that sounds like a good idea to me, Jane said. We're ready to start our holiday too. We just got a little carried away talking to Miss Zoe here. Jane and the others began gathering their things while talking about each of their plans to head home for Christmas.
Can I talk to you for a minute?
Lane asked, looking straight at me from across the room. He gestured to me with a wave of his hand, and I made my way around the camera equipment so I could follow him into the hallway. Chapter 12. Hey, I said. Merry Christmas.
What are you doing?
Lane asked. We were filming, I said, unsure of what he meant exactly.
I meant, what are you doing for Christmas?
Nothing. I mean, Linda said I could go over to her house, but I'm not sure what I'll do yet. There's about 10 of us just staying here, so I won't be alone or anything. What are you doing? My relationship with Lane had been distant to the point that I was nervous and awkward about interacting with him. I kept glancing into my room for fear that we were being overheard by the crew.
What's wrong?
He asked. Nothing.
I didn't know if you wanted to come with me to Maine or whatever, he said. I'm leaving tomorrow to go spend Christmas with my family.
For how long?
I'll come back the day after Christmas.
I stared at him with a stunned expression. I wasn't sure how we'd gone from all business to, would you come with me on a 5-day trip to meet my parents?
It was probably a bad idea for me to ask,
Lane said, taking in my stunned silence.
My mom actually asked me to see what you were doing for Christmas. She loves that painting, and Anyway, I just didn't want you to be by yourself.
Linda and Whitney have me volunteering at the food bank tomorrow afternoon. I think they signed us up for a shift to help them sort some canned goods. I would love to go with you, but I already told them I'd be there.
We can leave the next day if you think you want to come, Lane said. I was just planning on heading up tomorrow because I'm done here.
Lane's hair was almost black, and I got lost in the contrast of it against those light eyes. He tilted his head to break my stare.
Zoe.
Yes, oh. I mean, I don't want to make you a day late on your trip or anything, but I would love to go to your house for Christmas.
Really?
I nodded and stared at him like he must be crazy. Definitely. I'd love to. I already told the girls I'd be there tomorrow, but if you'll wait.
What girls?
He asked. Linda and Whitney and them. His expression was comically confused because there were no Lindas nor Whitneys at the collective. The beauty shop, I said, smiling at Lane's expression. I'm a fan of old-school beauty shops. He nodded.
You've done some of that stuff in your paintings, and you told me about Fran's, he said.
Well, I have a Fran's here in New York, only it's called the Snip and Curl. Linda and Whitney own it. They're a mother-daughter team. It's a boosted-up, much trendier version of Fran's, but same idea. That vintage feel and everything.
I didn't know you hung out in a beauty shop.
I looked it up and went there when I first moved here. It was back when I painted that one of the old hairdryer.
I thought that was out of your mind, Lane said. Something you remembered from Fran's.
I smiled and shook my head. That's the Snip and Curl. I'm planning on doing a few more from in there once I'm done with this train series.
Is that what you're calling it?
He asked, peeking into my room as if trying to get a glimpse of the painting I was working on. I don't know what I'm calling it, I said. Ask me after I'm done with number 24.
Is that how many you're doing?
Yeah.
Why 24?
He asked. I shrugged. I like that number. Plus, it's my birthday.
When?
The 24th.
Of what month?
Then, as if Lane had just remembered seeing it somewhere, he said,
Is it December? It's December, isn't it? I smiled and nodded. I remember seeing that on your paperwork and thinking you were a Christmas baby. Well, you have to come now. You can't be alone on your birthday and Christmas back to back.
I wouldn't be alone. I've got Linda and these goobers up here at the collective.
They're not going to make a cake and sing to you.
Well, neither will your family.
They most certainly will.
They better not, I said. You better not even tell them, not on Christmas Eve. Just then, Jane and her sidekick walked by us.
We'll be in and out for a few more minutes, getting packed up, Jane said.
That's fine, I said with a wave as they continued down the hall. I shifted to stare at Lane again once the others looked away. I smiled. I'd love to tag along to your family's place if you're sure you don't mind.
I don't mind, he said. I want you to come or I wouldn't have come up here to ask you. I'll come by your room the day after tomorrow at 9 a.m., and we'll head out.
We smiled at each other and he turned to go. Lane, I said with a hand on his arm to stop him. He regarded me, waiting for me to speak. It was on the very tip of my tongue to ask him if he had ever brought another artist to his house for Christmas, or if I was the first. What do I need to bring? I asked instead.
Nothing. Just yourself.
You sure? He nodded.
See you soon.
Lane's family made me feel so welcome. His parents showed me pictures of Lane's real mom and thanked me profusely for following my gut when it came to doing that painting. They had another painting I had done, and when I asked them about it, they said Lane sent it to them. The strangest thing was that they didn't know it was my art because the style was so different, and Lane hadn't even told them I was the artist. They were floored when I told them it was my piece, saying it was one of their favorites, but they had no idea I had done it. I showed them my little insignia, which was mostly hidden, and they compared it to the one on the bunny painting, laughing at how they missed that. Lane was playing with his little niece when that conversation took place, and he somehow got away with acting like he didn't really hear us. I didn't know what to make of Lane not telling his parents it was my piece, but I never brought it up to him. The days passed quickly. I had an amazing time in Maine with Lane's family. He and I got to know each other quite well during the trip. We got into personal topics, but we were always careful not to let it lead to exploring our attraction to each other. It was apparent that both of us were willing to avoid acknowledging our feelings, even in the midst of moments where we felt chemistry. We went bowling on Christmas Eve, and when we got there, I could see that Lane's mom and sister-in-law had our little area decorated for my birthday. It was the sweetest thing ever. His whole family came, and they even had a cake with candles for me, which hadn't happened in a long time. Lane had a brother named Jason, who was married with 2 children. The oldest, a girl of about 5 named Maggie, watched me intently the whole time everyone sang to me. She was staring at me so seriously that I was convinced she was going to blow out my candles for me. I hesitated when the song was over, because Maggie leaned forward expectantly like she was really going to blow. Are you going to do it? I asked, waiting for her. No, silly, you have to. That's your job. You better hurry. I quickly took a breath and let it out in a big whoosh, blowing out the candles in one try. Maggie watched me like a hawk, making sure the last candle went out before she finally relaxed. What'd you wish for? She asked. I had, no lie, just wished that Lane Alexander would fall madly in love with me. I wished it so hard that nothing else even came to mind as a lie. I can't tell, or it won't come true, I said, feeling thankful for that excuse, which worked every time. She nodded. Yep, I knew that. Lane's mom cut the cake, and we all sat around eating while we continued to take turns bowling.
Yes, baby,
Jason said, turning around in triumph when he got a strike. Lane was next to me, and he used the distraction to ask,
What did you wish?
I smirked at him. I can't tell, I whispered, or it won't come true.
You don't believe in all that,
he said. Which part, the wishing or the not telling?
Either.
Maybe I don't, but I sure did wish something just then.
What was it?
He asked. I narrowed my eyes and sat my plate on the table beside us. It's my turn, I said. My heart was pounding the whole time I walked up to the front and got the ball. It had been fairly easy to avoid Lane at the collective, but now that I was in Maine and we were all stuck indoors with the cold, he was right there beside me all the time. I felt like I was constantly shaking and shivering. I took a deep breath before walking up to the line and letting the ball roll down the lane. It was the most horrific example of a gutter ball ever. Not only was it a gutter ball, but it also only traveled about 5 feet before clanging into the gutter in a most violent manner. Lane and Jason were both smiling at me when I turned around, but everyone else was eating cake and no one else was really even paying attention. I was giggling as I picked up another ball to go for my second shot. "Please, God, help me," I whispered as I held the ball to my chest. I took a deep breath, zeroing in on that first pin, the one right in the front. "Please, do like you did with David's stone, God. Help this ball hit those pins, please, please, please." I did my best aiming and follow-through, desperately hoping for anything to happen besides a gutter ball incident like the first. I peered through my fingers, but I could tell right away from the ball's trajectory that I was going to hit some pins. I hit them all, actually. Every single one of them fell down. I jumped and shouted, and the whole family cheered like it was a game-winning shot. It was great timing with me just having blown out the candles, and I was smiling from ear to ear as I came back to join them around the table.
Nice spare, Jason said.
Lane's dad's name was Phil, and he smiled at me and clapped me on the shoulder as he passed me on the way to get his ball.
She's throwing rocks tonight, he said.
Who's throwing rocks? Maggie asked.
I'm just saying Zoe's doing a good job,
Phil explained to his granddaughter. She squinted at him, trying to figure out how doing a good job had anything to do with throwing rocks. He laughed as he tousled her hair.
It's just bowling talk, he said.
Lane was smiling at me as I came to stand near him. He had just finished his cake, and he threw the small paper plate away before handing me mine. Thank you, I said, grinning at him as I took it out of his hand. I tugged on it, but he wouldn't let it go, so I glanced at him.
Happy birthday,
he said where no one else could hear. Thank you.
You look really cute out there bowling.
I didn't look cute on that first one, I said. He let the plate go, and I took it, cutting into the cake and taking a bite before looking at him again.
Yes, you did, he said. You looked especially cute on that one.
Cute in a you feel sorry for me kind of way?
Not even close to that kind of way, he said.
What kind of way then, Lane? I asked with a teasing challenge.
In ways we've agreed not to discuss.
Why are you bringing them up then?
Hey, at least talking is all I'm doing, he said.
Uncle Lane, it's your turn, Maggie called. One time, something happened, I whispered before he could walk away. One time you did more than talk about it. Lane's expression remained neutral, but I knew he was stirred up by me bringing up the kiss. I made a silly, scrunched-up face at him. It's your turn, I said. I ate a few bites of my cake and discussed favorite colors with Maggie while Lane bowled, and before I knew it, he was standing beside me again.
It's your turn,
he said to Maggie, who took off. What'd you get? I asked, glancing at the monitor, which said he bowled a spare. Good job, I said, before he could even answer.
You mean you weren't watching?
He asked, pretending to be hurt by holding his fist to his chest. I grinned. You told me not to, I said with wide eyes.
I did not, he said. I thought you were cheering for me over here. I thought you and Maggie would have your pom-poms out.
If I watch you, all it does is get me in trouble, I said.
Why? You like my form?
He was kidding around, but I actually did like his form. He was athletic-looking, even at a not-so-athletic sport like bowling. I cleared my throat. I'm just trying to do the right thing and ignore you, I said. Lane gave me a regretful smile as if he really wanted to say that we should throw caution to the wind, but he just couldn't. He conveyed a lot in the prolonged eye contact that followed. Somehow, without Lane saying a word, I understood that he really wanted me, but he also wasn't going to let himself give in. I was honored by the attraction that was evident in his expression, but heartbroken at his resolve. Lane Alexander was entirely too noble. Chapter 13. The following spring. Weeks turned into months the way they tend to do, and the next thing I knew, we were more than halfway done filming the documentary. I had just finished filming my 7th session, and by now, Jane barely had to remind me to phrase my answers in a way that made it seem like I hadn't been asked a question at all. I had just finished my 24th and final piece in the collection, and I was pleased with the way it came out. I only featured trains on 2 of the paintings, but I was still calling it the Train Collection, just because of the nature of how they all lined up. I had become close with a lot of the people at the collective, and many of them had been in and out of my room as I worked, commenting on my pieces and asking me questions. Lane came up a time or two, but mostly I just saw him downstairs when I went through the gallery or helped out behind the desk. I saw him a lot, but both of us had a difficult time ignoring our attraction. So we always kept our encounters as brief as possible and only used eye contact when it was necessary. I carried a torch for Lane, but after months of seeing that we weren't going to let a relationship develop, I decided to give up. I didn't really decide on my own as much as deciding sought me out. This came in the form of my friend Macy asking me if I'd go to Lou's wedding with a friend of hers. I knew the guy. His name was Rhett Newman. He was an art collector who came into SNS regularly. He owned several of my pieces, and we had met a couple of times at the gallery. My friend Macy was interested in one of Rhett's friends, so she thought the idea of us double dating to Lou's wedding would be a win for everybody. I didn't feel the same chemistry with Rhett as I did with Lane, but I couldn't let my feelings for Lane get in the way of going on with my life, so I said yes to going to the wedding with Rhett. I was glad I did because Lane was there, and he was with a date as well. It was a huge wedding. There were what must have been 200 or 300 guests, but I found Lane instantly, and my heart sank when I saw him. Even from across the room, I zeroed in on the beautiful blonde sitting next to him. We watched the wedding, and then went right next door to the equally grand reception. I had on a dress, which was extremely rare for me. Oddly enough, Rhett had bought it for me before I even agreed to go on the date. It was part of the incentive package. Macy brought it up to my room with a handwritten note from him asking me to be his date. To be honest, I was relieved that he took the time to shop for me, because I didn't own a single dress and probably would never have bought one as nice as the one he sent. I figured he must be one of those rich guys who had a personal shopper who picked it out for me. So I agreed, and there I was at Lou's wedding wearing Rhett's navy blue dress, which thankfully fit me perfectly. The reception was at least as crowded as the wedding. There was a buffet with tables and live music and dancing. I knew they were there, but I did my best to ignore Lane and the blonde that came with him. Rhett and I were talking with Macy and the others at our table when I excused myself to get something to drink. Rhett said he'd like to go with me, and I agreed, even though I felt like I wanted to get away for a minute. Lane and the blonde happened to be standing between us and the area with drinks, but by the time I saw them, we were already set in motion to go over there.
"Hey, there's Lane," Rhett said as we crossed that way.
I knew he was going to make an effort to talk to Lane, and I decided that anything I did to discourage him from doing so would be suspicious.
"Hey,"
Rhett said, drawing their attention. Lane turned and focused on us as if seeing us for the first time. "Hey, Lane," I said, smiling my best smile at both Lane and the girl standing next to him. My heart was beating like crazy, and I felt mad at myself for hating a girl I didn't even know. She could have been the nicest person ever, and there I was, hating her for no reason.
"How are you?"
Rhett asked, extending his hand for Lane to shake. Lane smiled back at him, but it was somewhat forced. He glanced back and forth between Rhett and myself as if making sure we weren't physically connected in any way.
"I'm fine," Lane said. "And you?" "Can't complain, Rhett said, "especially when Zoe's my date." "I see that," Lane said. "Who's your lovely lady?" Rhett said, shaking the blonde's hand. "Addison," Lane said. She smiled at Rhett while they shook hands, and then she and I greeted each other. I wanted to body slam her right then and there. I wanted us to engage in the biggest catfight in all eternity,
but I just held the smile and shook her hand as if I was truly happy to make her acquaintance.
Zoe's one of our artists, and Rhett's a customer,
Lane said, explaining to his date who we were.
a loyal customer, Rhett corrected, especially with Zoe's stuff. She's my favorite.
Rhett pinched at my ribs, and I squirmed to the side and smiled at him.
Oh yeah, there's something I did want to talk to you about, Rhett said to Lane. She's got that new collection done, and I'd like you to just go ahead and put my name on it. The whole thing. I'd like to keep it a set.
Lane studied Rhett with an unreadable expression.
I'm not working right now, he said. But if I were, I'd tell you that the collective hasn't even met with Zoe yet about the collection. I'm really not even sure if it'll be for sale.
Rhett let out a laugh as if Lane must surely be joking, but Lane remained serious.
Everything's got a price, Rhett said. I just wanted to put a bug in your ear that I'm your buyer, and I don't want it broken up. I'd like to buy it as a set. Well, Mr. Newman, it's not yet for sale, Lane said. We're not even close to that point.
Rhett put a hand in the air in a gesture of surrender at Lane's impassive tone.
Just make sure I'm the one you call when it is, Rhett said.
Lane offered him a smile, but it wasn't genuine. Addison and I shared a regretful glance with each other that said we both realized there were some male dynamics going on with our dates. How do you know Lane? I asked Addison in a moment of bravery, or foolishness. She smiled and glanced at him before looking back at me. We met at the gym, she said. I'm a personal trainer, not his personal trainer, but I work at the gym where he trains. I was sick to my stomach, literally nauseated at her words.
I figured he must have met you at the gym, Rhett said. You can't miss those guns.
Addison smiled and gave a small, shy flex of the back of her arm, which was ribbed with muscle like the cover of a fitness magazine. She was extremely fit, but still feminine, which meant she was basically perfect. It was difficult, but I got through the conversation without having to rush to the restroom and have some kind of puking anxiety attack. I ran into Lane again an hour later when Macy and I, along with our dates, decided it was time to leave. Rhett was talking to someone, and I had gone to get our coats from the coat check when I ran into Lane in the hall.
I can't believe you're here with Rhett, Lane said. I didn't know you were coming to this.
Why wouldn't I come? Everyone else from SNS is here. We stood there and looked at each other.
Lou said I should bring a date, so I asked Addison. He said, she's just my friend. We're not.
You don't have to explain that, I said.
What about Rhett?
What about him?
Are you dating him?
We're just friends.
He doesn't think that,
Lane said. Someone walked by, so Lane and I stepped out of the way. He put his hand on my shoulder to guide me out of the way, and he let it linger there even after the person walked by. I looked down at it, causing Lane to take his hand away.
You need to stop seeing him if you just want to be his friend, he said, because that's not all he wants from you.
I smiled cynically. Oh, and you think you know that from the 3 minutes of conversation we had? More people began passing us on their way to the coat check, so we conversed in a whisper.
Yes,
Lane said without hesitation.
I do know. Rhett's not interested in being your friend, Zoe.
Thanks, I said.
Why do you say it like that?
Because I think I can handle it, I said. From where I'm sitting, it doesn't look like Addison's very interested in being your friend either.
I can't believe the audacity of that guy. Trying to tell me he had dibs on your collection, he said.
He was so annoyed I didn't think he had even heard my statement about Addison. I can't believe he wants the whole thing, I said. Can you imagine how much space you'd need to display all of them?
Yes, I can because I've measured it.
Are you mad? I asked.
No.
Then why are you so serious?
Because it was rude of that guy to talk to me about work on my day off, and it was rude for him to assume he could just buy all of those paintings, like I'd just draw up the paperwork and make a deal right here at the reception. He rubs me the wrong way.
Well, I wouldn't have had a ride or a date or a dress to wear if it weren't for him, so I don't think he's too rude.
What's he got to do with the dress?
Nothing, I said, feeling instantly ashamed for saying that. I just wouldn't be here wearing this and doing this and experiencing Lou's wedding if I didn't have a date.
You're too good for him,
he said, still speaking quietly. You don't get to tell me that, I said. You've done a lot for me, and I'm forever grateful for that, but you don't get to tell me who I can and can't go out with, just like I can't tell you that. Rhett's been nothing but a gentleman to me.
Well, he doesn't just want to be your friend,
Lane said, his ice blue eyes looking right through my soul. Well, Addison doesn't want to be your friend either, I said, since it was the truth and also the best thing I could think of.
Addison's fully aware of where I stand,
he said. And where is that exactly?
We're friends and that's all.
I huffed as I shook my head and rolled my eyes at him in a frustrated gesture. I wanted him, and he wanted me, and I had absolutely no idea on God's green earth why we were standing there talking about two other people. Both of us were speechless for the next few seconds, which was a good thing, because Addison rounded the corner, smiling at us in all her personal trainer glory. I was looking for you, she said. It was good talking to you, Lane, I said, smiling and waving at him as if we had just stopped and exchanged small talk about the weather.
Zoe,
he said, but I ignored it. I just focused on Addison, who was approaching us by that point. I smiled and waved, planning on walking right past her. It was nice meeting you. You too, she said. Lane says you're one of the most talented artists he's ever seen. I continued to smile even though I felt like doing something crazy, like grabbing him and kissing him passionately right there in front of everyone. Lane's one of the most talented managers I've ever seen, I said, smiling and remaining as nonchalant as possible. Super professional, I added with a few old pal pats on Lane's shoulder. I was just headed to get our coats, but it was nice meeting you. You guys enjoy the rest of your evening. Same to you, Addison said.
Hey, there you are,
Rhett said, rounding the corner. He looked back and forth from Addison to me.
Lou's about to throw the bouquet.
Addison regarded me like it was the most exciting thing she'd ever heard. Should we go? She asked. Go ahead, I said. Come on, Addison said, beaming and taking my hand.
Go,
Rhett encouraged. And just like that, I was being dragged into the middle of the dance floor by Lane's beautiful date. It all happened so quickly. 1 second, she and I were scurrying onto the dance floor, and the next, I saw a handful of flowers flying end over end in the air above my head. I instinctually lunged to the side and reached out to catch it before it had the chance to hit the ground. Lou, being unaware of what was behind her, had overshot all of the participants, so I was the bouquet's only chance of being caught. It was a pretty epic grab, if I do say so myself. Everyone standing around gave yells of approval at my spontaneous snag, and I held the bouquet in the air with a huge smile as they cheered. Lou hugged and congratulated me for being the lucky girl to catch the bouquet, and I thanked her for inviting me to her beautiful wedding. Chapter 14. The following fall. I think you should put some flowers in there, Linda said, coming to stand next to Whitney, who had just finished braiding my hair. She wants to keep it simple, Whitney said. Very elegant, Linda said, nodding as she stared at the back of my head. She focused on my reflection in the mirror, smiling at me. What's the occasion? A banquet for the collective. The documentary people are hosting it as a thank you and farewell. They're all done filming, Whitney explained before her mom could ask. That was fast, Linda said. You're telling me, I said. I can't believe I've been in New York a year. Over a year. How long have you been coming here? Whitney asked, trying to remember. Almost that long, I said. Remember I did the Thanksgiving and Christmas stuff with y'all at the food bank. Whitney made a shocked face at me in the mirror. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. I can't believe it's almost that time of year again. September, Linda said, ticking off the months on her fingers. October, November, it'll be here before we know it. I wish it would slow down, I said. I'm gonna hate it when they have to kick me out of SNS. Linda smiled. We still need to get down there. I went the other day, Whitney said, with Michelle and Lindsay after we went to lunch. She patted me on the shoulder, indicating that she'd walk with me to the front.
And I wanted to buy everything I saw. I can't be going in there with a credit card.
Well, I want to go next time you girls go down there, Linda said. I want to see some of Zoe's stuff. She reached out to hug me as Whitney and I made our way to the register.
Are you bringing a date?
Whitney asked, raising her eyebrows. She knew I'd been seeing a little of Rhett, and she always called him my sugar daddy since he was rich. He wasn't old, nor were we really even seeing each other. But Whitney liked to ask me about the gentleman in my life and tease me about it. I smiled.
Rhett's coming with me, yes. Did he buy you a dress?
She asked as we meandered toward the front.
No, I'm wearing jeans.
Is he your beau?
Not really,
I said with a sigh.
But maybe he thinks he is.
What makes you say that? I can just tell. I work a lot, so I really only see him about once a week, and we never do any boyfriend-girlfriend stuff. He kisses my cheek, but nothing else. I shook my head. But I can tell he thinks we've got something just by the way he refers to the future. You have to just tell him you're not wifey material, she said. Tell him you're just looking for a sugar daddy. I bumped shoulders with her.
I don't even need that, I said.
It's not like he buys me anything. I cut off speaking in mid-sentence, which made Whitney smile at me.
Does he?
She asked.
Just a necklace, I said. It's beautiful, though. It's like a strip of leather with some gemstones mounted on the ends. I think they might be real because it came in this really fancy packaging. He gave it to me when I asked him if he wanted to come with me to the banquet tonight.
Oh, I wish you would have brought it, Whitney said. I can't imagine what it looks like. It's a thin strip of this soft leather that you loop around your neck several times like a choker, and it fastens into itself. It's gorgeous. It came with a card that showed how to put it on. Super fancy. It's the most upscale, bohemian-looking necklace I've ever seen. There's this pendant that dangles off of one end hanging down my chest, and I swear the little stones on it are real diamonds. I told him I couldn't accept it, but he insisted. He said he'd toss it in the trash if I didn't. Whitney laughed. I think he was actually serious.
I wish you would have brought it with you. I really want to see it.
I will next time, I said. There were a lot of guests at the banquet. The entire collective got to bring a +1, and so did the documentary crew, apparently, because there were way more people there than I expected. Those of us who were spotlighted in the film were sitting near the front, which meant my table was in close proximity to Lane's. As far as I could see, he was sitting next to Theo and did not bring a date with him, but I was happy that he was positioned at my back so that I didn't have to look at him at all. He was a great weakness of mine. I was wearing the beautiful necklace Rhett got for me. I had it on with a low-cut V-neck sweater, and everyone had complimented me on it. We got into a long conversation about it during dinner, and Rhett explained that it was a one-of-a-kind piece handcrafted in Italy. He told us all about the lady who makes them, and several of the girls sitting around the table took her information so they could look into one for themselves. We were still talking about it when Jane stood up to make a speech.
I'd just like to thank you all, she said,
testing the microphone. She smiled when she realized it was working and we were all paying attention to her.
I know I've told you all thank you for helping us make this film, but I feel like I have to say it again. It was truly an honor and a privilege working with each of you. I wish we could have followed all 30 of you. Season 2! One of the artists yelled from the back, causing all of us to laugh. Theo, you have an amazing place here, Jane continued, getting back to her speech. And I'm so thrilled that I get to be a part of sharing you guys with the rest of the world. We'll be in production for the next few months, and after some snipping and clipping and flipping and flopping, and probably a few fistfights and some hair pulling, laughs, we'll end up with 6 episodes of pure magic with a shiny bow on top.
We clapped, and Jane smiled and bowed before focusing on those of us right in the front.
It truly has been an amazing year for me, she said sincerely. Getting to know you, Theo, and the dream team up here has been one of the most fun, life-changing things I've ever done. If we hadn't already settled on a 6-episode deal, I'd just move in and film you guys indefinitely.
"We love you, Jane!" someone yelled from the back, causing us all to laugh.
"I love you too," Jane said. "When's it gonna be on Netflix?" someone else yelled. "That's a good question," Jane said into the mic. "One that several of you have asked me tonight. The truth is, I wish I had something more definite to tell you. We're looking at February, but we don't have the release date set in stone yet. I'll be in touch with Lane and Theo as soon as I know something for sure. I'd like to come back and have a viewing party if you guys are into that."
Everyone cheered for Jane, and she blew kisses and waved to the group as a whole as she found her seat. Theo gave a speech after that. A deeply touching speech that made us all happy to be a part of the collective and inspired us to go out and change the world. Theo finished his speech by saying that the desserts were being served shortly and that we should feel free to stay and hang out afterward. It was a nice speech to wrap up a fun evening, and we all said what a shame it was that the collective hadn't gotten together for a banquet sooner. We were all still sitting around our tables, talking, when Lane came up behind me, touching me on the shoulder. I felt him standing there before I knew who he was, but the instant I looked at his hand on my shoulder, I knew it was Lane. There was an instant buzzing sensation in my lower abdomen, and I took a hitching breath when I realized I could smell him. He was standing directly behind me, so when I turned to look up at him from my seat, the side of my face brushed up against his stomach. My ear and cheek were literally touching his abs, and I stared up at him, unable to breathe or even think. I started to pull my head away, but for some crazy reason, I decided to let my face rest against him. If Lane wanted to break the contact, then he could take a step back. He didn't. He just stared down at me. My heart felt like it was going to beat out of my chest, but I just sat there, gazing up at him.
"I like your hair,"
he said in a low tone that only I could hear. Maybe other people could hear, actually, but I didn't really care. "Thank you," I said, smiling. "Whitney did it." Was I flirting with him? I didn't know. I wasn't trying to, but I wanted him so badly that I might have been inadvertently doing it. I was leaning against his stomach and staring up at him like I never wanted him to move, if that counts as flirting.
"I need to talk to you,"
he said. His expression was serious and my eyebrows furrowed. Lane looked to my left to focus his attention on Rhett, who had apparently been looking at him.
"I need to talk to Zoe for a few minutes,"
Lane said. I swiveled to get out of my seat without even looking at Rhett. "I'll be back in a few," I said. The banquet was being held downstairs in the gallery, and Lane made his way down the back hallway. He kept going past his office to the door that led outside.
"I thought you quit seeing that guy,"
was the first thing he said when he opened the door. We stepped outside together into the alleyway. "We're not really seeing each other," I said. "I see him sometimes." Lane paced for a second before he stood in front of me. He checked me out, but he was reluctant about it, as if it almost pained him to do it.
"I heard him running his mouth about that necklace," he said.
I instinctually touched it, and Lane reached out and gave a tiny tug to the front of it.
"You need to take that thing off," he said.
I shot him an offended glare for tugging at my necklace.
"It looks like a leash and collar," he said. "He might as well have put some tags on there."
"Oh, that's really nice, thank you," I said sarcastically. I instantly reached up and began tugging at the necklace to loosen it. It dawned on me, only after Lane said it, that the design of my new necklace was indeed reminiscent of an actual leash and collar, only super fancy and beautiful. "I can't believe you'd say that." He stared at it with distaste.
"I can't believe you'd wear it."
"He didn't mean it like that," I said defensively. "Half the girls at our table got the lady's number because they wanted one for themselves."
"You still shouldn't wear that."
He was completely serious, and I scowled at him. "Even if he did mean it like that, which is gross, and he didn't, what do you care, Lane?"
"I care very much, Zoe. You know how I feel about you."
"I'm not sure that I do, Lane. How do you feel?"
"Like I want to beat the living daylights out of that guy for getting you this thing. You need to seriously get it off."
He reached out and tugged it gently again, making me narrow my eyes at him. He smiled.
"Seriously." I hate it, he said. Please don't see that guy anymore.
I wanted to throw myself into his arms, but for some reason, I did the exact opposite. You don't get to say who I see or don't see. If you want to stop me from seeing somebody, then you should go ahead and... I trailed off, realizing I started a sentence that I was too embarrassed to finish.
I should what?
He asked. You can't tell me not to see somebody if you're not gonna see me.
Zoe, you know we can't,
he said. Then you can't tell me not to date someone else, Lane. It's not like I'm even seeing him anyway, but even still, even if I was, you can't tell me not to.
How often do you see each other?
It's none of your business. Like, once a week, if that, but it's none of your business.
Does he come up to the collective?
He asked, looking confused as if wondering how he missed it. No. It doesn't matter, we barely hang out. Lane leaned against the building, massaging his eyebrows.
Zoe, do you feel anything at all for me?
I looked at him with an expression that said he was asking a painfully obvious question. Of course I felt something for him. I felt everything for him. I felt things for him and him alone.
Don't,
I said.
I'm serious, he said. Do you?
You know I do, Lane. He shifted to stand directly in front of me, staring at me with those blue eyes.
You have no idea what I would give to have you, Zoe. I see you, and I see the work of your hands. I see the others talking about you.
He turned and paced a step or two, shaking his head.
I thought I could do it. I thought I could make it through the 2 years. I thought I was strong enough to do it, but I can't. I can't see you with him. I just can't do it.
Then I won't go out with him anymore, I said. I didn't even care what Lane was willing to offer me. Just the fact that he was this shaken up about it made me know I didn't ever want to see Rhett again. I'll just tell him I'm gonna concentrate on my work. That's pretty much what I do anyway. He knows I stay really busy up here. Lane reached out and touched the side of his finger to my cheek, regarding me like he was an archaeologist and I was some unknown, precious object that he'd just unearthed.
I have never in my life ached to touch someone the way I do with you, Zoe.
The warmth of his finger on my face and the sincerity in his voice had a wave of relief washing over me. My eyes stung with tears of happiness, and I blinked, holding them closed for several seconds while Lane barely brushed my cheek with his finger. I had an overwhelming sense of being at home when I was with Lane. A warm, fuzzy feeling, like my soul enjoyed being next to his. He was still touching my face, and I had just reached up to place my hand on top of his when the door opened. Chapter 15.
There you are,
a man's voice said the second the door opened. I took a step away from Lane before I even realized it was Rhett speaking. Rhett had always been kind and considerate to me, but even as he stepped outside, joining us in the alley, I saw him as the bad guy in the story. The one who gave me dog collars and tried to keep me from Lane. I definitely had a sense of good guy, bad guy when I looked at the two of them, which was odd, since Rhett was a good guy. He had been nothing but a gentleman, and I reminded myself of that when I felt mad that he interrupted us. Looking at me, he said,
Theo's looking for you.
And then he turned to speak to Lane.
You too. I think they want to get a photo with you guys. I told them I'd come see if I could round you up. I saw you come down this way.
Rhett paused, waiting for Lane to speak, but Lane just stood there, staring at him in what must have been the most awkward silence ever. Lane's expression was impassive, and Rhett was cautious. Finally, after a few seconds of us just standing there, not saying anything, Rhett looked at me with a smile as he gestured with a flick of his head toward the building.
You want to head in? I think Jane wanted to get a picture. They can wait a minute,
Lane said. Rhett's expression fell as if he was just realizing he might not be welcome out there.
Is everything okay with my girl? He asked. She's not your girl,
Lane said in a matter-of-fact tone.
I think Zoe's got a voice and can speak for herself, Rhett said.
He looked at me with a smile, glancing at my neck for a split second before turning to Lane. I felt so awkward and caught off guard that I didn't have it in my heart to be rude to Rhett. So, rather than tell him with my own voice that I wasn't his girl, which was obviously what I should have done, I said, "I'm sorry. I can't date anyone." Rhett looked at me, and to my own dismay, I gestured back and forth between Lane and myself with a regretful expression. My body language indicated that Lane had just been out there telling me that very thing in an official SNS business type of way. I had no idea why I did that, but it's just what I chose to do out of nervousness. Rhett stared at Lane with confusion.
Were you out here telling her she can't go out with me? Rhett asked.
I felt blood rush to my cheeks the instant Rhett got defensive. I knew I had to say something. No, it's just that, with the documentary and everything, I think it's like in the contract that I can't. I was a terrible liar, so I tripped over my words. Why was I lying anyway? I had no desire to see Rhett anymore. So why did I feel the need to tiptoe around it? All of these thoughts were going through my mind as I stared at Rhett, who was utterly confused.
Did they make you sign a contract saying you wouldn't date?
No,
What Zoe's trying to say is that she's not going to be able to see you anymore.
Rhett puffed up his chest before staring at Lane.
Yeah, but Zoe didn't say that, did she?
Lane looked at me, which caused Rhett to do the same. I really should just pay attention to my art right now. That's why I'm here.
That's why she's here, Lane said. Not to be propositioned by one of our customers. Is that what this is? Rhett asked. Because what Zoe and I do on our own time is really none of the gallery's concern. What this is, Rhett, is Zoe telling you that she no longer wants to see you. Well, Lane, you can't make her do that, Rhett said with a confident smile.
He's not making me, I said, causing both of the men to look at me. I'm saying it. Rhett shook his head.
Let's just go in and take your picture and we can talk about everything later. You heard the lady, Lane said. There's nothing to talk about later. If I didn't know any better, Mr. Alexander, I'd say you had some personal agenda in all this. My agenda is none of your business. It looks like Zoe might need protection from you,
Rhett said with eyebrows raised. I don't need protecting, I announced. Both of them looked at me and I smiled and flexed my muscles even though I had on a sweater and they couldn't see my arms. See? I said. I got me covered. Now, shall we go in and take a picture? I led the way, reaching out to open the door first since I was too nervous and in a hurry to let one of them do it for me. I held the door for them, not caring that we had just ended a strange conversation in a most strange manner with me flexing and then playing the part of the gentleman by holding the door. Rhett walked in first, followed by Lane, who gave me the hint of a sideways smile as he walked inside. He was so adorable that I couldn't stop myself from reaching out to him. As he walked past me, I grabbed his hand, giving it a little squeeze before letting go again. He didn't have time to squeeze me back, but he glanced at me when I did it, and we shared a small smile. That trek from the alleyway back into the gallery was filled with quiet tension. The leather choker I was wearing seemed all of a sudden too tight, and I put a finger between it and my neck, tugging on it to stretch it out. It was looped around my neck 3 times, but it did feel a little better after I pulled on it. I knew I shouldn't have accepted it from Rhett, and I was already dreading giving it back to him. I felt like I wanted to take it off and do it right then, but we were now in the crowded gallery, making our way back to the front where Theo and the producers were standing. Some of the other artists were up there too, and everyone smiled and waved at us as we approached. Rhett sat down at the table, letting Lane and me go up to meet everyone else since we were the ones holding up the picture. They were already set up to take the photo, and the girls urged me toward the front, while the guys urged Lane toward the back. There were a few seconds of chaos followed by big smiles and camera flashes. Someone had the presence of mind to recommend that we do one with silly faces, and we did, causing a second round of camera flashes. I had my own things going on with Rhett still in the room while my heart ached for Lane, but I wasn't so distracted by my man woes that I couldn't take in what a great group of friends I had. I was proud to be a part of SNS, and honored that I was chosen to do the documentary. I couldn't wait until it premiered. We all began to hug each other and say our goodbyes to the crew from the documentary, and during the madness of all that, I found Lane and whispered to him that I would talk to Rhett and straighten things out. He put his hand around my waist when I got close enough to whisper to him. It had been over a year since I felt Lane's hand on my body, and my whole body felt like it wanted to turn into a pile of mushy goo. All I could think of was how I'd been lying through my teeth earlier when I flexed my muscles and said I didn't need anyone to protect me. Maybe I didn't need it, but oh, how I wanted Lane to protect me. I wanted to just curl up in that man's arms and live there. I pulled away from him before I had the chance to melt right there on the hardwood. I smiled at Lane as I reluctantly broke away from him and went on with telling everyone else goodbye. Rhett was waiting for me to finish, and even though I had the chance to think about it, I still had no idea what I was going to tell him. I asked him if he would take a walk with me, and he agreed, but we only made it 1 block before I found a bench and sat down with a reluctant sigh. I began to fiddle with the necklace the instant I sat down, and I cursed the fact that it was wrapped around 3 times because that meant it wasn't the most discreet garment to remove. I shouldn't have taken it, I said.
Zoe, don't. It looks so beautiful on you.
I know, it is beautiful, I said. I just can't keep it. Rhett sat next to me, and I held the folded leather in the air between us, but he didn't take it. He just stared at me with a sad smile.
Just hang on to it, he said. I know you're busy up here, but I want you to have it.
I really shouldn't, I said. And then, because I knew he was going to try to say something to force me to keep it, I added, You didn't think it was symbolic or anything, did you? I had been thinking about that ever since Lane made that dog collar comment.
What do you mean?
Nothing, I said. I was just making sure you didn't. Rhett cut me off by saying,
It's symbolic if you want it to be.
He gave me such a confident grin that I actually had no idea how to take his statement. I gave him a questioning glance, but I didn't want to make him clarify what he was saying. I didn't want to hear that he thought of me in a possessive way, so I just avoided asking. I leaned forward and put the long strip of leather onto his leg. I'm sorry, I said. I have the packaging and the little card that came with it.
What am I supposed to do with this? He asked. It's a $6,000 necklace, and it's for you. It was made for you. I sent the lady pictures of you and your art, and she made it specifically for you.
I gave him a narrow-eyed glance as if what he was saying was suspicious. I thought you bought this for me when I asked you to come to this banquet.
It happened to come in when you asked me to the banquet, he said. But I ordered it weeks ago.
Well, I'm sorry you went through all that trouble. I didn't ask you to order it. I didn't want you to do that. I really didn't think you and I had made each other any promises or anything. My heart was beating 1,000 miles an hour. I was not used to confrontation of any sort, but Rhett was starting to freak me out a little bit, and I felt like I needed to end it. I just need to end it, Rhett, I said when the thought crossed my mind. I need to concentrate on my work.
I want to help you do that, Zoe, he said in a calm, cooing tone. I believe in you. I'm one of the first people to discover you. SNS isn't going to last forever, and I'm offering you my protection, both physically and monetarily. You'll need that when you are done with this chapter in your life. It's going to be here before you know it. You're already halfway done with your term.
I stared at him with a confused, concerned expression, and he smiled at me.
Listen, Zoe, I know you're delicate. I know what I said just now was a lot for you to take in, but think about it. We could help each other. I can provide for you, and you can provide for me. I've always wanted to be someone's muse.
I don't need a muse, I said. I don't even know what a muse is. He let out a chuckle and shook his head.
So unpretentious, he said. That's exactly what I love about you.
Rhett, I'm in love, I said, since apparently nothing else I said seemed to discourage him.
With Lane?
He asked, wearing a look of disgust. Yes, I said. Then I got nervous and added, but he doesn't love me back. I mean, we're not dating. There's nothing going on with us. I just love him in my heart, and it's not fair to you or anyone else. At that point, Rhett mumbled a sentence that was littered with cuss words that described his feelings about Lane. He's not breaking my heart, I said, defending Lane. We're not together, but I also can't be with anyone else right now. I thought some other moments of that night had been extremely awkward, but this one took the cake. I stared at Rhett, wondering how in the world things had come to this. I couldn't see how we were going to get off this bench and go our separate ways.
I hope you don't change your mind when your term is up, he said.
I was already in the process of standing up when he said it, so he did the same, getting to his feet next to me. I am honored and humbled that you would even offer to help me out when I'm done at SNS, I said. It really does mean a lot that you believe in my art.
I don't just believe in your art, Zoe. I believe in you. It's you that I want.
I remained motionless with a dazed smile on my face, even though I felt like I wanted to bend over and yak all over his shoes. Thanks, Rhett, I said with a pat to his shoulder. I'm glad we had the chance to hang out.
So, that's it?
He asked, looking perturbed. I smiled regretfully. That's it. Chapter 16. How in the world did this feel like a breakup when I wasn't even with Rhett in the first place? I hated that Rhett thought he had more of a place in my life than he did. That was the most frustrating part of the whole thing. I so regretted ever taking that necklace from him. I clenched my fists as I remembered him saying I would change my mind about whatever he was offering when my time at SNS was up. I clenched them even harder when he said the necklace could be symbolic if I wanted it to be. I felt as though I'd been tricked, and I wish I hadn't taken the necklace at all. I was only a block or so from the collective when I had that conversation with Rhett, but it felt more like a mile. I pretended he got in a cab and left without even a glance in my direction or a second thought about me. Then I changed my mind and was convinced he was standing there, watching me walk with a stalker-like agenda. I didn't look back because I didn't want to know either way. I walked into the gallery, feeling sad to find that while some people were still in there, Lane was not one of them. I talked to a few people when I came inside, but I didn't feel quite so chatty once I saw that Lane was no longer downstairs. I felt like something was out of place in my chest, a hard yearning, like my torso was crying even though my eyes weren't. "You okay?" Macy asked, seeing me look so introspective. "I was just thinking I'd go up to my room." "Oh, come on," Macy said. "Jane's taking us all dancing."
You have to come,
Nicholas said. Mia came up, dancing from side to side like a big, goofy hillbilly. "We're gonna do the Cotton-Eyed Joe just for you." I laughed. "Just because I'm from Texas doesn't mean I know how to do the Cotton-Eyed Joe." "But do you?" Macy asked. "Yes," I said, with a deadpan expression that made them all laugh. "They taught us that in elementary school," I added. I knew they would think that was funny, but it was an actual fact, so I easily remained serious. "They really did," I said. "In PE class. I thought all school kids learned line dances." Macy and the others who were standing around started chiming in on whether or not they learned any line dances in school. They were all still comparing stories and laughing when I told them I was going to my room. Several of them begged me to go out, which made me feel very loved, but I just didn't want to. Not without Lane. I walked up the stairs to my room. The first thing I noticed when I came inside was the box and packaging that had come with Rhett's necklace. I cringed when I looked at it and wondered how I could get it back to Rhett, or if I even should. I wished I could just teleport it to him and get it out of my room. I hated to throw it away, but I also hated looking at it. So much so that I went ahead and brought it downstairs right then and there. I repackaged it all, minus the necklace itself, of course, and put it in a Walgreens bag. I wrote Rhett's first and last name on it with a permanent marker and brought it to the front desk at the gallery just so it wouldn't be in my room. It might have been a silly thing for me to do, but I felt better once I got back to my room and found that there was no evidence of the necklace at all. I sighed and sat down on the edge of my bed, smiling at the memory of the way Lane said he couldn't take it anymore, and the way he looked at Rhett like he was crazy. I wanted to talk to Lane so badly. I was tempted to be hurt that he left the banquet so early, but then I remembered he had no way of knowing when I was coming back. I would have called him right then, but I didn't have a cell phone. I had gotten used to not having one, so even though I could now afford it, I hadn't yet made that commitment. There were 2 phones on the second floor at the collective, one near the women's showers and one near the men's. Both of them were sitting next to a couch, and usually at least one of them was open. That wasn't the case this time. I went to the one near the women's shower and saw that one of my friends named Alice was sitting there having what looked like a serious conversation. I quickly ducked around the corner so I wouldn't interfere with her call. I was on my way to the men's phone when I had a thought. Why are you calling him on the phone when he lives in this very building? Why don't you just get on the elevator and knock on his door? What if he's not home? What if he went out? It's as easy as riding up there to find out. I was having this whole conversation in my head as I walked down the hall, and I turned on my heel when I made up my mind to go up the elevator and knock on his door. I had been living at SNS for more than a year, and I had never been up to Lane's apartment. My nerves reacted accordingly. I got into the elevator and turned to press the button, feeling like I was riding up there to audition for a part in a movie or something else extremely nerve-wracking like that. I reached out and hit the bright, shiny button at the top that was labeled PH for penthouse. Nothing. I expected the button to light up and the door to close, and neither of those things happened. I pressed it again, and nothing. At that point, the door started to close, but because the button hadn't been pushed, it opened again in a jerking motion like it was confused. I pressed the button a little harder, but still nothing. I pressed the number 6 randomly just to make sure I wasn't doing something wrong, and the button lit up instantly. The doors closed, and before I knew it, I was on my way up to the 6th floor. The door opened, and I stared at an empty hallway briefly, feeling embarrassed as I pressed the button to take me back to the 2nd floor. Before I hit the number 2, I tried the PH button again, but nothing happened, same as before. I pressed 2 and rode the elevator down, feeling deflated. The door opened again on the 2nd floor, and I saw Louis standing there. He was our handyman, but he'd been at the banquet, so he was dressed in nice clothes instead of his usual work uniform. I was flushed and frustrated, but I gave him a little smile.
"Why the long face?"
he asked when he noticed my expression. "I can't get the button to work, but I don't want to bother you with it on your night off. I'll just take the stairs. I forgot all about doing that."
"Where are you going?"
he asked, looking concerned.
"To the gallery?"
"I was trying to go to the top, actually."
"To the penthouse?"
he asked. The door started to close again without me pushing a button, and Louis reached out to stop it so that we could finish talking. "Yeah, but I'll just take the stairs."
"It's no wonder you couldn't get it to work. You have to have a key. Even from the stairwell, you need a key to access the top floor."
"Do you mean you need a key to make the button work in the elevator?" I asked as what he was saying sank in. I shifted to stare at the buttons again, noticing 3 different keyholes on the plate. Louis stepped into the threshold so the door would stay open.
"Yes, ma'am, you do."
"Oh, I've never been up there before, so I didn't know. I guess I'll just have to call him. I'm glad you told me so I didn't try to use the stairs." I started to walk away, but Louis put out a hand to stop me.
"You happen to be in luck, because I have the key."
I felt relieved for a second and started to take him up on the offer, but then I changed my mind. "That's okay. I said. I better call him first. Louis stopped me again, using a hand on my arm. He had never touched me before, and now he had done it twice in a row, so I stopped and looked at him. He smiled.
Is it Lane Alexander you're going to see?
He asked. Yes, sir, I said, but I can just call him. Louis continued to smile patiently.
I have orders to use my penthouse key anytime you want to go up there, he said. In fact, Lane would be most upset with me if he knew you wanted to get up there and I didn't help you.
I stared at Louis with a perplexed expression. Why doesn't he just unlock it if he wants you to let people up there anytime they want?
He doesn't want me to let anybody up there. He wants me to let you up there.
Specifically me? Louis nodded.
Specifically you, Zoe Etheridge.
He told you that?
Yes, ma'am, he did. He specifically said, Louis, if Zoe Etheridge ever asks you to take her up to the penthouse, do it. Don't ask her any questions, just let her go up. And tell her I'm room number 1.
He said that, I asked. I was more nervous than ever as I shifted in the elevator. Louis got my body language hint that I was planning on letting him take me upstairs, and he stepped inside, letting the door go before reaching for his keys.
Yes, ma'am, he said those exact words. I thought by the way he said it that I was going to be unlocking this thing for you all the time.
He paused as he pushed the PH button and then stared at me. The button push was a success, and the elevator started moving instantly. How long ago was it that he told you that? I asked.
It's been a long time, Louis said. It was way back when you first moved in. This isn't your first time going up here, is it?
He added curiously. Yes. That's why I didn't know I needed a key. Do you think he still wants you to let me up there even though he told you that a long time ago? Louis smiled at me.
Is a bluebird blue? Is the Pope Catholic? He added when I didn't answer. Lane would be most upset with me if I didn't make sure you found your way up there, Miss Zoe.
I took a deep breath, trying to understand the weight of what Louis was saying. You're acting like he likes me, I said after a few seconds of Louis grinning at me. He shrugged meekly.
I'm just doing what I think Lane would want me to do, that's all.
The door dinged as it opened, and Louis pointed to the left as he held the door with one hand.
It's number 1. It's to the left.
I was so happy about Louis having orders to give me a ride up there anytime I wanted that I smiled and kissed him on the cheek on my way out of the elevator. He grinned and bowed at me.
The elevator works from that side, he said, and so does the door in the stairwell if he's not at home or you change your mind.
Thank you, I said, waving and peering at him as the door closed. He smiled and waved at me in a sweet, shy way. The hallway in the penthouse was entirely different than it was on the other floors. The elevator basically opened up to a small foyer with mirrors and striking Art Deco patterned wallpaper that gave the walls a metallic appearance. It was small, but so beautiful that it took me a second to remember that I was looking for a door. Not including the elevator, there were 2 doors. One was labeled with a 1 and the other with a 2, and I walked toward the one that said 1, doubting the whole time that I was making the right decision. Not about going up there to see Lane, but about the door number. I was almost certain Louis had told me to go to number 1, but it made sense that Theo would have that one since it was his building. I stopped and looked back and forth from number 1 to number 2 for a second. There was a small hallway, and at the end of it, I could see a door that led to the stairs. I got so nervous about picking a door and knocking on it that I almost went for the elevator or the stairs instead. As much as I tried to talk myself into doubting, I knew in my heart that Louis had told me to go to door number 1. I walked over to it and stared at the number for what must have been at least 30 seconds before knocking. Finally, I gave a tap, tap, tap. Nothing. Again, tap, 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 this time a little harder. I stood back, crossing my arms in front of my chest and feeling more nervous than ever. Within a few seconds, I heard the doorknob begin to open. And there he was. Chapter 17. I swallowed as I stared into the ice-blue eyes of Lane Alexander staring back at me from the other side of the doorframe. Lane. He was standing there in his full-fledged glory with his arm propped on the doorknob of the open door, the corner of his mouth turned up in an easy grin. "Where's your shirt?" I asked.
"In the hamper."
"Your body is amazing," I said, knowing as it came out of my mouth how cheesy it sounded. I cringed at myself, but it was basically impossible not to act like a goober with him standing there looking like that. He had on jogging pants that rode low on his hips, and his torso looked like it belonged to a lifeguard. "I'm sorry, it's just right here in front of me, and it's hard not to notice how you must work out." Lane smiled and gestured for me to come inside before turning to jog off into his apartment. I slowly walked inside as he swiftly made his way across a living room and into the kitchen. There was a t-shirt draped over the back of a bar stool, and I watched as he stretched it over his head and pulled it on. He did all this as he began walking back toward me, and before I knew it, we were standing in his living room face to face.
"Is this better?"
he asked, referring to his shirt but not taking his eyes off of mine. "Yes. And no," I said, grinning. We were quiet for a few seconds before he said,
"I can't believe you're standing here."
"I can't believe it either," I said. "It's so beautiful." I looked around at the huge living room that opened to the kitchen, which was set 2 steps higher than the living room, giving the living room a sunken-in appearance. It was just gorgeous. There were floor-to-ceiling windows lining the wall, and I glanced out at the city lights. "And I didn't know you need a key to get up here," I said. I glanced at Lane again.
"I'm just mad it took you so long to find that out."
"Lewis brought me up."
"I figured it was him or Carol."
"Did you give her permission to let me up too?" He nodded. "I almost called you, but Lewis offered. I hope it's okay."
"Of course it's okay,"
he said quietly.
"Welcome."
I smiled shyly at him and glanced around. I really can't believe how beautiful this is.
Theo insisted I had the bigger of the 2 apartments, since he's rarely here. The other one is just as nice, only a little smaller. We share the roof, but, like I said, he's always out of town.
I took in my surroundings. The living room was so big that there were 2 distinct seating areas, one centering around a fireplace and the other around a television. "Did you decorate this?" I asked, noticing how perfectly masculine but still magazine quality it was. I had already spotted one of my paintings hanging on the wall near the kitchen. He had quite a few pieces from other SNS artists, but mine was in a prominent place on the wall.
"No,"
he said, laughing.
"Theo hired someone to do everything. All this was here before I moved in."
He looked around.
"You know, except for my stuff, the art and all my personal stuff, I didn't choose the furniture."
"Well, it's wonderful. I especially like the painting with the birds."
"That's my best piece,"
Lane said. I grinned at him. "You have a nice collection." I was just teasing about especially liking my painting. "I'm honored to be on your wall with all this great stuff." I paced in a small circle to take in my surroundings, but afterward, I stopped and stood in front of Lane. "Have you seriously been living right up here this whole time?"
"This whole time,"
he confirmed. I knew he lived up here, but somehow I hadn't pictured it anything like this. "I've already been thinking," I said.
"Oh yeah?"
"Uh-huh."
"About what?"
"Us," I said. He grinned a little.
"What about us?"
"That we should stick with the plan till I'm done with my term at SNS," I said. "You know, so that it doesn't cause confusion with the other artists. Would you be okay with that? Just till August?"
"And then what?"
he asked. I shrugged. "Hopefully I'll be selling enough art by that point to get my own apartment. Maybe even one in this very building. It depends on how the train series does at auction." I had plans to auction off the entire collection just after release of the documentary on Netflix. That way interest would hopefully be piqued. I thought about selling it as one piece, but I ultimately chose to sell them individually. I was planning on doing it that way because I decided to keep painting number 1 for myself, and number 16, which I was giving to Fran since it was a depiction of her home and attached beauty shop. We were doing it auction format in hopes to drive up prices. Lane told me this was a no-brainer if the documentary proved to be as popular as Jane promised. I just can't run the risk of getting kicked out, I said, not when my income is still this volatile.
I'm fine waiting however long you want to wait, he said, as long as you're not trying to hook up with a bunch of customers in the meantime.
No fair, I said.
Yes, fair, he returned. I'm the one who had to look at you with that crud around your neck tonight.
I smiled. I gave it back. We were both quiet. And I'm sorry I took it in the first place. I thought things were off with us or whatever. I felt like a big nerd putting it like that, but it was the truth.
Things have never been off on my end, Zoe. As far as I was concerned, I just had to put you out of my mind until you finished at S&S. I just assumed I'd be the one to sweep you off your feet after that.
Really? I asked.
Yes, he said simply.
You were gonna wait for me? I asked. He nodded. Lane had music playing on the stereo, and I had been so swept away by seeing him that I was just noticing it for the first time. The air between us was charged. Would it be kinda like we're promised to each other? I asked. For when August rolls around?
It would be exactly like that,
Lane said, staring at me with those baby blues. He grinned.
Do you need me to get you a promise ring or something?
I beamed uncontrollably at him before staring down at my hand, imagining what a promise ring from Lane might look like and what finger I might wear it on. What? Are you serious?
I wasn't, but if you'd wear it, I will gladly get you a ring. Is that really a thing?
I shrugged. I've heard of a promise ring before, but I don't really know what they're for. It seems like there wouldn't be too many people in our exact situation, so I can't see that it would be made for people like us necessarily. Lane reached out to touch my arm, which stopped me from babbling.
Zoe, would you wear a ring if I bought you one? He asked.
Lane, I would wear you around my finger if you weren't too heavy. I gestured with one pointer finger wrapping around the other. And it'd really help if you were more circular-shaped. He reached out to take my hand, intertwining his fingers in mine and causing chills to shoot up my spine. I shivered.
Are you cold?
I shook my head. He grinned.
I'm gonna buy a ring for your finger, Zoe. You can wear it until August, and then you'll be mine.
If someone like Rhett had said that same phrase to me, it might not be so appealing, but it was a whole different statement coming from Lane. My only regret about it was that it wouldn't happen until August. I was breathless with anticipation. That's gonna be the best day ever, I said. Lane still had a hold of my hand, and he tugged me. I stepped toward him, letting him guide me where he wanted. He placed the palm of my hand directly on his chest, right over his heart, and I took his other hand and did the same thing with it, placing it on my chest over my heart. We stood still, hands to chests, with knowing expressions on our faces. Lane had been holding my right hand on his heart, and he brought it to his mouth, letting my fingertips fall onto his lips. I could feel his warm breath on my hand, and my whole body experienced a yearning sensation. It was so overwhelming that I closed my eyes.
You okay?
He asked. I felt his lips move under my fingers when he said it. My eyes were still closed, so it was easy to concentrate on the sensation of his mouth beneath my fingertips. I nodded, trying to keep my cool even though my lungs weren't quite working right. His hand was still on my chest, so I knew he could feel the rise and fall, but there was nothing I could do to steady my breathing. Not with my fingers on his mouth like that. I'm pretty sure it's gonna take 10,000 years to get to August, I whispered as I slowly opened my eyes. He smiled and then kissed my fingers. He kissed the tips of them before turning my hand over. I watched as he placed several slow kisses on the back of my hand before turning it over to kiss my palm.
I am completely amazed by what this hand can do, Zoe. but I'm even more amazed by the girl who's attached to it. At first, I thought it was your art that did it to me, but then I realized that even if you never made another piece of art in your life, I'd still want to be with you.
I'd still want to be with you even if you didn't look like a model with your shirt off. He took my hand from his mouth and put it on his ribs, smiling at me when I made a longing face the instant I touched his side.
I'd still want to be with you even if your face wasn't the most beautiful thing I have ever seen, he said.
I squinted at him. Don't even get me started on your face, mister.
11 months, he said.
Can we make it? I asked. He gave me a doubtful shrug. We can do it, I said. Never fear, we've been doing it all year already.
Yeah, but you got carried away and started dating someone else.
I'm sorry, I said. I would have never done that if I would have even thought you were. If I would have known.
Now you do,
he said. His hand was still over my heart, and I brought it to my face. Lane used this as an invitation to take me into his arms. I gasped in surprise as he pulled me against his chest, and before I knew what was happening, I was staring at him from only inches away. I buried my face in his chest, relishing in the relief of finally being in his arms. He held me tightly. We held each other, actually. The relief we both felt was evident in the length and intensity of that hug. He took a deep breath in and then out, and I did the same, letting my body meld into his like we were human-sized puzzle pieces. I couldn't stop tears of relief from springing to my eyes, and I blinked them away.
Zoe?
What?
Remember that one time when I
got it out of your system? I asked, before he could even finish what he was saying. I wasn't looking at him, but I could feel his chest shake with laughter. What? I asked, pulling back to look at him. He was smiling at me, and it might have been the best thing I had ever seen. What were you gonna ask?
I like your question better, he said.
What were you gonna say?
I was gonna ask if you remembered that time when I kissed you.
That's the same thing I said.
I know, you just phrased it better.
Well, I do remember it, I said. He grinned.
You do?
Yep.
What do you remember about it?
That I loved it.
You did?
Uh-huh. And then he let his lips touch mine. It was so gentle that I made a small whimpering noise. Lane smiled and licked his lips briefly before setting his lips to mine more firmly. I pulled back just far enough to barely break contact. Lane, I want to be yours one day. Kiss.
How about today?
He asked. One kiss, followed by 2 longer ones. I had been dreaming about his lips for so long that finally touching them caused a crippling wave of anticipation to wash over me. I held on to him tightly. I want to be yours today, I whispered. But we have to wait till August. Kiss.
Fine,
he said.
We'll wait.
Kiss. Why do you keep kissing me then?
I thought you were kissing me,
he said. Kiss. Nuh-uh, you were kissing me. He smiled.
You said I can get it out of my system since you're standing right here in my apartment.
Kiss. Did I say that? I asked dazedly, feeling lost in his blue eyes. Lane nodded. I found him so irresistible that I reached up to gently pull him toward me, taking his bottom lip into my mouth as soon as our lips touched. I let the tip of my tongue brush against his mouth, and Lane pulled back, looking me over for a second before kissing me for real. Lane kissed me in a way that said I was his, and I was eager to let him do it, feeling like I was telling him he was mine as well. Chapter 18. It was 3 days later, and I was sitting with one of the other artists behind the desk in the gallery when Lane came out of his office. I glanced up at Lane, and he gestured for me to come toward him.
Fran's on the phone for you, he said. You can take it in my office.
I stood to follow him. Is everything okay? I asked.
She tried to call upstairs, and whoever was at the phone transferred her to my office instead of the gallery by accident. I didn't ask what she was calling about. I just told her I'd come get you. She called me Sugar.
She calls everybody Sugar, I said.
Oh, I thought she just liked me because I'm your boyfriend.
We were almost to his office, but I still looked back to see if anyone had overheard, which they hadn't. No one was even there. Did you tell her that? I asked. He smiled.
No, I just thought she'd know my voice from over the phone, he said, teasing me.
He came around his desk to pick up the phone, and we smiled at each other as he handed the receiver to me. He held his finger over the button to connect the call, but he hesitated before pressing it.
I'll be right back, he said. I have to run upstairs for a minute.
I knew he was giving me privacy, and I smiled at him thankfully as I sat in the rolling leather chair that was behind his desk. Can I sit here? I asked after I already sat. He smiled.
Yes.
With that, Lane pushed the button to connect the call and turned to walk away. He was already halfway across his office when I said, "Hello? Zoe?" "Yes, ma'am." "How are you, baby?" "I'm fine. How are y'all?" "Did you finish that big project you were working on?" Fran asked, blowing past my question. "Yes, ma'am. I'm selling it in February when the documentary comes out. I'm saving one of the paintings for you, though. Number 16. I'm gonna send it to you. It's a painting of your house and shop. I have Maple on the porch and Hilda's old Cadillac pulling out of your driveway with you standing in the doorway, waving goodbye the way you do." There was a pause, followed by Fran saying, "That's why I'm calling, Sugar." Her voice was several octaves higher than normal, and she sounded shaken. "Why?" "Mima passed on yesterday." I felt the sting of hot tears shoot to my eyes the instant she said it. "I'm so sorry," I said. I could hear her take a gasping breath on the other end, and I knew she was crying. "I can't believe you painted me saying bye to her," she said in that whimpering voice that said she was trying to hold it together. I felt a huge tear stream down my cheek as I remembered Miss Hilda belting the lyrics to the New York song the day I left town. She had said the wrong lyrics, and I absent-mindedly tried to think of what her mistake was, but all that made me do was cry more. "I'm so sorry, Miss Fran. I didn't know, or I wouldn't have said anything about the painting. It wasn't her exactly, it's just her Cadillac." "Oh, Zoe, don't be sorry, baby. I think it's the perfect day for you to tell me about that painting. I like imagining what it looks like, me waving goodbye to her Cadillac. I bet it's really special." You'd think I would have known what to say to her since I had gone through losing both of my parents, but I still didn't. "She lived a long time," I said. "Yes, she did. And she loved the Lord." "Well, I guess maybe it's a happy thing instead of a sad." "It definitely is," she said. "It takes a little adjusting for those of us left here. But it's a good day for Mima, that's for sure." "Is there anything I can do for y'all?" I asked. "Oh, no, baby, other than that painting. I'm really looking forward to seeing that. It won't be till February, but I've got your name on it. I'll send it as soon as I sell the other pieces." "Thank you, sweetie." "Love you, Miss Fran," I said. "We love you, too, and Mima loved you. She would sit up here and tell everyone about you going off to New York and making it big." I smiled and blinked away fresh tears that threatened to rise. "Thank you for calling," I said. "You're welcome, baby. We love you, and we're proud of you." I smiled, even though I was hit with a wave of melancholy. "Love y'all too," I said, hoping my voice came across as neutral. I hung up with Fran, and I sat at Lane's desk, staring at some papers without taking in what they actually said. I was still staring blankly when Lane came back into the room. I glanced at the door when I heard his footsteps.
"Is everything okay?"
he asked. I nodded. "Miss Hilda died. She's Fran's grandma." I sighed. "It's fine. She was like 100 years old. It's just weird when somebody you know passes away, you know? Like there's a tangible but unexplainable little void there. Then that void makes you think about the other people you've lost, and somehow those voids sort of stir up again.
All this in the time I ran upstairs?
Lane asked as he rounded the desk and sat on the edge of it, putting a comforting hand on my back. It's okay, I said with a sad smile. I sighed, letting my shoulders slump a little. It's a part of life. There's 100% chance that it's going to happen to us. I straightened up and smiled, wiping underneath my eyes with the back of my finger.
That's what keeps us looking forward to heaven,
Lane said, causing me to smile. Yes, it is, I said. And what should drive us to make the most of the time we have here?
You're tough, Zoe,
says the man who just watched me cry.
Crying only adds to your toughness.
Then I should be the Incredible Hulk. He laughed before tilting his head at me as if considering something.
Is it a bad time to give you a present?
It's never a bad time to give me a present, I said, leaning back in his chair with a watery-eyed giggle. My mind instantly went to a promise ring. In the 3 days since we mentioned it, I had been wondering if Lane would actually do it. My heart always pounded around Lane, but it was absolutely buzzing at the mention of giving me something. Lane smiled at my excitement and leaned over to open his desk drawer. He picked up a leather keychain that had 2 keys dangling from the ring.
I know we're not acting on anything, but I wanted you to have the keys just in case you needed to get upstairs.
I held my hand out and Lane dropped them into my palm.
The little one's for the elevator and the other one is for the stairs. It'll be obvious when you go to use them.
Thank you, I said. It wasn't what I was expecting, but it was equally special. I knew Lane didn't take something like that lightly, and it took a lot for him to do it. I grinned at him, standing up as I dropped my new keys into my back pocket. I feel really special, I said, flirting with him.
You should.
I do.
Good.
A few seconds of staring at each other.
Do you want something else? He asked.
What?
Look in there,
he said with a gesture to his drawer. I sat on the edge of his chair, timidly opening the drawer, and I saw the ring box the instant I looked in. I had been specifically looking for one of those, so my eye fell on it immediately. Is it this? I said as my head whipped up to look at Lane. He smiled and gave me a little nod. This right here? I asked, pointing at the box. He nodded again and I picked it up. My hands shook as I opened it. There, in the box, was a thin gold band completely lined with the tiniest diamonds. From what I could tell, it looked like they were going all the way around, but it was tucked into the padding of the box, so I couldn't fully appreciate it until I took it out. I shook the whole time, but Lane didn't mention it, so I didn't either. Beautiful, shimmering diamonds circled the entire band, and I tried it on my right ring finger and then my left. Is this the right finger for this? I asked. I glanced at him and he shrugged.
You're the one who knew all about promise rings.
I know it's the most beautiful one ever, I said as I began unclasping a gold chain that I had around my neck. I took off the ring and hooked it onto the necklace before attaching it to my neck again. If I wear that thing into the gallery on my finger, all I'm gonna do is stare at it the whole time. And then I'm gonna get us both in trouble.
Do you like it?
He asked. I stood up and stared at him with what I hoped was the most sincere expression I could make. I put my hands on his arms. I can't even tell you how much I love it, I said. It's better than perfect, and it was the perfect time to give it to me, too.
I'm sorry about your friend,
he said. I smiled. She was the one who sang "Start Spreading the News" when I left town. I had told him that story the first day I got here while I was painting the robot.
I figured it was the same lady when you said how old she was.
I reached up to touch my neck. I'm so excited about my ring, I said, fiddling with it as it dangled from my necklace. If the door wasn't open, I might have to kiss you. He glanced at the open door.
I really hate that it's open.
Me too, I said. And thank goodness we didn't act on our desires because at that very second, Macy came to stand in the doorway.
Carol told me to ask you to order some towels, she said before she even noticed that I was standing on the other side of Lane. Oh, I'm sorry, she added when she noticed me. Was I interrupting something? No, I said. I had to take a phone call from home and Lane let me use his office. Oh, that's why Lane's line was busy. Well, Carol told me to let you know we needed towels upstairs, she said, smiling at Lane. Macy was still standing way over by the door, and I was positioned behind Lane in such a way where I knew she couldn't see as I gently touched his hand with my finger. He grabbed at my finger stealthily so Macy couldn't see. She said we had to get rid of a bunch of them when we had that incident in the studio. The incident she was speaking of was the result of a small terrier that had come into the collective with one of the artist's friends. He had gotten loose in the studio long enough to make a total mess. While I was halfway listening to what Macy was saying, I was way more interested in flirting with Lane. I kept thinking about my new ring and feeling so happy that he went out and actually bought it. I touched his hand again, feeling giddy when he grabbed me back, hanging on to me with his fingertips. A huge smile threatened to spread across my face, and I had to stop myself from letting it happen. She said it was time to replace some of them anyway, Macy said. She was thinking 20 would do. Gotcha, Lane said. Thanks. Are you working right now? Macy asked, looking at me. I started to take my hand from Lane's, but he held on to it, causing me to smile. I told Mia I'd help her in the gallery until 5. Okay, I was going to show you that new round brush I got. I'll be up in a little while, I said. Is Mia out here right now? Macy asked, gesturing to the gallery. I nodded. I need to ask her something before I head upstairs. I'll come with you, I said, since I knew I couldn't just stand there and secretly flirt with Lane all day. I gave his hand one last squeeze before letting go. I smiled at him nonchalantly as I made my way around his desk toward Macy, and he gave me a secret grin that had me blushing on my way out the door. Chapter 19. The following February. I searched on the internet and figured out that there wasn't really a rule when it came to what finger an individual should wear their promise ring. I decided to wear it on the ring finger of my left hand, like a traditional wedding band, since that's what Google said a lot of people do. And do you know what? Nobody noticed. I took the delicate band off the necklace and put it on my finger the very night Lane gave it to me, and I had been wearing it there ever since. For months, there had been a ring on my wedding band finger, and literally nobody had asked me about it. Lane liked to reach out and poke at it when nobody was looking, just to remind me it was there, and I loved it when he did that. I loved him. The more I got to know him, the more excited I was for August to arrive. We didn't have a plan yet, but there was an unspoken understanding that we would be together come August, and neither of us could wait. He brought me home for Christmas, but even there, we pretended we were just good friends acquainted through SNS. His mom had noticed my ring, but I did the oldest trick in the book and pretended like I hadn't heard her so I could avoid a direct lie. Lena and I had secretly kissed a total of 5 times over the months, and believe me, I was keeping count because each time it became more and more difficult to stop kissing him and just go on with my life like I wasn't madly in love. It was now late February, which meant we only had 5.5 months left. I was counting the minutes, but it helped that the documentary had premiered the week before, and I had been extremely busy with that. Those of us who starred in it had a spot on the Today Show earlier in the week, which was a dream come true, since I knew all my friends in their respective beauty shops and the other artists at SNS were all watching it live. As it turned out, the viewers of the documentary became fans of my train series. Just last evening, I auctioned 21 of the paintings, and they went anywhere from $6,000 to $20,000 each, which meant I made almost $200,000 in total. Of course, that was before I paid taxes and the gallery's commission. But still, it would be a pretty hefty little paycheck, and it was a far cry from $10 and $20 at Fran's. I was too nervous to watch the auction, so I had no idea who bought them all or what price was paid for which painting. I didn't want to know any of that,
because I thought I might overanalyze that type of information and try to conform my art to the more popular pieces. Lane told me the price ranges and the overall total, but he didn't give me any other details just because he knew I didn't want to know. I knew it had gone well, and I knew I had a monumental payday coming, but that was about all. Either way, it was cause for celebration, and that's just what I was doing. In fact, I was supposed to leave in 15 minutes for a nice dinner with a few of the people I'd become closest to at the collective. Lou was finishing some things at the front desk, and Macy and I were both standing in the gallery talking to her. Macy had moved out of SNS just after we finished shooting the documentary, but we had just seen each other the week before when the documentary crew came in for the premiere, and we decided to meet again for dinner to celebrate my auction. At that point, we didn't know how it would go, but thankfully it had been a success, and I was excited to take my friends to a nice dinner. I wanted to thank them for being so inspiring and wonderful to me. There were 6 of us going, including myself and Lane, but so far it was just Lou, Macy, and me, and we were standing by the desk talking. There were 2 people browsing in the gallery, but they were occupied and far enough away that they couldn't hear us. It seemed like a completely normal evening, and that's why I was utterly shocked when Rhett Newman walked into the gallery, looking angry.
Good,
he said, seeing that I was standing by the desk as he walked inside.
Maybe you can tell me where those last 3 paintings are.
It took me a second to figure out what he was talking about, and even then I wasn't sure. I gave him a cautious glance. Are you talking about the train series? Rhett looked at me like he thought I was being dense on purpose. Are you? I asked.
Of course I am. Do you think I want a series -3 cussing paintings?
I didn't sell those paintings as a series, I said, feeling my face turn hot as I spoke.
Yeah, I know, and it was a hassle to buy them one by one.
He interjected some profanity in his statement, and my heart started pounding in a horror movie way when it dawned on me that he was saying he bought more than one of that collection. Specifically, all of them.
I watched the auction site all night, waiting for the missing ones.
I'm not selling them, I said, feeling sick at the thought that Rhett might have bought all of the others.
What do you mean you're not selling them? He asked.
I mean they're not for sale. I saw Lou cautiously take the phone off of the receiver and push the button to ring Lane's office, all without Rhett noticing. I'm keeping them, I said, just so my voice would make enough noise to drown out Lou's movements. They weren't sold as a set. I made that clear before we auctioned them.
I'm buying them as a set, though. They're stupid alone.
Again, profanity was spewing everywhere, and I felt hot blood rush to my face at his aggression. Okay, that's enough, Macy said, stepping in.
Just tell me how much you want for them and we'll settle on a price, he said. I want the collection, and I know we can come to an agreement on the price of the last 3. Zoe already told you they're not for sale,
Lane said from behind us. I turned to see him walking toward me at a good clip. He glanced at me to make sure I was okay, but mostly kept his gaze focused on Rhett, who let out a long string of cuss words aimed at Lane. There were literally more cuss words than other words in the sentence.
You need to leave,
Lane said. Rhett looked at me.
Just say your price and give me those other 3, he said. The collection is cuss without them.
I glanced at Lane with an expression of fear and found that he had glanced at me just in time to see me do it. He looked at Rhett with a warning glance. All 24 paintings were hanging in a line on the front wall of the gallery, and Rhett shifted to look at them.
Here they are, right here.
He looked back at us.
I want them all. They should be a set. This is stupid. You knew they were separate pieces when you bought them,
Lane said.
That doesn't change the fact that I want them all. You're not getting them. Then no one is,
Rhett said. The next segment of time felt very surreal. It all seemed to happen in this horrible version of slow motion. All at once, Rhett grabbed something out from behind his back and turned to begin walking toward the front of the gallery. My first instinct was that he was grabbing a gun, so I already had my shoulders crunched up and my arm over my head when I saw that Rhett was heading toward the collection instead of us. Lane was already halfway across the gallery in pursuit of Rhett by the time Rhett made it to painting number 1 with his can of spray paint. All of the females standing behind the desk shrieked or yelled in some way as we watched it all unfold. It was like one of those nightmares where you couldn't make your legs work right to run away from an enemy, only this was real life, and it was toward him I wanted to run rather than away. I was so stunned that I just stood there and watched as Rhett held the can in front of painting number 1 and began tagging it with neon orange spray paint. I was helpless to do anything but watch him. I was gawking at the orange paint as it hit my artwork when everything came to an abrupt, crashing stop. Lane barreled into Rhett with the skill and precision of a linebacker. They toppled to the ground in a heap, and I cringed, praying Lane would emerge the victor. I instinctually covered my eyes, watching through my fingers. They rolled and struggled, but Rhett slipped out from under him and got to his feet.
"Seriously, thank you for doing that just now," Lane said breathlessly, "because it gives me an excuse to—"
Before Rhett had time to react, Lane hit him with a left-hand hook to the jaw. Lane used his whole body, pivoting at the waist before following through in a devastating blow. Some spit or a tooth or something, came out of Rhett's mouth on impact, and he stumbled to the ground, looking dazed and hurt. He grasped around for a nearby pedestal to get his balance, but he was definitely stunned.
"The police are on their way, and everything that just happened is on video, so that was pretty stupid. I'm actually glad you did it, you big moron. You're done here. You screwed yourself. We'll be pressing charges. Any contracts we were under are now null and void. These paintings are no longer for sale. Not to you, anyway. By the time we put them back up for auction, they'll be worth 3 times what you were going to pay for them."
Just then, a police cruiser pulled up with its lights on. I absent-mindedly wondered who called them and assumed Lane did it somehow since he knew they were coming. Rhett took off running. He busted through the front door before Lane caught up with him, tackling him to the ground again just as they made it outside. The next half hour or so went by in a surreal blur. Accounts were taken and charges were pressed, and just like that, the police were gone with Rhett in the back seat of the cruiser. Before he left, the officer gave Lane his card in case he had any questions or needed anything else. Macy, Lou, Mia, and my friend Justine had all been planning on joining Lane and me for dinner. Macy and Lou had been present when it all went down, but Mia and Justine both showed up after the police had already arrived. Macy had been catching them up on what happened, while Lane dealt with talking to the police. Lena and I were the last ones outside, and we came back in to find all 4 girls staring at us. Macy started it, but one by one, they all applauded Lane for his bravery. He had been dressed nicely before everything went down, but something about tackling a person to the ground twice and engaging in hand-to-hand fisticuffs could wreak havoc on one's attire. His shirt was stained and torn, and he had a scrape on his jaw that looked painful and handsome at the same time. He was perfectly disheveled, and I felt like a rock star walking in next to him with everybody cheering for him. "Oh my gosh, Zoe! Thank goodness you invited Lane to come tonight," Lou said. "What would we have done if Lane wouldn't have been down here?"
"She would never forget to invite me,"
Lane said.
"I'm the one who told her she should plan a dinner in the first place."
"I didn't think she was going to leave you out," Lane said. "I just meant it's lucky you were down here." The police had taken pictures of the painting, and I had seen the damage already, but it was lying on the desk when we came over, and I looked down at it. It was number 1, the one I had been planning on keeping for myself. I felt so mad that it was ruined, but I smiled at Lane, who had come to stand right beside me.
"I'm sorry I didn't get to him sooner,"
Lane said. He was speaking to me with a certain tenderness that I knew didn't go unnoticed by the girls. "You did amazing," I said softly as I shifted to stare up at him. He was standing so close to me that my face was less than a foot away from his, and I took in the scrape on his jaw. There were 4 people staring at us, but there was no controlling myself from touching his cheek near the place where he got hurt. "Did you get this outside?" I asked. He nodded and smiled, and we stared at each other like nobody was watching. I heard someone clear their throat, but neither Lane nor I broke eye contact.
"I'm sorry about number 1.
He said. "I'm not. How often in my life will I get to witness those kinds of heroics? I'll just paint it again. We have me doing it step by step, Bob Ross style on Netflix if I forget."
"I loved that episode,"
Lane said. He broke eye contact with me to glance at the girls who were listening to our every word. "Are you two in LOVE?" Mia asked, teasing us in a way that said she thought we'd deny it.
"Yes,"
Lane said.
"We are. And I think it's about time we go ahead and own up to it. It's gonna mean Zoe moving out of the house, but that's fine. We'll figure things out. It's better than pretending."
I smiled and nodded at him, knowing as long as I was with Lane, things were fine. Chapter 20. Some of the other artists had seen or heard the commotion with the police and were drawn downstairs out of curiosity. They waited till after the police left to come downstairs, so everyone rushed in just after Lane had confessed to Lou and the others downstairs that he and I were together. We got interrupted so abruptly that he and I went back to our business-like relationship by instinct. Lane explained what had happened to a big group of people in an impromptu SNS meeting before everyone went back to what they were doing, leaving the 6 of us in the gallery again. "I say we still go to dinner," Macy said. "I'm starving, and Lou can get us in at the restaurant where her hubby's eating." Lou shrugged guiltily at me. "I was gonna suggest going to one of Sarah's restaurants." Sarah was Lou's best friend who had married a prominent local restaurant owner named Colin Ross. "Joe's over there right now, and Colin would see that we have the royal treatment." I glanced at my train painting, the one with a huge, messy, drippy spray paint streak right across the middle. "I'd love some royal treatment," I said. Macy clapped her hands together. "Let's do it." Lou hooked up an amazing evening for us after that. With a couple of phone calls, she secured us a big round booth in an exclusive section of Colin's trendiest restaurant. Our decision to eat there was convenient for several people in our group. It was good for Lane because Joe was a software guru, and Lane had been meaning to get with him about some questions regarding an SNS gallery app. Lou liked the plan because she loved her husband and was happy to have dinner with him. But she didn't set it up for her own sake or even Lane's. She did it for the other girls in the group, mainly Macy. You see, Joe happened to be eating dinner with a friend of his, and this friend happened to be a heartthrob television star named Ethan Prescott. So the 6 of us, along with Joe and Ethan, were now sliding into a sweet corner booth at a place called the Purple Pea. "How dare they? There's not a single pea on the menu," Mia said, picking up the menu and shaking it like she was outraged. She had gotten to her place at the table way before I did, so I hadn't even noticed the pea discrepancy. Lou explained something about the chef's last name being Pearson, but I wasn't really paying attention. Lane and I hung at the back of the pack while everyone else filed into the booth and scooted to their places. I went in before Lane, leaving him as the person sitting on the edge. Lou was sitting on my other side, and I was so accustomed to ignoring my feelings for Lane that I scooted really close to Lou and left lots of space between Lane and me. He didn't ask me to scoot closer. Instead, he just took his hand, put it on the other side of my thigh, and manually moved me toward him. I looked at him with a smile, and he grinned and shook his head at me like I should have known better than to sit that far away in the first place. His sweet expression made me feel all lovey-dovey, and I buried my head in his chest, rubbing my cheek against it for a second. "Oh my goodness, this is so cute," Lou said. I sat up to glance at her while still leaning against Lane. Lou stared at us like she was really contemplating something. "I swear, on the documentary, when you told that story of someone you loved buying that easel for you, Lane crossed my mind. I don't know why. Did he get you that?" I looked at Lane, who nodded in answer to Lou's question. Wait, did you know Lane before you came to SNS? Mia asked. No, I said. Mia shook her head. I'm lost. She didn't have the easel when she came here, Macy said. She didn't have anything. I remember because she had to borrow some of my paints. Remember, she told about that on the documentary. Yeah, but I don't remember the easel, Mia said. For some reason, I thought your easel was old.
It is old, Lane said. I got it from an antique dealer.
Yeah, but when did you give it to her? Mia asked, still looking confused. Mia, they've been in love this whole time, Lou said, slapping her hand to her forehead and making us all laugh. She looked at me as everyone continued laughing and talking amongst themselves. I didn't see it with you two in the gallery. You did a good job of keeping your distance. But for some reason, when I watched you telling the story about the easel, it was Lane who crossed my mind. She stared at Lane and me with a small smile, and I could tell she was taking us in as a unit. I can totally see it now, and I'm starting to remember little things I should have picked up on.
I knew it all along. I knew you two were in love from the very beginning, Ethan said in a serious, overacted way from across the table. He had never met either of us before, thus he was totally joking, and we all cracked up at him. Even the gorgeous Dr. Morgan Craig knew about it? Mia asked, referring to Ethan's character's name on the hit television show Bad Medicine. She fanned herself. Ooh, I think I have a fever, she added. Mia was a little high-strung in the first place, and adding a celebrity to the mix obviously made it worse. She'll settle in once we get some bread in her stomach, Macy said, patting Mia's back and making us all laugh again. Lane got a call from Theo, and because it was the first chance he had to talk with him since the whole thing went down with Rhett, he excused himself so he could talk to him in private. Lou and the others asked me all sorts of questions about my feelings for and relationship with Lane. I went for the truth, telling them that I had been in love with him since day one, and that the only reason I even agreed to hang out with Rhett at all was because I thought there wasn't a future for Lane and me. I even went so far as to tell about the promise ring, and the girls thought that was so sweet that they asked me to pass it around the table so they could all look at it. I really had no idea if Lane was okay with me being so open, but he was gone, and they were firing off questions. It was by instinct that I gave honest answers, and it was only after I answered questions about it the whole time he was gone that I wondered if I had said too much. I felt like he was coming into a different scenario than he had left. Lane had changed before we left, and I smiled at how handsome he looked as he approached. He always dressed nice, even when he was off work. He had on jeans with a button-down shirt tucked in with a belt. He walked toward me, looking like a dark-haired, light-eyed angel. I blinked in a secret apology that had him furrowing his eyebrows at me. I spilled my guts, I whispered to him as he scooted into the booth next to me. He didn't stop his forward momentum until he smacked into me, sitting so close that the sides of our bodies touched from shoulder to ankle. I had been waiting to sit next to him like this for the last year and a half, and the relief of finally having it happen made me want to collapse onto his lap just before we melted into one piece. I leaned up and whispered, "They know I love you," in his ear, and he pulled back to smile at me. Do they know I love you too?
He asked, loudly enough for Lou to hear. I knew she had because she gasped and sighed as if it were the sweetest thing she'd ever heard. "They do now," I whispered, keeping my eyes on him. "What did Theo say?" Lane shrugged.
We didn't talk about the incident that much. I told him what happened, but he knows I'll handle it. I was mostly just telling him your room was about to be available.
Sudden change has a way of making a person get cold sweats, and I felt a wave of that at Lane's mention of leaving my room. Everyone at the table was doing their best to let us have a conversation, but they were all so curious about what Lane and I were saying that they were pretty much doing a terrible job of it. We didn't really care.
What's the matter?
Lane asked, seeing my expression turn serious as anxiousness hit me. Nothing, I said, just thinking about leaving SNS, finding an apartment and everything.
I thought you'd just move in upstairs with me,
Lane said.
Theo's fine with it. He said he's surprised it took us this long.
I remembered overhearing their conversation the day I moved into the collective, and I smiled inwardly. Lou was obviously overhearing Lane because she dug her knuckle into my thigh, urging me to say something back to Lane. Someone on the other side of the table must have been listening as well, because I got a foot press from underneath the table.
Someone's playing footsie with me, Lane said, shifting to stare at the girls on the other side of the table. Mia laughed.
I'm sorry, I thought that was Zoe.
So you're trying to play footsie with Zoe?
Lane asked, making us laugh. Mia's shoulders slumped. No. I was trying to get her to say she was going to move upstairs with you because she just sat here and told us the whole story about how she's been loving you since the first day she went in your office, how you two were holding out for her to finish her run at SNS. Lane pulled back to look at me.
I don't think we're holding out anymore.
You can thank Rhett for that, Lou said. Lane made an expression that said he was wondering how he felt about thanking Rhett for anything. I can't just move into your house, though, I whispered. Maybe it was the small-town Texan in me, but even though I loved his apartment, I had an aversion to the thought of moving into it before we got married. We'll talk about it later, I whispered, feeling shy about it.
I knew you were going to say that, he said, smiling. So I went ahead and told Theo we'd probably be getting married. That doesn't mean we have to. I just wanted him to be prepared for...
Yes, I said. I narrowed my eyes at him. Wait, are you asking me? Is this a proposal?
Yes.
That was horrible, Lane, Lou said. Without addressing Lou's comment, Lane turned to me. He stared into my eyes, letting me see the earnestness in his expression. It wasn't so bad, I said dazedly as I stared at him.
I'll get on my knee and recite a speech if you want that.
Do you have a whole speech planned? I asked. We want that, Mia said from across the table, causing Macy to elbow her.
No, but I could think of one, and it would blow all their boyfriends' speeches out of the water,
Lane said with a waving gesture at the other girls, making them giggle. I leaned into him, pulling his arm across my chest like a big seatbelt and feeling so relieved that I could hold him and hug him freely in front of people now. I don't need any speech, I said, grinning up at Lane. I say yes. Everyone at the table took that as their cue and began making conversation with each other. I leaned up and kissed Lane's jaw close to the spot that had been skinned by the sidewalk just a little while ago. I'm sorry you got a strawberry, I said. He touched his chin just below the scrape.
It makes me look tough, he said.
I know, I said, running my fingertip along his jaw carefully. As if this night weren't perfect enough, you went and got a battle wound. It makes me feel like I should take you home and wash it for you or something. His chest rose and fell with a deep sigh.
I think we have to get married for that, he said.
I narrowed my eyes at him playfully. For me to wash your face? He took my hand in his and touched his arm.
It's my elbow.
He moved my hand to his side.
And my ribs.
He moved my hand lower to his hip.
And my hip, too.
I leaned back and gawked at him with a horrified expression. Did you get skinned in all those places? I asked. He smiled and nodded.
This one's the worst, he said, patting his elbow. It's about the size of a baseball.
A baseball? I said. I do need to wash it for you. You probably need a poultice. He let out a little laugh. No poultice before marriage, Lou said, since she was obviously too excited to pretend to ignore us. Everyone laughed at her joke, but I couldn't help but think about the feel of the side of Lane's torso. I wanted to look at him. I wanted to know where he'd been scraped up. I felt bad for him, but there was something hot about scars, especially those acquired in pursuit of a woman's honor or her artwork. There was something altogether hot about Lane Alexander, scars or not. I smiled at him. How fast can we do it?
What, get married?
Lane asked, looking me over. I nodded and he shrugged.
Probably right now if we wanted to.
Epilogue. 3 months later, Texas, Fran's beauty shop. And Lane and I got married the very next day, I said.
Oh my goodness, sugar. When y'all were ready,
Fran said, backcombing Miss Betty's hair. I was sitting along the wall again, only this time Lane was sitting next to me. He and I had flown into Houston a few hours before and had made it to Fran's just in time to catch Miss Betty's finishing touches. We would spend one night in my hometown, at Fran's, and then travel to Austin for a couple of days before heading back to New York. I'd never been to Austin, and Lane and I both wanted to see it, so we decided to make it a little vacation. Fran's husband, Dale, had prepared a big barbecue feast for our arrival, and they were having about 30 friends over. Had I not gotten slightly famous on account of that Netflix documentary, there probably wouldn't have been that much interest. But as it stood, the whole town wanted to come to Fran's for dinner. I knew she and Dale were expecting the preacher and a few others from church, along with some of Fran's customers and some of my grocery store friends. I was excited to see them all, and mostly happy and proud for them to meet Lane. I wanted to come home anyway, so that Lane could see my roots, but I used the opportunity to take Fran her painting, which was worth slightly more now than it was before the spray paint incident. The security footage that SNS released of Rhett's vandalism went viral, resulting in the second auction being even more successful than the first. Lane and I had just told Fran and Betty the story, and they were both still wide-eyed as they contemplated everything.
She called and told me she got married, Fran said, but I didn't know all that went into it. That's such an interesting story. Whatever happened to that young man? Slap on the wrist, basically, Lane said. He actually tried to sue us because the original painting number 1, the one with the spray paint across it, sold for over $20,000.
It did what?
Betty asked with a hand over her heart. Yes, it did, Lane said, but he was crazy for thinking he had any right to it. That just shows you what an idiot he is. He's done at the gallery. He won't be back there.
I nodded. Macy heard through one of her friends that he was moving away after that whole embarrassment.
He did it to himself, Fran said. I can't understand what would come over a person to spray paint over a work of art. Heartless vandals.
Betty shook her head, looking disappointed with the state of mankind, and Fran used her hands to force Betty's head to be still. Sorry, Betty said. Fran smiled and went right on backcombing. And that's what made y'all think of getting married? Betty asked. Lane put his big palm all the way across my thigh.
I was gonna marry her in August anyway, he said.
Crazy how your prayer got answered, huh? I asked, with a smile aimed at Fran. That's not crazy, Betty said. Prayers get answered all the time.
Is he rich? Fran asked.
I gazed at Lane.
You should see his apartment.
Didn't you say y'all were in the same building as the artist and the gallery? Fran asked. I grinned at Lane before reaching up to kiss his cheek. Yeah, but we're at the top. The top, Betty said. Well, I'll be. And our yard is the roof, I said. Have mercy, Betty said with great enthusiasm, causing Fran to smile and wink at us. The door leading to the house opened at that point, and Dale peeked into the salon. Hey, Mr. Dale, I said.
Hey, Zoe. I saw y'all pull up, but I was checking on the roast.
You ought to hear this girl's story, Dale, Betty said.
She's gonna have to tell me.
Well, you're gonna have to wait, Fran said. She just finished telling it. We'll wait till everybody gets here, then she can say it again to everybody at one time. We can get her a microphone or something. I don't know about all that, I said shyly. Fran leveled me with a disbelieving stare. Well, if you don't tell them all at once, you're gonna have to tell it 20 times. You're a local celebrity, Zoe. They've already seen your movie on Netflix, but they want to hear it all in your words. I don't know, I said, shaking and feeling short of breath just thinking about it. What do you mean you don't know? You're a hometown hero, Zoe. They love you. They all watched your movie. You're gonna have to sign a few things. Sign a few things? I asked, looking at Lane like I was horrified at the prospect of that kind of attention, which I was. Do you want to talk for me? I asked him.
I will, but you won't need me to. Just tell your story just like you said it to Fran and Betty just now.
I sighed, and Lane squeezed my leg before turning to Mr. Dale.
Mr. Mitchell, is there anything I can help you with?
Dale smiled thankfully and gestured for us to follow him.
I'll take you up on that if you don't mind, and you too, Zoe.
We followed Dale from the salon into the house, passing the mudroom on the way to the kitchen. I could smell the food he was preparing, and I smiled, thinking it smelled like home.
I really don't need your help,
Dale said, stopping in the hallway. He pointed toward the door to the mudroom. I heard his dogs whining inside.
Be careful going in, he said. There's a baby gate, but they're gonna be right there jumping up against it and making it rattle. They're getting big.
Who's getting big?
You'll see.
Did Maple have puppies? He nodded.
7 of them.
With another bulldog? Dale nodded again.
Fran got really into picking a male. He's some show dog, that lilac color everybody wants.
Are y'all gonna sell them? I asked before we opened the door.
Got 'em all sold but 2. The other 5 are going to their homes next week. Actually, Fran said somebody was picking theirs up tonight when they came to dinner, but I forgot who she said it was.
Are you keeping the other 2? I asked.
1 of 'em, Dale said. The other one had sold already, but the man who wanted her called saying he got an unexpected job transfer to a different country. He was upset, too, because he had the pick of the litter, a lilac tri. Fran can hardly bear to put her up for sale again because she's so beautiful. But we're keeping a male. It's just too much with Maple and Minnie already.
Who's Minnie?
Another little female Fran bought a year or so ago. She's outside. It's just Maple and the babies in here right now. He shrugged. Fran's really gotten into this breeding lately. She's not gonna do it all the time, but she wants to have a litter every other year or so. It'll give her something to do while she's phasing out of doing hair. What about that female? Lane asked. What if Zoe falls in love with her and wants to take her back to New York? Well, Fran would be tickled pink about that, Dale said. She'd be thrilled to death.
Lane looked at me with a little shrug, and I grinned from ear to ear at the thought of taking a piece of Maple back to New York. We'd look good with a bulldog, I said, making him smile. I need to see them, I said. We opened the door, and the jumping, whining, ever-moving pile of excitement crowded at the baby gate, trying desperately to get to us. Just step over them, Dale said. There's a place for you to sit back there by the washer, and they'll settle down once you get in there. Oh my goodness. I honestly do not care which one of these dogs is the one not spoken for or how much she costs. I'll take any of them. Even you, Maple, I added, bending down to pat her on the head. I stood in the midst of them, letting them all gather around me. That little fat female right there on your left. Yep, that's the one, Dale said when I put my hand on a gray and white angel that was pawing at my shoe. You're the one I love the most anyway, huh? I said, picking her up. Fran's gonna be so excited, Dale said. She'll be so happy to repay you in some way for that painting. I looked at Lane with wide eyes. Are you sure? I whispered. He nodded. I like her. I love her, I said. I'll leave you 2 alone and let you talk about it, Dale said. We'll take her, I called as he walked away. What's her name? I asked Lane as soon as Dale was gone. Sylvia? Simone, Darlene, Vicky? He shook his head at me with an amused grin. You can be thinking of a name while we eat some barbecue. Can you believe Fran said I need to say a few words? I asked. Lane tugged me toward him, and I landed in his arms. He gave me a mischievous smile, and I leaned to the side to set down our not-yet-named new addition so that I could fully concentrate on the man who still made my heart race. Yes, I can believe it, he said. They're proud of you. You followed your dreams. You went off to New York and made it big like your dad told you. How many people can say that? Not a lot. That's why they want to hear your story. I only made it because you believed in me, I whispered, putting my mouth right next to his. Blaine kissed me once and then smiled before adding another.
You would have done it without me. But thank God I got to help.
Yeah, I said. Thank God you did. This has been So Much for Boundaries, Shower and Shelter Artist Collective No. 3 by Brooke St. James, narrated by Kate Rudd. Thank you for listening.